Chapter 790. When Yushu came to the door with great fanfare, Zhou Yeda and his family were having lunch in the backyard. Zhou Nye was also there. The steward ran in a panic and explained the situation outside. Zhou Nye was the first to smash his bowl and chopsticks and scolded, "That female yaksha still dares to come. I think she hasn't had enough food in prison. Father, you don't have to worry about her. I will go out and teach her a lesson. Sit down." Zhou Yeda scolded him and said with a straight face, "It's all your fault for looking for trouble. You went to her house to make a fuss and caused a death. Aren't you courting death if you go out now?" "Master." Zhou Furan glared at her son and turned her head to Zhou Yeda. "Our son only accidentally injured a servant. Do you want him to pay with his life? In my opinion, this Yunuyu is too insensible. She's just a mere fifth-ranked official, yet she dares to come to our residence to seek trouble. Lei Oi, you should go see her and send her away." Zhou Yeda also felt that Yushu was too arrogant. It was true that the Shui family had collapsed, but he, the one surnamed Zhou, still had the merit of becoming a dragon. Why would he be afraid of a little girl? So he hurried forward, taking a few guards with him. When he arrived at the front gate, Zhou Yeda saw the formation outside and immediately recognized the black-robed guards standing in front. He couldn't help but frown and stare at the soft sedan in the middle of the crowd. He stood on the steps and asked in a loud voice, "I wonder what crime my son has committed that requires the Celestial Commissioner to come and arrest him?" No matter what, he was a dignified third-grade commander of the Imperial Guards of Imperial insignia. For a fifth-grade female official to bring her soldiers to his door and behave atrociously for whatever reason, it was an act of insubordination and overstepping her authority. Yushu sat in the sedan and did not speak. When Shaoan walked forward and bowed to Zhou Yeda, saying, "Zhou Darin is too polite. My Darin is here today to arrest the criminal Zhou Nye, who forged official marriage documents and married without permission. He is also the second young master of your residence. We are here to enforce the law. I hope that Darin will not make things difficult and quickly call your son out." Zhou Yeda was so angry that he laughed. He looked at him and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at me?" It was the Shui family who forged the official marriage document, so he wasn't afraid of them. When Shaoan was neither embarrassed nor annoyed. He lowered his head and replied, "I am an administrator of the Kunling Bureau." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Zhou Yeda raise his leg and kick him in the waist, sending him tumbling over. Young Master Wen immediately rolled down the steps, clutching the spot where he had been kicked and inhaling air, but he didn't scream or yell. A snort came from the sedan chair. A few black-robed guards pulled out their swords and stepped forward, threatening Zhou Yeda. Zhou Yeda knew that the blackguards were not to be trifled with, so he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, letting the guards protect him in the center. He saw the curtain of the sedan lift, revealing half of Yushu's pale face. The other half was in the shadows. "Commander Zhou, are you trying to protect the criminal and obstruct my Kunling Bureau from handling the case?" Her voice was low and slow, with the femininity of a woman, but her tone wasn't weak at all. It contained a strong sense of warning. Zhou Yeda sneered. "When the Kunling Bureau is handling a case, the right commander should personally handle it. You are just a silly little girl. You are just using a chicken feather as a command arrow, but you dare to come to my door and behave atrociously. You have overstepped your authority. Do you believe that I will call the Jinwu guards here right now and put you in prison again? For the sake of the chief commander's face, get out of the sedan chair now, apologize to me, and I can consider letting you go. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today." As he spoke, he took the token and sent someone to summon the Jinwu guards from the nearby barracks. Half of it was to scare Yushu, and the other half was to prevent the soldiers outside from colliding. Yushu's hand rested on the windowsill, her slender index finger slowly tapping. She didn't stop them, nor did she show weakness. She waited for Zhou Yeda to send someone over. She sat quietly in the sedan chair and waited. After about the time it took to eat a meal, the servants of the Zhou residence came back with a group of guards. The number of people was more than twice the number of soldiers that Yushu had brought. There were about 40 to 50 people. Zhou Yeda suddenly had confidence and was no longer afraid of the blackguard. He raised 2 fingers and pointed at Yushu in the sedan chair. He said sternly, "I will count to 3. If you don't get out by then, don't blame me for being impolite." 3. After the count of 3, Yushu's sedan chair was still in place. Zhou Yeda couldn't back down. Even though he didn't want to make a big deal out of this, if he let her go like this, everyone would think that he was a coward who was afraid of the Celestial Commissioner. If he couldn't even deal with a woman, how could he stay in the officialdom? The Crown Prince was about to ascend the throne. How could he have the face to climb up? Emperor Qing had passed away and his body had to be sent back to the capital. It had to be laid in the palace for 49 days before being sent to the imperial mausoleum for burial. The Crown Prince had to mourn for 3 months before he could ascend the throne. Historically, a new emperor brought a new court. This meant that the position of the Celestial Commissioner's chief commander would be replaced in at most 3 months. Thinking about it this way, the chief commander, who was not far from leaving his position, was no different from a tiger with its teeth pulled out. He didn't need to be as timid as he was in the past. Zhou Yeda thought about it further and his expression became more and more unfriendly. He immediately ordered, "Take them all down and escort them to the Celestial Commissioner. Today, I will seek justice from the chief commander." With this order, the Jinwu guards, who were used to obeying orders, rushed forward without hesitation. The officials brought by Yushu didn't resist and obediently allowed themselves to be captured. The black-robed guards didn't do anything at all. They just guarded the sedan chair and didn't let anyone get close. But Zhou Yeda thought that Yushu was afraid and after gaining the upper hand, she forced them to turn the sedan chair around. He immediately ordered the servants to bring the horses and escorted the group of people to the Imperial Astronomer's office. He led the group to the gate of the Celestial Commissioner and was stopped by the guards at the side of the gate. Zhou Yeda didn't force his way in. He dismounted and said, "Send someone in to inform the chief commander that the Jinwu guards, Zhou Yeda, is here to punish you." There was no turning back. With the scorching sun over his head, he looked up at the tall plaque of the Celestial Commissioner. Surprisingly, he didn't feel any fear. If this was half a month ago and the old emperor was still alive, he didn't believe that he would be able to stand at the gate of the Celestial Commissioner and curse. After waiting for a moment, the main gate of the Celestial Commissioner was slowly pushed open from the inside. Zhu Muzhao, who was wearing a plain mourning, walked out of the gate. Only Ren Qiming and 2 armed guards followed behind him. He walked slowly to the sun and looked around the gate that was blocked by the Jinwu guards. His eyes fell on Zhou Yeda, who looked like he was going to punish him. He said coldly, "Commander Zhou, why are you shouting in front of the Celestial Commissioner's gate?" Zhou Yeda swallowed his saliva and tried his best to keep a straight face. He hurriedly bowed to him and stood up to complain, "Chief Commander, you may not know this. This morning, a female imperial official from the Kunling Bureau brought her soldiers to my mansion to pick a fight. She slandered my son as a criminal. Without any evidence, she insisted on arresting him. May I ask, Chief Commander, is this how the Celestial Commissioner allows her subordinates to handle the case?" He had already thought it through. If the chief commander was covering up for Yushu, he would make a scene in front of the Crown Prince and let the Crown Prince see how arrogant the Celestial Commissioner was. He didn't believe that the chief commander could cover up the truth with one hand. Zhu Muzhao didn't respond to his words and asked to the side, "Lianfang, you speak." Zhou Yeda turned his head and saw that Yushu had gotten off the sedan chair at some point. Her hair was disheveled and there was a scarf tied around her forehead. Her loose robe made her look skinny, as if a gust of wind could blow her over. Replying to Grand Secretary, Yushu replied unhurriedly, "Previously, the young miss of the rebellious official Xuelingnan's residence and Commander Zhou's son were engaged. The official marriage document that Commander Zhou took out that day was forged. It was a brush supervisor of my Kunling Bureau who was bribed and stole the previous right commander's seal to issue the document." She glanced at Zhou Yeda and said, "That brush supervisor who stole the seal has already admitted that he was first threatened by Xuelingnan and then received a bribe of 500 taels from Zhounia. The law states that forging an official marriage document is an additional crime compared to adultery without a matchmaker. Both the man and the woman should be arrested. The light punishment is 30 strokes of the stick." The heavy punishment is that the man will have to serve and the woman will be sent to a nunnery to cultivate. I acted according to the law and went to arrest Zhou Nye today. What crime did I commit? On the contrary, Commander Zhou was unforgiving and sent the Jin Wu guards to arrest me. He looked down on the Celestial Commissioner and publicly used force during the period of national mourning. Such treason and heresy should be punished with death. What was a national mourning? It was when the emperor and empress held a funeral and the entire country mourned. Marriages, banquets, and wars were forbidden. Inside and outside the capital, even the military camps stopped training. Fighting and using force were even more forbidden within the city. Zhou Yeda's expression changed slightly when a big hat was put on his head. He rushed to say, "It was clearly you who offended your superior and overstepped your authority first. How can you blame me for using force without authorization? Don't you know that the Jin Wu guards are the imperial army of the capital and have the right to enforce the law?" Yu Shu shook her head and turned to Zhu Muzhao, saying, "The Grand Secretary has heard it. This lowly official has nothing to say against Commander Zhou's sophistry. I hope you can make the decision." Zhu Muzhao looked coldly at the self-righteous Zhou Yeda and waved his hand. A group of Yulin royal guards in light armor suddenly rushed out from the opposite street corner. There were about 100 of them and they surrounded the Jin Wu guards outside the Celestial Commissioner's door. Zhou Yeda turned pale with fright. He turned to look around and saw the left commander of the Yulin royal guards, Yin Yuanrong, standing out like a crane among chickens. Yin Yuanrong rode on a horse and passed through the parted crowd. He stopped a few steps away and lowered his head to look at Zhou Yeda. He raised his eyebrows slightly and teased, "I have long heard that the Jin Wu guards are tyrannical. Now that I have finally seen them, they really live up to their reputation." Although the Yulin royal guards and the Jin Wu guards were both part of the imperial army, the former was the emperor's personal guard. Their military strength was more than twice that of the Jin Wu guards and their authority was even higher than the Jin Wu guards. The two groups of people usually did not see eye to eye with each other. Some time ago, Zhou Yeda defected to the crown prince and even the Jin Wu guards became arrogant. Yin Yuanrong had been swallowing his anger these days and had long wanted to teach them a lesson. Zhou Yeda forced himself to be calm and questioned him, "Yin Yuanrong, what are you trying to do?" Yin Yuanrong sneered, "I am on duty today and happened to pass by here. I saw someone abusing his military power during the national mourning period and threatening the Celestial Commissioner. What do you think I am trying to do? Yulin royal guards, listen to my order. Capture all these rebels and bring them away." Seeing the Yulin royal guards swarming forward, the Jin Wu guards were no match for them. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen of them were taken down. Zhou Yeda did not have time to escape and was kicked down by Yin Yuanrong. He rolled on the ground twice and just happened to be lying at the feet of Yu Shu. Lu Hong and Su Qing, who were guarding behind her, pressed down on his shoulders. He was completely stunned. This scene was so familiar. More than half a month ago, this was how Yu Shu was lured to the gates of the Zhou residence and was caught like a turtle in a jar. Yu Shu lifted the hem of her robe and squatted in front of Zhou Yeda. She lowered her eyes and looked down at him. In a gentle and slow voice, she said, "I forgot to inform Commander Zhou that I am now the right commander of the Kunling Bureau. You are of the 3rd rank and I am also of the 3rd rank. How can I be insubordinate and overstep my authority?" After being hit on the head, Zhou Yeda finally came to his senses. He had fallen into a trap and would most likely not be able to return today. Cold sweat broke out and he struggled with all his might to shout, "Yin Yuanrong, you and the Celestial Commissioner colluded to frame me. I want to see the Crown Prince. I want to sue you for forming a clique to eradicate dissidents. I want to see the Crown Prince." Yin Yuanrong ignored him and directly had someone stuff a sweat towel into his mouth to stop him from talking nonsense. Lu Hong and Su Qing picked Zhou Yeda up from the ground. Yu Shu brushed the dust off Zhou Yeda's shoulder and said softly, "Have a safe journey, Commander Zhou. When we meet again in the future, you must remember to be more polite to me. I'm not the kind of person who likes to hold grudges." After saying this, she stepped aside and handed him over to the Yulin royal guards. She walked back behind Zhu Muzhao. Ren Qiming glanced at her with a complicated gaze and then looked at the carefree De Tiao. He knew that the other had already made a decision and could only sigh at his bad luck. Yin Yuanrong took Zhou Yeda away while Zhu Muzhao took Yu Shu into the palace to see the crown prince. A little later, the crown prince listened to him narrate the process of Zhou Yeda abusing his military power. He didn't even frown as he said, "This one has heard more than once that Zhou Yeda is arrogant." Earlier, he suppressed the rebellion of Ning Wang's subordinates and thought that he had made a great contribution. He became even more disgraceful and dared to lead troops to surround the Celestial Commissioner. Fu Wang's corpse hasn't even turned cold yet and he has such rebellious behavior. He really deserves to be killed. Pass on this one's decree to remove Zhou Yeda from his position as the commander of the Jinwu Guards and send him to the Supreme Court to be imprisoned. He will be punished after Fu Wang's burial. Zhou Yeda being removed from his position meant that the position of commander of the Jinwu Guards was now empty. The crown prince could have sent a more obedient person to fill it. He didn't need to act personally to take care of a troublemaker who was proud of his achievements. Killing a chicken to warn the monkey would not bring about a bad reputation. Why not? Yu Shu was used to seeing the crown prince kill the donkey when it was no longer of use. She didn't feel any sympathy for the death of the rabbit. Zhu Muzhao had long set an example for her. What she was going to walk in the future was the dead end of being a puppet of imperial power. Many thanks to your highness the crown prince for helping this subject. Zhu Muzhao respectfully thanked the crown prince. He turned to the side to reveal Yu Shu behind him. He said, "Previously, Lian Fang was meritorious in exposing the Xue family. This subject has made an exception to promote her to the position of Right Commander of the Celestial Commissioner, in charge of the matters of Kunling Bureau." He was reporting to the crown prince. The crown prince's gaze turned to Yu Shu. He first noticed her snow-white complexion and then saw the scarf on her head. He remembered her other identity and asked in an unusually gentle tone, "Have your injuries not healed yet?" Yu Shu touched her forehead and answered, "Replying to your highness, this subject suffered a disaster earlier and left a scar on my face. I was afraid that I would startle you, so I used this to cover my disgrace." The crown prince suspiciously reached out to touch her forehead. "Let me see." Yu Shu's fingers trembled, but she didn't stop him. She let him take off the scarf. Seeing his shocked expression as he stared at her forehead, she quickly lowered her head. The crown prince was stunned for a moment before he moved his gaze from her face to the side. He thought it was a pity, but he comforted her, "It doesn't matter. I saw that the scar is between your eyebrows. If I didn't look carefully, it would look like a flower that was deliberately drawn between your eyebrows. You don't have to care too much about other people's opinions." Zhu Muzhao heard this and looked at Yu Shu's forehead. He felt that the crown prince wasn't lying. Her half-inch-long scar was between her eyebrows. The scar was dark red and was a long and thin diamond shape. It didn't look ugly, but it looked out of place. "Thank you, your highness," Yu Shu softly said. The crown prince handed the scarf to her, but she didn't tie it back. Instead, she revealed the scar until she followed the Grand Commissioner out of the palace. The two of them walked on the official road outside the Meridian Gate and whispered to each other. "This time, the crown prince won't have the idea of taking you into the harem." Yu Shu touched the bump between her eyebrows and smiled. "The crown prince wants to imitate the holy ancestor. Unfortunately, I'm a disfigured person. The harem can't accommodate me." Chapter 791. The short 3-month national mourning was only a few days for the common people, but for the officials in the court, a day felt like a year. In June, the once illustrious Xue family was convicted. For the sake of noble consort Xue, the crown prince gave them a way out and didn't execute their entire family. After the confiscation, Xue Lingnan was imprisoned in the heavenly prison. The rest of the male members of the Xue family were banished to the army. The female members of the family were sent to the clean water nunnery on Mount Thamay to shave their hair and become nuns. The housekeepers and servants were sent to the house of offerings to be sold. In early July, Emperor Zhao Qing was buried in the imperial mausoleum. Crown Prince Lu Tan proclaimed himself emperor and dismissed the former emperor's harem. The former Empress Rishir became the Empress Dowager and moved into the palace of compassionate and peaceful. Her birth mother Shue Shir became the Empress Dowager of the West and was granted a residence in Ziwei Palace. The ascension ceremony was scheduled to be held in September. On the first day of the new emperor's reign, Grand Tutor Yin took the initiative to hand over the military seal in his hands, requesting to retire. The new emperor was grateful for his hard work and contributions. Although he took over his military power, he did not allow him to leave the capital and return home. Instead, he was conferred the title of Marquis Rong En, allowing him to retire in the capital. He did not blame the Yin family because of Ning Wang's earlier struggle for power. This action earned the new emperor a reputation of benevolence. Emperor Zhao Qing left behind many children. The older ones like Lu Si and Lu Du were conferred the title of prefectural prince and were given the title of feudal official. The younger ones, Lu Chan and Lu Qi, were given royal residences in Anling City and moved out of the palace. In the 8th month of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the emperor was about to leave the country for his funeral. The new emperor went out of the palace to make a private visit, but he encountered an assassin in the marketplace. Fortunately, the Celestial Commissioner had foreseen this disaster. The bodyguards hidden in the dark caught the assassin on the spot and sent him to the Ministry of Penalty for interrogation. The next day, he confessed that it was the Prince of Xiang who instigated it. Soon after, someone exposed that the Prince of Xiang was raising assassins in the courtyard. The Yulin Royal Guards led troops to investigate and unexpectedly found a large amount of weapons and gunpowder. It was like poking a hornet's nest, causing many officials to fall from their positions. Duke Xiang was taken away by the Yulin Royal Guards at the Dingbua Hall and sent to the imperial court to be locked up. Under the Celestial Commissioner Office was the Clan Administrative Department, which was in charge of the royal family's genealogy, salary, rewards and punishments, sacrifices, and other affairs. This place had always been a place where the relatives of the royal family would tremble in fear at the mere mention of it. Countless descendants of the royal family had gone there and never returned. From the moment Prince Xiang was captured to the time he was locked up, he only said one sentence: "I want to see the great advisor." The next afternoon, Zhu Muzhao brought Yu Shu to the clan official prison and saw Prince Xiang, who was at the end of his rope. The prison cell that had been used to detain many important people was very spacious. There were beds and chairs, and there was even a tea set on the table. The bucket at the corner of the wall was washed by the prison guards every day. Even so, to Prince Xiang, who was used to living in luxury, it was still too simple and crude. In just one night, he looked haggard, but his demeanor was undamaged. When they came in, he was sitting at the table making tea. The water was boiled by the jailer from the well, and the tea leaves were ordinary biluacun. His hands were very steady. When he heard their footsteps, he looked up and saw Zhu Muzhao standing outside the cell door. He did not show any sign of bitterness or hatred. "Did Prince sleep well last night?" Zhu Muzhao took the initiative to greet him. Even though the evidence of Prince Xiang's treason was conclusive, he did not show any signs of neglect. Prince Xiang smiled faintly and told him the truth: "Slightly hot and stuffy, I did not sleep well." Yu Shu stood silently at one side. She knew that there was no room for her to interfere in the game between the two of them. She was only here today to be a witness, to witness this man who was once one step away from the throne. How did he endure until today? Zhu Muzhao asked the jailer to open the cell door and walked in alone. He sat opposite Prince Xiang and picked up the tea that he had just brewed. He lowered his head and sniffed. His eyes squinted from the smell of the tea and he praised, "Prince Xiang is still the same. No matter what you do, you are always meticulous." Prince Xiang said self-deprecatingly, "It is a pity that no matter how hard I work and how hard I try, I will not be able to get what I should not get." 20 years ago, he originally thought that the throne should be his. Even though Emperor Zhao Qing was older than him, he was mediocre in nature and did not have his talents nor his reputation. But in the end, Imperial Father passed the throne to his mediocre elder brother and betrothed the girl he liked to someone else. Why is Prince Xiang doing this? Zhu Muzhao advised kindly, "Isn't it good to know your place and be an idle prince? His Majesty feels that he owes you and has never wronged you all these years." You used the Ministry of Provision to raise spies and manipulated the merchants to amass wealth. Do you think that His Majesty does not know about it? He only did not want to fight with your brother, so he turned a blind eye to it. Who said that Emperor Zhao Qin was muddle-headed? No matter how lacking he was, he could not be compared to the previous emperors who would go down in history, but he had one thing that surpassed Prince Xiang, and that was that he had a magnanimous heart. Prince Xiang became silent and gripped the teacup in his hand tightly. Scenes of the past flashed through his mind, but he had no words to refute his words. Because his imperial brother was indeed magnanimous towards him. He was not willing to become a vassal state, so he granted him the prince's residence to stay in the capital. He opened the Ministry of Provision and was allowed to buy and sell sinful slaves. He loved to have fun, so he built the Dingbo Hall for him to have fun every night. It was not that he did not have feelings for all these, but he just could not swallow it and was not willing to be a carefree, idle prince. The winner is the king and the loser is the thief. I have nothing to regret. Prince Xiang shook his head and smiled bitterly. I did not lose to my imperial brother, nor did I lose to Lu Tan. I lost to the Celestial Commissioner and lost to that volume of the Book of Mysterious Maiden Lu Ren. As he said that, he suddenly asked, how is my imperial nephew going to deal with me? Zhu Muzhao's eyes flashed and he said in a low voice, His Majesty is not as benevolent as the late emperor. Prince Xiang instantly understood that the new emperor would not let him live. However, his expression was calm and he did not panic. He turned his head and looked at Yushu, who was standing outside the door. A sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He leaned forward slightly and whispered to Zhu Muzhao, with only the Book of Mysterious Maiden Lu Ren and no Destiny Tai Bone, can the Celestial Commissioner really stand tall and not fall? Zhu Muzhao furrowed his brows suddenly. There is no need to be so surprised. The secrets that Xue Lingnan knows were all leaked to him by me. Prince Xiang blinked his eyes and said happily, Tell me, how can I not leave a way out for myself? Zhu Muzhao looked at him in disbelief and realized that he had always underestimated the man in front of him. You have been in charge of the Celestial Commissioner for so many years and know so many secrets. Have you thought about it carefully? Since the Destiny Tai Bone was born from the Great and Disaster and the Fate Breaker, then at the beginning of the country, Empress Ningzhen had the Book of Mysterious Maiden Lu Ren. Where did she get the Destiny Tai Bone? Zhu Muzhao's expression became solemn. He had thought of this question long ago, but he had never been able to dig out the truth. Let me tell you. The Destiny Tai Bone in Empress Ningzhen's hands is the combination of her and Emperor Anwu's blood. Did you not realize that the two great and disasters were men with the blood of the imperial family, and the Fate Breaker was an extraordinary woman who was like Empress Ningzhen? Do you believe it? It doesn't have to be the Great and Calamity and the Fate Breaker to be able to give birth to the Destiny Grand Bone. If we can find the bloodline of the previous Fate Breaker and make peace with the descendants of the imperial family, we might not be able to give birth to a perfect Destiny Grand Bone, but it might have a similar effect. After listening to Prince Xiang's words, Zhu Muzhao's heart was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, rippling. He restrained himself and waited for Prince Xiang to unravel the mystery. 100 years ago, the Fate Breaker was the female general Gongsun Jing. She had a son with Prince Yuan Zheng, and he fell into the hands of the Celestial Commissioner. Later, Gongsun Jing died, and Prince Yuan Zheng disappeared. The entire Gongsun family was executed, and only Gongsun Jing's younger brother escaped. He was sent out of the capital by a loyal servant and lived in seclusion. I have spent a lot of manpower over the years, and finally found the descendant of the Gongsun family. Duke Xiang slowly got up and walked to the back of Zhu Muzhao. He leaned over and whispered into his ear, I picked a girl who has the blood of the Life Destroyer and let her give birth to my imperial brother's flesh and blood. Do you want that child? Zhu Muzhao suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head, his sharp gaze piercing the person behind him. Prince Xiang raised his hand and pressed on his shoulder and said in a light tone, You should know that what I said is the truth. I can give that girl and the child to you, but you have to promise me something first. What do you want? Zhu Muzhao asked without thinking, and did not laugh at his fantasy. What if what I want is the throne? Impossible. I am joking with you. What I want is a way to live. I believe you have a way to hide from my imperial nephew's eyes and ears, and send my family of 3 far away from the capital. Zhu Muzhao closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He nodded slightly, and considered to have agreed to his request. Prince Xiang relaxed and sat back down, and raised the teapot to refill his cup. Zhu Muzhao was not in the mood to stay and taste the tea. He looked deeply at him and left. Yu Shu stood outside the prison cell, and waited for him to come out. She followed, and returned to Tai Shi Lu without a word. Tai Shu really wants to let Prince Xiang leave the capital? She had heard it clearly from outside the prison cell. Prince Xiang could be said to not judge a book by its cover. He knew the secrets of the Daoan dynasty better than the emperor. He had eyes and ears, but did not succeed in his rebellion. It could only be said that he was a bit unlucky. If what he said is true, then what's the harm in letting him go? Zhu Muzhao's emotions were not as calm as he appeared. Even if the destiny grand bone that Prince Xiang had created in his wildest dreams might not be useful, he still had to obtain it. Prince Xiang is not a problem. Zhu Muzhao rubbed the space between his brows, his face showing tiredness. I am worried about Prince Dongjing. According to my divination, the war in the north is coming. After the morning of the country, Jiang Huaying will make a move. He has 200,000 men under him. If they all move out with the help of Yunhua and the left auxiliary star, the rebel army will attack the capital one day. The emperor is still too young. Even with the help of the celestial commissioner, he may not be able to suppress Prince Dongjing. He raised his head to look at Yu Shu, and solemnly said to her, I will not force you to find Jing Chen, but if you have the chance, you must get the Fairy Maiden Lu Ren book. You must always remember, Celestial Commissioner lives and dies with Da, and Yu Shu knelt by his feet. I will not disappoint you. Zhu Muzhao nodded, his tired body leaning against the back of the chair. Go, I will rest for a while. Yu Shu nodded, excused herself, and walked out of Supreme Dawn Tower. She stood alone on the 9 Turns Bridge that was shrouded in mist, narrowing her eyes as she gazed at the red sun setting in the west. The sunset glow reflected on her face, rendering the cinnabar mark between her eyebrows bright red and enchanting. At the beginning of the 9th month, the new emperor ascended the throne. In the same year he changed his title to Chongzhen, and the empress was Xia Jiang. After the coronation, Emperor Chongzhen granted amnesty to the world, amended the 32 laws, reduced corvée and taxes, and implemented benevolent policies. The next month, the celestial commissioner, Zhu Muzhao, resigned from his position and recommended the right commander Yu Shu to take over. Emperor Chongzhen approved. In the 13th year of Zhao Qing, the female oracle Yu Shu became the youngest great commissioner in the history of Dan and was recorded in the annals of history. Almost at the same time, an urgent report came from the north, saying that Prince Dongjing had formed his own army in Ningdong City, separated the 5 counties in the northeast, and proclaimed himself as the Great Yan. Since the founding of the divine ancestor, peace had been maintained for 300 years, and the Yan dynasty was divided. After that, the Great Yan dynasty and the Great Yan fought against each other, and the war lasted for 3 years. In the 4th year of Emperor Chongzhen, the soldiers of Dan were defeated on the battlefield, and 100,000 Yan soldiers knocked on the gate of Baoding Prefecture, and with irresistible force, they arrived at the capital. Within the celestial commissioner in the afterglow of the setting sun, a few celestial commissioners ran to the 9 zigzag bridge in a panic and came to the door of the Taishi Tower, but were stopped by the guards. They were so anxious that they were sweating profusely and could only shout outside the door, "The rebel army has reached the outskirts of Enling City, and His Majesty refused to leave the capital to seek refuge." He brought 3,000 imperial guards and personally went to the gate of Sky Bearing. The bamboo curtain on the door was lifted, and 2 pretty maids dressed in white walked out with their heads bowed. The people waiting outside the door made way for them, unconsciously revealing looks of awe and respect in their eyes. A moment later, a wisp of purple smoke leaped into view. Layers of clothes fluttered on the ground, and the rings on her waist jingled. A slender and tall figure slowly walked out of the Taishi Tower. "Did you find out who the commander of the Yan army outside the city is?" Immediately, someone came forward and answered, It is said that it is the sworn brother of the Yan Emperor, Prince of Chongping, Lu Shining. He is known as the #1 military advisor of the Great Yan, and rumor has it that he is an expert in military strategy, and he is the son of the imperial advisor of the Great Yan, Lu Yan. Imperial Secretary, I'm afraid that His Majesty will be in danger this time. It is chaotic outside, and many officials in the capital have packed their belongings and are preparing to flee for their lives. What should we do now? The setting sun was glaring, and Yu Shu closed her eyes. She could hear her own strong heartbeat, and she took a deep breath. Where are the black-robed guards? As soon as she finished speaking, a few black-robed guards appeared from both sides of the Taishi Tower, and they knelt down with their swords. Your subordinates are here. Quickly gather the troops of the Celestial Commissioner, and follow me to the gate of sky bearing to save His Majesty. 2 hours later, Yu Shu led 500 elites from the Imperial Astronomer to the gate of sky bearing, but they were too late. Emperor Chongzhen had already been captured alive by the Yan army, and the city gates had been breached by the cannons. The pungent smell of gunpowder filled the air. The Yan army had occupied the city gates, and a large number of them swarmed into the city. There were still many defeated soldiers who were putting up a futile resistance. The 200 black-robed guards led the charge, and the closer they got to the city gate, the faster Yu Shu's heart beat. Just when she thought that there was no end to the road, the horse carriage suddenly stopped, and the sounds of fighting stopped. A loud voice could be heard. Who are you? Report your name. If she were to open the curtains, she would be able to see 2 black cannons pointing at the direction of her horse carriage. If they were to take another step forward, they would be blown into pieces. Yu Shu sat in the carriage without moving, and replied in a clear voice, The Celestial Commissioner of the Dain dynasty has given me some advice. The surroundings suddenly quietened down, and Yu Shu waited quietly. She suddenly felt a little anxious, and not long after, there was a commotion on top of the city gate. She straightened her back, and heard a deep and powerful male voice coming from the sky, piercing through her eardrums. Is the Celestial Commissioner giving me some advice? I am Prince Chongping, Lu Shining. Yu Shu's hands trembled as she pushed open the 2 doors and looked up. In the dusk, the city gate was crowded with people, but there was a man dressed in bright armor. He took off his hat and looked down. His bright black eyes pierced through the sea of people and stared straight at her. His lips opened and closed, and no sound came out, but she could read what he was saying. Chapter 792. Friendly note. This is a flashback, starting from after Yu Shu was promoted to the right commander. Those who don't like the fake ending of the previous chapter can ignore the previous chapter and start from this one. There are at least 50,000 words in this chapter, and it will explain the hidden lines clearly. That's it, moi. After Jing Chen ran away from the marriage, the position of the right commander of the Celestial Commissioner was once again vacant. This position seemed to be cursed, no one could hold it for long. Before Jing Chen, the right commander was Lady Lu from one of the 12 prefectures. Less than 3 months after she took office, she was transferred to the Taisher Library to teach because she was involved in the struggle of the harem. The previous one also resigned after a few days. Even so, this vacancy was enough to make a group of people fight over it, especially those from the 12 prefectures who didn't have anyone in the Celestial Commissioner. Whether it was asking for favors or spending money, they didn't hesitate at all, wishing they could put down their pride and run to the Great Commissioner to recommend themselves. In the end, it was all in vain. Amidst the bad news of Emperor Zhao Qing's death and the uproar of the Shui family's collusion with the Prince of Dongjing's rebellion, the prefect quietly promoted the female imperial officer of the Kunling Bureau to take over the position of right commander. Many people, including those in the Directorate of Celestials, were rather dissatisfied with the appointment of the great supervisor. It was none other than because Yu Shu had climbed up too fast. Zhao Qing was a female oracle for 13 years, and in just 2 years, she became a high-ranking Celestial Commissioner official. This kind of promotion speed was unbelievably fast. But thinking about it carefully, other than being young and inexperienced, people were surprised to find that they couldn't find any other fault with her. First of all, she was a female oracle who came out of the Dayan examination, a once-in-a-decade double role. Moreover, she was once a guest at the double sons meeting on the day the crown prince entered the palace, and helped the crown prince gain power, which could be considered as a merit. Moreover, she was the Miaoling female envoy, who was bestowed a title by Emperor Zhao Qing when he was alive. Finally, there was a major event that happened recently. She was an important witness who had exposed the treacherous Prime Minister Xuelingnan's various crimes. Moreover, she had rendered meritorious service and should have been rewarded. With this argument, the officials and aristocratic families who were originally dissatisfied with Yushu's promotion to the right commander became mute. No matter what other people thought of her promotion, Yushu did not feel guilty at all. When she was still a female official, she had shouldered all the responsibilities of the Kunling Bureau. Now, she was just officially taking over. On the second day after receiving the letter of appointment, she used lightning speed to lure the commander of the Jinwu Guards, Zhou Yeda, to the door of the Celestial Commissioner's office, catching a turtle in a jar and giving him a taste of his own medicine. The Crown Prince had long wanted to punish Zhou Yeda as an example to others, and it was a good match for her. Zhou Yeda had only been in the Supreme Court for 3 days, and he had been exposed to a pile of scandals and evil deeds that could not see the light of day. Every one of them was enough to dismiss him from his post and investigate him. In the beginning, he had relied on Xuelingnan to build his family business. Now that the entire Xue family had collapsed, people would give a push to a wall when it was down. How could he be alone? The Zhou family had met with misfortune. When the Supreme Court sent the news that Zhou Yeda had been dismissed from his post and investigated, it was as if the sky had fallen for the family. Misfortune never came alone. Just as Zhou Yeda was in prison, several officials from the Kunling Bureau came to arrest Zhounya. Madame Zhou cried her heart out and refused to hand over Zhounya. Unfortunately, there were no Jinwu guards to stop them this time. The officials directly entered the Zhou mansion to search for Zhounya. They caught Zhounya at the back door and brought him back to the Kunling Bureau. Reporting to the right commander, the criminal Zhounya has been brought here. Yushu's office and study had been moved upstairs. The entire second floor was dedicated to her use. The place was not only more spacious than before, but the view from the window was better and the environment was quieter. When Xiao and replaced Ren Renjia's position that had been stolen previously. Now he was a 6th-ranked official. As for the position of the female imperial official, it was vacant. Although the Great Commissioner had asked Yushu to recommend someone, she had not thought of a suitable candidate. When Yushu heard that Zhounya had been arrested, she did not get up to see. Coincidentally, when Xiao and was in front of her, she flipped through the table and found the crime report that she had previously written. She handed it to him and said, "Make a trip and send this person to the Ministry of Justice. Help me tell Zheng Darren that he must be severely punished." Yes, this official will do it now. When Xiao and put down the things in his hands and first followed Yushu's instructions. The Celestial Commissioner had 3 departments and 2 bureaus. Only the Imperial Commissioner had his own prison. The Kunling Bureau did not have a place to detain criminals. He could only be sent to the Ministry of Justice to be punished. The Ministry of Justice was no longer under Xuelingnan's control. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zheng Minji, was the Great Commissioner, so it was not difficult to ask him for a small favor. As a result, the unlucky Zhounya was dragged all the way to the Celestial Commissioner on such a hot day. He fainted twice and was just woken up by a basin of cold water when he was dragged away again. That day, he led the troops to break into the Yu residence's backyard and bullied the women. He robbed them of their wealth and injured them. Who would have thought that retribution would come so quickly? When Xiao and sent Zhounya to the Ministry of Justice, Zheng Minji gave him face and ordered his subordinates to give him 30 strokes of the board before throwing him into a cell. The jailer understood the intentions of the higher-ups and gave him a smelly and dirty cell. He was not even allowed to drink water and was tormented until he was hovering between life and death. He was locked up for half a month. The Zhou family sent people over several times, but they didn't even see his face. They didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Madame Zhou and the eldest young master of the Zhou family bitterly begged but couldn't find a way out. They ran into walls everywhere. Finally, It was an elder of the Zhou family who pointed them in the right direction and told them to go beg Yushu. Madame Zhou hated Yushu, the main culprit, but for the sake of her youngest son, she had no choice but to carefully prepare a cart full of gifts and go with her eldest son to the Yu residence to apologize. In the end, Yushu didn't even show her face. She only asked the gatekeeper to accept their gifts and had Zhou who bring a list of items to give to Madame Zhou. These were the items that Zhou Nye had destroyed and taken away on the day he led the troops into the Yu residence. There were a lot of rare things that were given by Shuirui. For example, there was a pair of jadeite glass bottles that were half the height of a person in front of the entrance to the reception pavilion in the front courtyard. They couldn't be bought outside. Madame Zhou looked at the list and went back dizzily. She returned 2 days later and this time, she brought another cart full of things. Some of the items were returned to the original owners, while the other part was painfully subsidized by her. If she really couldn't find or buy anything, she simply used money to make up for the missing items. Zhou who took people to count the number and then went to the rear courtyard to report to Yushu. When he returned, he brought a message to Madame Zhou. My master said that your family's second young master originally committed a crime and should have been sent to serve in the hardship areas. Being locked up for 2 months is already a light punishment. You should go home and wait. When the time comes, the Ministry of Justice will naturally release him. This meant that the Zhou family didn't intend to make an exception at all. This time, the Zhou family's apology was for nothing. Madame Zhou was so angry that her whole body trembled. If it weren't for the timid eldest young master Zhou holding her back, she would have caused a scene on the spot. The mother and son were asked to leave the Yu residence. Sitting in the carriage on the way home, Madame Zhou looked at her timid eldest son. When she thought of her husband and youngest son who were still in prison, she couldn't help but wail. Emperor Anwu's body had been resting in the palace for 49 days. Every few days, officials of the 5th rank and above had to enter the palace to cry. There was no lack of people who, in order to show their loyalty, went to the palace every day to cry. After Yushu's injuries healed, she followed Zhu Muzhao to the palace. In the dog days of summer, the sun was scorching hot, but everywhere in the palace was snow white. Outside the palace, there was a crowd of people kneeling. Some were howling, some were sobbing, some were mumbling, and some were shaking their shoulders and wiping their tears. The atmosphere was heavy and sorrowful, but it was unknown how many people were truly sad. Amidst the rising and falling sounds of crying, from time to time, there would be low cries of, so and so official has fainted. Then, eunuchs would run over and help the person down to rest. Yushu felt that this was a very good move. If she really couldn't cry anymore, she could pretend to faint. It was better than actually fainting from the sun. Zhu Muzhao brought her into the palace and kowtowed a few times in front of the tall coffin. Then he went to the side hall to see the crown prince. Yushu secretly rejoiced that Zhu Muzhao wasn't a pretentious person. Otherwise, if he really wanted her to cry, she could only rub chili powder into her eyes. The crown prince had to keep watch over the coffin and learn how to handle court politics, so he had moved all the memorials for the past few months to the side hall. As the grand tutor, Yin Tianho would enter the palace every day to give him pointers on national politics. Although he was Ning Wang's maternal grandfather, he didn't hide anything from the crown prince. He taught him everything he could and never used his position as the Qing emperor's grand tutor to suppress the crown prince. Thus, at least on the surface, the crown prince treated Yin Tianho with great respect. You've come at the right time. I was just talking with the grand tutor about the Woka bandits. There are some areas that I don't understand and need your opinion. The crown prince was slightly closer to Zhu Muzhao and less respectful. It was probably because he wasn't far from becoming emperor. He exuded a confident aura that made Yushu unable to remember the quiet 9th prince of the past. The crown prince saw that Yushu was also present and didn't hurry to speak of proper matters. He smiled slightly at her and his gaze flashed across the scarf on her forehead. The crown princess has been grieving too much and has not been well these past few days. Since you have come, why don't you go to the Eastern Palace to keep her company and help me console her? He called over a chief eunuch and had him take her to the Eastern Palace. Before Emperor Zhao Qing's burial, The Hogong had not been dismissed. The crown prince still lived in the Eastern Palace. He was a progressive person and didn't lust after women. In the Eastern Palace, other than Xia Jiangmin, the crown princess, there was only the crown princes Liangdi, Rui Zizhu, and Mei Baolin. Rui Zizhu didn't have much to say, but this little Baolin had originally been one of Xia Jiangmin's maids. For some reason, she had entered the crown prince's eyes. After one night of favor, she had gained status. Her surname wasn't originally Mei, but the crown prince said that she had the fragrance of plums on her, so he gave her this name. Xia Jiangmin was very happy to see Yushu. She didn't bother to take a nap on the bed. She had a palace maid set up a tea table in the pavilion and pulled her to the little garden to cool off. Yushu looked at her expression and asked, "His Highness the Crown Prince was worried that you weren't feeling well and had me come to keep you company. Were you feeling unwell?" Xia Jiangmin's face flushed red. She shook her head and pulled her hand to place against her stomach. She bit her lip and looked shyly at her. Her expression didn't need to be said. Yushu's eyes widened. She didn't dare to believe that what was slightly bulging under her palm was a small life. "You're pregnant?" Xia Jiangmin pursed her lips and smiled. "The child is more than 3 months old. Counting the days, I only got pregnant after you and I went for a walk in the suburbs during the flower festival." Yushu was happy for her, but she was also a bit worried. She glanced at the nearby palace maids and reminded her in a low voice, "We are in troubled times right now. The crown prince's ascension to the throne is imminent. Many eyes are staring at the Eastern Palace. You must be careful and protect the child. Protect yourself. Don't let others plot against you." Xia Jiangmin deeply agreed. She waved her hand to let the palace maids leave. Only in private did she show a spoiled look to her. She held her arm and said, "I feel that this child ran into my stomach because of you. If you hadn't blocked the disaster for me, I don't know what would have happened to me. Ashu, when the child is safely born, I will secretly let him recognize you as his godmother, okay?" Yushu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her cold eyes swept over and a warm color appeared. She shook her head and said, "The crown prince is the future emperor. You have a prince in your stomach. Have you ever heard of a prince recognizing a godmother?" Xia Jiangmin snorted and no longer said childish words. Her eyes turned and landed on Yushu's forehead. She put away her smile and carefully said to her, "The crown prince told me that you injured your forehead and left a scar. Can I see it?" In fact, she wanted to ask her as soon as she saw her, but she was afraid of making her unhappy, so she held it in until now. Yushu hesitated for a moment. She raised her hand and took off the gauze to wipe her forehead, revealing the cinnabar-colored scar between her eyebrows. Xia Jiangmin was stunned. She subconsciously covered her mouth and didn't scream. She couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. How did it become like this? I have a top-grade jade face cream. It's very effective for removing scars. I'll have someone go get it." Yushu stopped her and said, "There's no need to trouble yourself, this scar won't go away. Tisuke, why do you have a bitter face?" "I'm not sad. Take a closer look. With this scar on my forehead, doesn't it make me look more dignified? If I wasn't afraid of scaring others, I wouldn't have covered it." Xia Jiangmin wanted to cry and laugh, but she couldn't say anything. She stared at the scar between her eyebrows a few more times and didn't think it was scary. To be honest, this scar wasn't ugly at all. Instead, it added a bright color to Yushu's delicate features. She knit her brows and thought about it. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she called a palace maid to take a box of rouge from her dresser drawer. She held it in her hand and said to Yushu, "I have an idea. Don't move." Yushu obediently didn't move. She saw her use a mink hairbrush to dip in the rouge on the jade plate and adjust the color on the back of her hand. She used one hand to hold her chin and the other hand to draw between her eyebrows. In a moment, it was done. Xia Jiangmin put down the brush and took a step back to look at her. Her eyes quickly became strange. She muttered, "Too beautiful." Then she handed the mirror to Yushu and said, "Look at it yourself." Yushu didn't understand what was going on. She raised the mirror and was stunned. She saw the face of the person in the mirror was white and there was a gorgeous flame between her eyebrows. Her eyes seemed to be dyed with fire. Looking at it would make people feel hot. The protrusion of the scar made the flame look more lively. It was as if it could drill out from between her eyebrows and burn everything. However, with a little embellishment and a change of shape, the originally scary scar could glow with such a beautiful appearance. Ashu, you don't need to wear a headscarf. Look at how beautiful you look. Even I want to draw one. Xia Jiangmin excitedly took the mirror in her hand. She dipped the brush in some rouge and drew a flame flower on her forehead. However, it was not as stunning as the one between Yushu's eyebrows. She could only resentfully give up and give the whole box of rouge to her. This is the rouge my mother taught me to make. It won't fade easily even if it's washed. You have to use wine to wipe it off. You can use it first. Later, I'll make a few more boxes and send them to you. Yushu came back to her senses and suddenly understood a lot. She couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from curling up. She put her arm around Xia Jiangmin's shoulder and hugged her tightly. Mingming, thank you. Chapter 793. On the day that the Shui family's property was confiscated, Yushu accompanied the left commander of the Yulin Royal Guards, In Yuanrong, to the Prime Minister's mansion. To the side of the main gate, Yushu sat on horseback, wearing a curtain hat to block out the sun. She watched as the soldiers carried out one large sealed box after another from the mansion, loaded them onto the mule cart, and sent them to the Ministry of Revenue for inventory. The servants and maids were all tied up, their hands tied to a rope. They wept as they lined up and walked out of the main gate. Last was the master of the family. Yushu had never seen Shui Rui's adoptive mother, so she stared in the direction of the main gate for fear of missing her. Then she saw a seemingly blind middle-aged woman being supported out by two maids with disheveled hair. She was pushed by the soldiers towards the prison cart. She hurriedly dismounted and walked forward. Before they could enter the prison cart, she stopped them. She waved her hand at the soldiers and said, "All of you, go to the side. I'll say a few words before I send them away." The soldiers knew who she was. They looked at each other in dismay, and then they all walked away. "Auntie Shui," Yushu called out in a low voice. She carefully examined Madame Shui's sickly face and could vaguely see similarities between her eyebrows and Shui Jinshuan's. In truth, the Shui family was not good at producing handsome men and beautiful women. Shui Jinshuan's appearance was ordinary, and he had not inherited the beauty of his parents. However, Shui, a dragon and phoenix among men, had inherited the good looks of Yunhua. Madame Shui could not see who was in front of her. She took half a step back in panic and grabbed her maid's arm tightly. "Auntie, don't be afraid. I am Brother Shui's friend." Yushu did not reveal her family name. This was because in the eyes of the Shui family, she was a shameless villain who had caused their entire family to wander from place to place. She shot a glance at the Yulin Royal Guard standing nearby and held Madame Shui's arm. Lowering her head, she whispered, "There is no need for Madame to worry about your trip to Mount Amay. I will send people to escort you along the way. When you arrive at the clean water nunnery, the old nun there will naturally treat you and your daughter well. For the time being, you can rest easy. After 1 or 2 years, when the storm has passed, I will think of a way to get you out." Shui Jinshuan was previously hidden by her. She had just personally sent him to the Ministry of Justice yesterday. She had arranged for everyone to not make things difficult for them along the way. As for the clean water nunnery on Mount Amay, she had also found a way to get them there. She would never let them suffer there. After Madame Shui heard this, her expression became perplexed. She hesitantly groped for Yushu's hand and grabbed it. In a small voice, she asked, "Miss, who are you?" The Shui family had fallen into such a situation today. Their relatives and friends had already hidden away for fear that they would be affected. How could there be anyone to help them in their time of need? If this girl was not deceiving her and was willing to lend a helping hand at a time like this, then she was assuredly one of Qing Beer's close friends. She had heard him mention her. Madame Shui first thought of a person, but she also felt that it was impossible, so she tried to guess. "Miss Lotus Room?" She did not receive an answer. That pair of warm hands tightly gripped her hand and then loosened. She only heard that soft and gentle voice turn cold and hard as it ordered the soldiers responsible for escorting them, take them to the prison carriage and send them to the Ministry of Justice. The soldiers smiled apologetically. "Milord, be at ease." Madame Shui blankly stretched her hand forward, but it was empty. Miss? Yu Shu retreated to the side and calmly watched as Madame Shui boarded the prison carriage. Only then did she stealthily lead her horse away. Not far away, the well-dressed Yunrong was leaning against an old tree outside the gate of the Shui estate with his arms crossed. Seeing this scene, he raised his eyebrows in interest and muttered to himself. The mouth of a green bamboo snake, the sting of a wasp's tail. Neither is poisonous, but the most poisonous is the heart of a woman. If Xue Qingbi knew that the woman he loved, for the sake of glory and wealth, personally sent his entire family to prison, how would he feel? In the blazing 7th month, Emperor Zhao Qing was buried in Longquan's Zhao Mausoleum. As the 14th emperor since the founding of the Great Han Dynasty, he had ruled leniently and benevolently during his 15 years on the throne. The officials of the court dared to criticize him directly. Although he had no great achievements or extravagant desires, he could only be considered mediocre. The crown prince returned to the capital from the Zhao Mausoleum. 3 days later, he was proclaimed emperor and the reign was changed to Chongzhen. The coronation ceremony was scheduled to take place 2 months later. Emperor Chongzhen dismissed the harem left behind by the previous emperor. All the concubines who had children were sent out of the palace to live out the rest of their lives. Those who had no children were sent to Longquan to guard the mausoleum. In the end, they could only die alone. The previous empress, Lady Rui, was promoted to Empress Dowager and moved from Shiwu Palace to Sinane Palace. Emperor Chongzhen's birth mother, Lady Shui, was given the title of Western Empress Dowager and moved from Zhongsui Palace to the quiet and secluded Ziwei Palace, just west of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. It was said that Empress Dowager Shui injured her body when giving birth to the 19th princess and needed to recuperate, so she chose such a remote corner to live in. One day, Yu Shu suddenly received a decree from the palace in the Celestial Commissioner's office. Empress Dowager Shui summoned her to the palace. This was the first time Yu Shu entered the harem after Emperor Chongzhen ascended the throne. Walking on the deserted palace path, her mood was already as calm as water. The eunuchs leading the way turned their heads to peek at her from time to time. When they accidentally met her cold eyes, they were so scared that they shrunk their heads and walked forward, not daring to look back, as if she was a man-eating monster. Yu Shu knew that she did not have a good reputation outside. Many people criticized her behind her back, saying that she was unscrupulous, that she relied on exposing the Shui family to gain recognition from the Great Tidian, and that she climbed up by stepping on other people's heads. They also used the fact that she and Shui Rei were sworn siblings to accuse her of being heartless. She knew very well who was secretly encouraging these rumors, but she did not care. Now that her reputation was bad or bad, it did not matter to her. With real power in her hands, she had long passed the stage where she needed a reputation to stand. No matter how many people spit on her, she would not drown. After a long walk, she arrived at the gates of the School of the Emperor Star. The person who welcomed her was the former palace maid of Empress Dowager Shui, Song Lan. "Official Yu, please come in." Song Lan's head was lowered. Her expression could not be seen, but Yu Shu could feel her coldness. Skipping the step of searching her body and sitting on incense, Yu Shu was quickly brought to Empress Dowager Shui. The School of the Emperor Star was spacious, but it was not as luxurious as Zhongsui Palace. In the empty room, Empress Dowager Shui, with light makeup, leaned on the long couch. She still looked lazy and noble, but now had the bleakness of a beauty past her prime. "Your subject greets Empress Dowager. May your majesty live a long life." Yu Shu had one hand on her abdomen and the other behind her back. She bowed reservedly, but did not make a formal greeting. She was a third-rank official in the court. Other than the emperor, she did not need to kowtow to the concubines in the harem, even if it was the Empress Dowager. "Rise." Empress Dowager Shui looked expressionlessly at her as she bowed and raised her head, revealing a snow-white face. In the next moment, her gaze was captured by the crimson flame between her brows. She was slightly dazed. She actually thought of that year at the hibiscus banquet at Dinghua Hall and her short-lived appearance. There was no lack of breathtaking women in this world. There were those who moved people because of their beautiful appearance. There were also those who moved people because of their unique temperament. The former often found it difficult to fight against time, but the latter did not fear the passing of time. May I ask why Empress Dowager has summoned me to the palace? Empress Dowager Shui gathered her thoughts and said with a cold expression, I just want to see with my own eyes the shameless person who framed my Shui family. I am afraid. Yu Shu apologized without changing her expression. She met her frosty gaze and looked at her haggard face. She said in a low voice, overthinking is the most harmful to the body. I hope that Empress Dowager will take care of your health for the sake of His Majesty and the little princess. She could read Empress Dowager Shui's mood. Seeing her son become the emperor, he burned the bridge after crossing the river and got rid of her maternal family. She, as the Empress Dowager, was useless. She had worked so hard to get to this stage, but she was not even as powerful as a favored concubine when the previous emperor was alive. She could not hate the son who had become the emperor, so she could only pin her anger and unwillingness on an outsider like her. Yu Shu had no intention of clearing her name, but Empress Dowager Shui would not let her go. She said sarcastically, Qingbi is really pitiful. I have long seen his deep affection for you. It is a pity that he was blind and mistook a snake for a beauty. He could not see your heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog. After the Shui family's incident, she had no chance to see Shui Lingnan, let alone understand the truth. So she stubbornly believed that the Shui family was slandered and that Shui Rei did not rely on the king of Dongjing at all. In her eyes, Shui Rei was still the flesh and blood of her brother Shui Zhao. He was her beloved nephew, Qingbi. Yu Shu would rather let her misunderstand and let her make sarcastic remarks. In the end, she asked someone to drive her out. She came and went at her beck and call, completely treating her as a tool to vent her anger. Yu Shu had suffered once, but she was not kind enough to suffer a second time. To prevent Empress Dowager Shui from calling her into the palace and scolding her for no reason, she mentioned one thing to her before she left. Empress Dowager lives in a secluded place and probably has not heard the news outside. 3 days ago, His Majesty was assassinated when he visited incognito. The assassin confessed that it was Prince Xiang who ordered it. Prince Xiang was arrested the day before yesterday. Unfortunately, I was one of the interrogators appointed by His Majesty. There was no need to say the rest. Empress Dowager Shui's short change in attitude had already told Yu Shu that she understood the hidden warning in her words. From now on, she would not treat her as a soft persimmon who could only swallow her anger. Empress Dowager, rest in peace. I will take my leave. When Yu Shu came, she was relaxed. When she left, she was even more carefree. Shui Lingnan and Prince Xiang were caught by the law one after another. She had Empress Dowager Shui's weakness in her hand. In the entire Anling city, there was no one who could threaten her life. She did not have to live in fear anymore. This feeling of being unscrupulous was really good. Yu Shu walked out of the palace with light footsteps and left the imperial palace to return to the Celestial Commissioner Bureau. It was in the middle of the afternoon. She waved her fan as she entered the courtyard of the Kunling Bureau. She saw a person walking out of the building in front of her. He greeted her with a stiff smile and walked up to her. Official Yu. It was the adjutant of the Astronomy Bureau, Cui Shui. Yu Shu stopped and the lowly official behind her who was holding an umbrella to shelter her from the sun also stopped. She raised her chin and looked at him. Official Cui, why did you come to my place? Did you save enough money to repay your debts? She once gambled at the Cui family's big exchange shop and won tens of thousands of taels in one game. Cui Shui's daughter, Cui Xian, wanted to renege on the debt, so she went to her father to ask for money. She took the opportunity to blackmail Cui Shui into doing a few things for her. Cui Shui said with an awkward expression, this official will definitely return that money. I came to find official Yu today because I have another request. Yu Shu glanced at him and guessed what he wanted. The corners of her mouth curled up and she said with a smile, If it's for the position of my female imperial official, don't mention it. I already have a candidate in mind and will recommend her to take the position in a few days. Cui Shui was greatly disappointed and was stunned for a moment. He wanted to thicken his skin and beg again, but Yushu walked around him and didn't give him a chance to plead. He was too embarrassed to chase after her again and could only walk away unhappily. When Yushu entered the building, Wen Shaoan came forward to take the fan in her hand and brought her a cup of cold plum tea. He looked outside and said to her, "Official Cui left?" "Oh." Yushu drank the cold tea and sighed comfortably. She turned back to look at Wen Shaoan and sighed. If you were a woman, the position of female imperial official would not be given to someone else. Wen Shaoan smiled. "Official Yu does not need to comfort me. I am already very satisfied with what I have today." He then asked her, "What did you say to Official Cui?" Yushu held her chin and lazily said, "What else can I say? He must want me to recommend his precious daughter. I don't have time for him." Cui Xen was indeed a talent, but she was bad because she had a grudge with Yushu. In the past, she often helped royal princess Shiwen to deal with her. Although things had changed with the passage of time and Yushu did not care about those people now, she could let bygones be bygones. However, she would not repay evil with good and be stupid enough to raise a tiger. Chapter 794. H2 Sid Qinglan had never dreamed that such a good thing would happen to her. She thought that the relationship between Yushu and her was not as close as that of Xen Lu. Besides, she was not a member of an aristocratic family. She had no right to be the imperial officer of the Kunling Bureau. Therefore, after hearing the good news that Yushu had been promoted to the right commander, she did not rush to flatter her. Instead, she deliberately avoided arousing suspicion. She did not take the initiative to see her in these months, in case Yushu also regarded her as a snob who fawned on the rich and powerful. This was Sidu Qinglan's last year in the Taisher Library. She would graduate in a few months. She would be 20 years old. Her uncle and aunt wanted her to get married. No matter how unwilling she was, she could not stay in the Fong family and not leave. But with her lonely life and her age, what kind of good family could she find? Right now, her grandfather could protect her, but after a few years, when the old man passed away, who would look at her in the eye? There would even be malicious people who would say behind her back that she was a jinx to her parents. She had thought that her life was just like that. Who knew that there would be a surprise waiting for her in front? When Xiao and found Sidu Qinglan in the Taisher Library, no one said anything. He took her to the Celestial Commissioner to see Yushu. Sidu Qinglan was excited all the way. Although when Xiao and did not explain to her, she guessed why Yushu wanted to see her. She did not dare to think too much, for fear that it would be a delusion. This was the first time she entered the Kunling Bureau. The clean courtyard and the numerous flowers were not as dignified as the other official offices. The tower shrouded in the shade made her yearn for it. It once again awakened her unwillingness to be mediocre. The officials in the hall looked at her curiously. But they were still busy with their own things. No one came forward to ask. When Xiao and led her to the second floor. There was a balcony on the west side of the flower hall. There were 4 carved doors on the east side. He went forward and knocked on the doors. "Sir, Lady Sidu has arrived." Hearing, "Come in," when Xiao and pushes open the 2 doors in the middle of the room. Sidu Qinglan walks in with her ears empty. She looks up and sees a big red sandalwood desk under the east window. Yushu is sitting on the chair with her back to the light. She can't see her face clearly. The Big Dipper Palace on her shoulders is shining brightly. She is so close to Sidu Qinglan, but no one can offend her. Sidu Qinglan couldn't help but feel uneasy. She didn't know if she should greet him or not. She saw Yushu put down the file, stood up and walked out. She waved at her and said in a brisk tone, "You're here. Sit here." When Xiao and leaves silently, Sidu Qinglan sits at the tea table with her hands and feet tied. Then she looks up and sees Yushu's face clearly. Her eyes are burned by the flame between her eyebrows. She looks down and doesn't dare to look at her. Yushu doesn't seem to notice her cautiousness. She says, "We haven't seen each other for a few months. How is Academician Fong?" Sidu Qinglan says, Grandpa is in good health. It's just that after the death of the late emperor, he was a little tired. In fact, Fang Zijing's health is not as good as before. If it weren't for a group of disappointing descendants, he would have resigned from his position and retired home like academician Exen. Yushu seemed to have learned how to read minds. She said, Academician Fang is getting on in years. He shouldn't be working too hard. Teaching is tiring. Why don't you persuade him to retire as soon as possible and go home to enjoy his retirement? Sidu Qinglan smiles bitterly. I've persuaded him, but he's stubborn. He won't listen to me. Yushu smiles faintly and says, I'm afraid it's not that he's stubborn, but that he can't let go. The aristocratic families of the 12 prefectures in the capital seem to be prosperous, but they have reached the point of no succession. The Xian family is better. Xenia is middle-aged and she works as the celestial commissioner. She can make plans for her family. As for the Fang family, it's not that there's no successor. They can't even get into the celestial commissioner. They can only stay in the Dai exchange house to protect the reputation of the aristocratic families. Sidu Qinglan's face darkens. She clenches her fingers on her knees. She can't pretend to be calm anymore because of the suffering in her heart. She stands up and stands in front of Yushu. She musters up her courage and says, I know you still have the position of the Imperial Officer of the Kunling Bureau. Can you give me a chance? Let me try? Yushu puts her arm on the table. Her slender fingers tap on the lid of the porcelain tea. Every tap seems to knock on people's hearts. She looks at Sidu Qinglan and asks her in a slow tone, Are you asking me as a friend or as Sidu Qinglan? Sidu Qinglan is stunned. Then she understands what Yushu means. She hesitates for a moment and then bows down. It's Sidu Qinglan today. No one else. She wants to rely on Yushu. She can't pretend to be a friend anymore. It seems to be a difficult choice, but it makes her recognize herself. Yushu firmly held her elbow and helped her up. She patted her shoulder and said, Tomorrow, I will recommend you to the chief advisor to be the female imperial official. Before it is done, don't mention it to anyone. Sidu Qinglan can't hold back her joy. She nods and agrees. She walks out of the door of the celestial commissioner. She turns down Wen Shaoan's offer and walks back to the Fang family under the scorching sun. As usual, she goes to the upper room to see her grandmother. Facing the sarcasm of her two aunts, she feels unprecedentedly peaceful. Because she knows that soon she won't have to live under someone else's roof. Yushu recommends Sidu Qinglan. The commissioner only asks about her background and character. Then she makes the decision. Next month is the enthronement ceremony. I will choose a suitable time to let you take over my position. Zhu Muzhao takes her to the pavilion of the chrysanthemum in Taishi Tower and tells her what to do next. Ren Qiming is still the junior supervisor. I want Madame Lu to be reinstated. With the two of them listening to you, even if there are people who don't agree, it won't affect the overall situation. It's all up to the Grand Secretary. It was not that Yushu did not have a plan in mind. The Directorate of Astronomy had 3 divisions and 2 bureaus. She had a handle on Xenia from the Records Bureau, Cui Xiui from the Astronomical Bureau was not a threat, and Bureau Kunling had long been subdued by her. When she makes the commissioner, Zhong Zhengxi will be in her pocket. Ren Qiming won't be able to ride over her. The only one left is Tai Chingxi. If Chao Zuoling is smart, he won't make things difficult for her. Zhu Muzhao looks with satisfaction at her steady temperament. He changes the topic and says to her earnestly, I'm not worried about other things. Your methods are not bad. It's not difficult to control the Celestial Commissioner. It's just that it's not early or late. What I'm afraid of is that you'll neglect your progress in the study of E because of your power and influence. You must know that the 3 words great advice are not only a supreme honor, but also a role model for millions of people in the world who learn. If you want to control the imperial astronomer and assist the emperor, you must have the ability to be the best. Yushu listened to his advice and couldn't help but frown in thought. Zhu Muzhao says, if you have the Book of Fairy Maiden, you won't have to worry. But you don't have that kind of ability. You need to learn from others and make up for your shortcomings. You do have a strange art of death, but it has many limits. You can't use it easily. It's not as good as my art of insight, which can be practiced to the extreme. I've been in office for more than 10 years. I've never slacked off. Not only the secret arts of the Zhu family, but I've also dabbled in the unique arts of other families. Don't look down on the families of the 12 prefectures. If they don't have something special, how can their ancestors help the divine ancestor to conquer the country? It's a pity that their descendants are mediocre and unambitious. They've wasted all kinds of rare arts and can't carry them forward. Yu Shu raised her head and looked at him with eyes like torches. Her eyes were filled with longing and expectation. Zhu Muzhao smiles and counts them one by one. The Lu family's wind and moon treasured mirror, the Feng family's thousand faces art, the Chui family's spirit speech art, the Ren family's 9-in geomancy art, the Qin family's formula of rain, the Kong family's 8 formation diagram, and finally, my Zhu family's art of insight. I can make an exception and teach you one of these 12 arts. You can choose one. As for how far you can learn it, it'll depend on your fate. Hearing this, Yu Shu's face flushed red. She lost her composure and asked, "Is what the Grand Secretary said true? Why would I lie to you?" Yu Shu gets up and says, "Let me think about it." Zhu Muzhao waves his hand and lets her be. Yu Shu walks to the lakeside alone. She looks down at the blue water under her feet, which reflects her young but lifeless face. The fire in her heart is instantly extinguished. After calming down, she walks back to the pavilion. "Have you made up your mind?" Zhu Muzhao asks. Imperial scripture, can I learn the Zhu family's art of insight? She can choose the arts from the 12 prefectures. It sounds very tempting, but with her talent, only by learning the art of insight could she have a chance to learn it under Zhu Muzhao's personal guidance. Similarly, without the help of the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 Rens, Zhu Muzhao could intimidate the imperial court with the help of the big hole technique. Why did she have to find another way and give up what was close at hand for what was far away? With the Zhu family's art of insight and her time of calamity law, there might be an unexpected surprise. Zhu Muzhao doesn't look surprised at all. He nods and says to her kindly, "From tomorrow onwards, come to Taishi Tavern at 5 o'clock. Yu Shu thanks him. 3 days later, Sidu Qinglan's appointment notice is sent from the Celestial Commissioner to the Taisher Library. Everyone is envious. Not to mention that the whole Feng family would cry and laugh when they heard the good news. Feng Zijing was very relieved. If it were not for the fact that the national mourning had not passed and they could not hold a big banquet, he would definitely celebrate for his granddaughter. Feng Zijing hears that Yu Shu is the matchmaker. When he gets home, he takes out 2 of his treasures and reluctantly gives them to Yu Shu. After thinking for a while, he writes a letter and sends it to Yu Shu to express his gratitude. He holds the letter sent by the Celestial Commissioner and reads it over and over again. He says to Sidu Qinglan in private, "When you work in the Kunling Bureau in the future, don't forget your duty. This is a great opportunity that others can't even beg for. You should cherish it. Don't be arrogant and make your boss annoyed." Sidu Qinglan says gently, "I understand grandfather's words. Although I am good friends with Lianfeng, when I come to the officialdom, we are just superiors and subordinates. I won't push my luck." Chapter 795. H2 Zhu Muzhao learned the Great Insight spell at the age of 15. After that, it took him another 5 years to reach the state where he could hear and see in all directions. By the time he was 35, the Great Insight spell had become his instinct. With a thought, he could see through the illusion in front of him. In terms of proficiency, even his father, the previous great teacher Zhu Chang, was not as good as him. There were only 2 kinds of people in the world who could lie in front of him. One was the people who wore the 7-star suns, such as the Emperor and Yunhua. The other was the mute who could not speak at all. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, and the practice is up to the individual. Zhu Muzhao spent 3 days teaching Yu Shu the 60-Nayan method, and another 3 days explaining the incantation to her. Finally, he spent 3 days teaching her the tricks to nourish her eyes and train her ears. In total, he forced the Great Insight spell into her brain like a force-feeding a duck. Yu Shu only thought that he was pulling the shoots to help them grow. She did not notice the hidden urgency in Zhu Muzhao's every move. Fortunately, the Great Insight spell was not like the 6-line mystical spell. It did not have strict requirements on the aptitude and comprehension of the practitioner. As long as she learned it, she could use it. She believed that she lacked talent, so she had to rely on hard work. Therefore, she had been studying very seriously these days. She had to memorize everything that Zhu Muzhao taught her that day, even if she had to stay up all night. The next day, when he tested her, she had to answer every question even if she couldn't answer fluently. Zhu Muzhao did not say it, but he was secretly surprised that she could barely keep up with his progress. Not to say that she understood everything immediately, but she could be said to be clever. Often, when he taught her something, she could draw inferences about other things the next day. It was really beyond his expectations. On the last day, he had nothing to teach her, so he took her to the top floor of Taishi Tower, a place she had never set foot in before. This was a secluded morning hall. There were a few plates of fresh fruits and pastries on the offering table. The surroundings were spotless. Yushu saw many tablets placed neatly on the table. She silently counted them. There were a total of 9 tablets. She saw that the leftmost tablet was blank, and the rightmost tablet was engraved with the words, "The 9th Celestial Commissioner Zhu Chang's Deity Tablet." She knew that these tablets were dedicated to the previous generations of Celestial Commissioners. Zhu Muzhao lit the candles on both sides of the sacrificial table, took out 3 sticks of incense and lit them. Then he signaled Yushu to take 2 steps back. He knelt down on the cattail hassock, raised the incense to his forehead and said in a deep voice, "The 10th Celestial Commissioner Zhu Muzhao apologizes to the ancestors. I have been in office for 15 years, but I have not been able to find the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren, nor have I been able to make the Tai Bone. I have failed in my duty. Even if I die, I will not be able to absolve myself of the blame. In the future, I will accept my punishment in the underworld." After that, he raised the incense and kowtowed 3 times. He then got up and put the incense into the incense burner. He took out 3 more sticks of incense and handed them to Yushu. He said solemnly, "I have taught you everything that should be taught. From today onwards, I appoint you as the 11th Celestial Commissioner. Now kneel down and make a vow in front of the ancestral tablets. You must carry forward the Celestial Commissioner and find the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren. Vow to live and die with the Celestial Commissioner. If you violate the vow in your next life, you must be a cow or a horse and suffer the pain of an animal." Yushu's eyebrows were burning, but she took the 3 sticks of incense without batting an eyelid. She lifted the hem of her robe and knelt in front of the ancestral tablets. She imitated what he did just now. She raised the incense above her forehead and said in a deep voice, "The 11th Celestial Commissioner Yushu, pays her respect to the ancestors. Today, I swear that as long as I am alive, I will find the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren and carry forward the Celestial Commissioner. I vow to live and die with the Celestial Commissioner. If I violate the vow, I will not be a human in my next life. I will be a cow or a horse and suffer the pain of an animal." Then she kowtowed and offered the incense. Zhu Muzhao's eyes were filled with gratification. He could tell that her words came from the bottom of her heart. "All right, you must make another vow to me. You must not teach the Zhu family's great insight technique to outsiders." Yushu obeyed his words and made another vow. Zhu Muzhao nodded and told her intentionally or unintentionally, "This morning hall was built about 200 years ago. It has always been effective. Rumor has it that a generation's great instructor leaked the secret of the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren without permission. After he left office, he died suddenly within 10 days. Yushu felt a cold breeze on the back of her neck. She turned her head and looked at the 2 rows of black ancestral tablets on the altar. She couldn't help but shiver. She thought, how is this effective? It's obviously evil. Ever since Yushu learned how to use the Great Insight technique, she found a new hobby. Every day when she returned to the mansion, she would find someone to practice her eyesight and hearing skills. She would ask all kinds of questions, often making people dizzy and tongue-tied. The maids of the North Xiang had all suffered from her torment, but she never stopped enjoying it. Zhu Muzhao divided the great insight technique into 5 stages. The first stage was to observe people's words and expressions. The second stage was to hear and see clearly. The third stage was to have a deep understanding of the situation. Only then could one distinguish between truth and falsehood. And when one reached the fourth stage, hearing and seeing in all directions, one would be able to judge the truth from a few words. The last stage was a leaf signals autumn. He had practiced the great insight technique to perfection. It took him a full 20 years to reach the stage where he could use it as he pleased. Yu Shu originally thought that with her perception, even if she learned all of Zhu Muzhao's teachings and practiced tirelessly, it would take her at least 3 to 5 years to have a deep understanding of the technique. She didn't expect that after 7 days of learning, she would feel the realm of hearing and seeing clearly. This kind of change was very obvious. Her eyesight seemed to have become 10 times clearer in one night. She could even clearly see the small characters written on a piece of paper that was 30 feet away. Her hearing was also better than before. At night, through the door, she could hear the servant girls whispering to each other in the corridor. She was pleasantly surprised, but if something was out of the ordinary, it would be strange. She was afraid that she had gone mad. The next day, she went to Tai Shilu and told Zhu Muzhao about her change. Zhu Muzhao obviously didn't expect her to break through to the second stage so quickly. After testing it on the spot, he confirmed that she had really reached the realm of hearing and seeing clearly. Seeing his strange expression, Yu Shu couldn't help thinking about the worst. Imperial Secretary, did I go wrong somewhere? Speaking of which, I've been having headaches lately. I'm a light sleeper and would wake up at the slightest movement. What was even stranger was that she didn't sleep well at night but didn't feel tired during the day. Zhu Muzhao frowned. His gaze fell on the scar between her eyebrows and he said, "The world is boundless and full of strange things. I've seen your situation in a book before. It's often said that people have 7 apertures and 8 apertures. The 7 apertures refer to the eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. These 8 apertures are also on the head, but most of them don't open. Some people become smart overnight and some people become extremely strong overnight. This is what people call opening the apertures. I'm guessing that these changes of yours might be related to your previous encounter." Yu Shu subconsciously touched the bump on her forehead and said in a daze, "According to you, I've actually gained a blessing in disguise?" Zhu Muzhao smiled and comforted her. "It seems to be a good thing right now. You don't need to think too much. If you're really worried, I'll have Qingjue come over to take a look for you." Yu Shu was really worried. What if this was a side effect of her head injury? She said to him embarrassedly, "Then I'll have to trouble senior martial brother Zhu to make another trip." She had learned the skills of the Zhu family after all, so it wasn't wrong to call Zhu Qingjue senior martial brother. In the evening, Zhu Qingjue heard the news and came to the Celestial Commissioner. He already knew that his father had secretly taught the great insight technique to Yu Shu, so he had no objection. Now that he heard about Yu Shu's symptoms and Zhu Muzhao's suspicions, he suddenly said in amazement, "I've only heard from the opera that someone fell down and knocked his head, and then became smart. I didn't expect to meet a living person." In front of Zhu Muzhao, Yu Shu couldn't argue with him, so she stretched out her hand to let him take her pulse. Zhu Qingjue carefully examined her body and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with her body. In the end, he couldn't find the reason for her headache and light sleep. In the end, he could only attribute it to her sudden enlightenment and overexertion of her brain. Yu Shu accepted this explanation with skepticism. When she returned home, she burned incense and used the 6 lines to make a divination for herself. After knowing that it was a blessing and not a curse, she finally accepted the fact that she suddenly became smart. On a whim, she extinguished the Tihu incense. When the fragrance in the room dissipated, she used the 6 lines to make a divination. Unexpectedly, she successfully calculated the result. She tried 3 times in one go, but there was no empty hexagram. It should be known that in order to teach her the art of 6 lines to make up for her missing 8 characters, Qingjing made her play Go chess for many days and nights, only to improve her poor aptitude a little. She barely reached the threshold of learning the 6 lines, and she still couldn't make a divination for herself. Later, Xenia gave her the imitation Tai Ching cauldron and the Tihu incense, so she could use the 6 lines to make a divination for herself. Now, she didn't need to use the Tihu incense and could use the 6 lines freely. Have I really been enlightened? Yu Shu couldn't help but walk around the room. She wished she could roar to the sky to vent the joy in her heart. Yun, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. She finally understood the true meaning of these 4 words today. Prince Xiang was locked up in the imperial court for half a month. He reached a private agreement with Zhu Muzhao. Zhu Muzhao arranged for his family of 3 to escape from the capital, and he would hand over the descendant of the previous generation's fate breaker and the child who was likely to have the fate bone to the celestial commissioner. Zhu Muzhao didn't mention this matter in front of Yu Shu, and she didn't ask about it. Until the day before the new emperor's coronation, Zhu Muzhao took her to an inconspicuous carriage and left quietly from the back door of the celestial commissioner's house. Imperial Secretary, where are we going? Yu Shu looked at the unfamiliar street outside through the screen window. Prince Xiang committed suicide last night to escape punishment. She was stunned for a moment. She turned around and met his calm eyes. She couldn't help but use the grand insight spell. Her pair of almond-shaped eyes instantly became empty. Is Prince Xiang really dead? Chapter 796. H2 Chening Wang was convicted and demoted to a commoner. In the 2 days that the Wang Fu was sealed, the women in the inner courtyard all cried. Silk, gold, and jewels could not be taken away. They were lightly packed and sent onto the carriages heading to Pei County. Most of the servants in the Fu were dismissed, dozens of death warriors were arrested, and the rest were nowhere to be found. Pei County was less than 100 li from the capital. Even though it wasn't a poor and remote place, a small county was like a birdcage for a group of people who were used to enjoying life. When Lu Hao was released from the imperial court, he was sent to the residence where he would be imprisoned for the rest of his life. What greeted him was not the concubines who were dead set on him, nor the groups of loyal servants. There was only the resentful and dark gaze of Ning Wangfei. Then, Lu Hao discovered to his shock and anger that his Ru Wei Foreign and his Shu eldest son had disappeared. He would never have dreamed that when he had been convicted by the Zhong Zhengxi, taking advantage of the chaos in Ning Wangfu, Ji Xingxuan and the child had been secretly taken out. Ji Xingxuan and Lu Hao were just using each other. There was no true affection between them. So when Lu Hao was in trouble, she left without any hesitation. Yet leaving Ning Wangfu was just changing to a different cage. She still didn't obtain freedom. She was placed in a remote residence in Anling. Other than the old woman who was responsible for cooking, there were 2 other female servants who knew martial arts who took turns guarding her day and night. They didn't allow her to take a step out of the door. It wasn't that she didn't think about escaping, but she was a criminal of the court who should have died a long time ago. With a child who wasn't even a year old, where could she escape to? Ji Xingxuan obediently stayed here. It wasn't just because she had nowhere else to go. She was willing to believe that her teacher, who taught her, would not abandon her, even if she had never seen his true face. In these 2 months, she had distanced herself from the world and didn't have to feign civility with Lu Hao. It was a peace that she hadn't had in years. Unknowingly, her hatred and discontent were about to be smoothed out. Until one day, a horse carriage stopped outside the gate. Ji Xingxuan had just coaxed the child to sleep when she heard movement outside. At first, she thought it was a porter delivering firewood, so she lay on the bed without moving. After a while, the maid who was guarding her suddenly pushed the door open and said to her, "Madam, please get up. Someone is here to pick you up." Ji Xingxuan stared blankly for a moment, then abruptly sat up on the bed. She scrambled to put on her shoes, thinking, "Shifu must be here." She quickly walked to the door and immediately saw a tall figure standing in the courtyard with his back facing her. Bathed in the sunset, he was dressed in a beautiful and extraordinary robe. Her heart instantly jumped to her throat and she called out with difficulty, "Master!" The man turned around and revealed his true face. She stopped in astonishment. You are. So her Shizhuan was the celestial commissioner. Ji Xingxuan's mind was in a whirl, but before she could regain her composure, she saw another person walking out from behind the commissioner. She was wearing a jade robe and had her hair tied up. It was a cold and arrogant woman. "It's actually you." Yu Shu saw Ji Xingxuan, who was a few steps away, and was surprised. She knew that Ji Xingxuan was not dead, but she didn't expect her to be the last life-saving talisman that Prince Xiang left for her. After a year and a half, Ji Xingxuan almost couldn't recognize this old enemy of hers, Yu Shu. Yu Shu had really changed too much. The last time she saw Yu Shu was at the celebration banquet at the Xiancheng Garden after the Shuangyang meeting. At that time, Yu Shu was just a female fortune-teller who had just made a name for herself in the Diyan examination, and she had already ruined her family. Ji Xingxuan felt that fate was laughable more than once. Since young, her elders had always said that she was born with a vision and that her purple gold fate was suitable for the princes and grandsons. She was destined to be a phoenix that soared to the sky. But in the end, she ended up with a ruined reputation, and death was not to be regretted. On the contrary, Yu Shu, who used to be a pile of mud in her eyes, soared day by day. When she was still in the inner courtyard of the prince's residence, she had heard many of her deeds. The title bestowed by the late emperor, the position of imperial officer of the Kunling Bureau, the title of aristocratic family, all of these incidents made her feel heart-wrenching pain in the dead of the night. In the end, she actually began to regret it. The corners of Ji Xingxuan's eyes quickly reddened. She looked back and forth between Zhu Muzhao and Yu Shu. With a glimmer of hope, she asked Zhu Muzhao, "Master, are you my master?" Zhu Muzhao replied indifferently, "Your master is no longer in this world. Pack up and come with me." He knew Ji Xingxuan's background better than Yu Shu. To him, her only value was that she had secretly left behind the late emperor's bloodline. In his eyes, she was equivalent to a dead person. There was no need to explain so much to her. "Impossible!" Ji Xingxuan cried out, "How could my master die? You must be lying to me. I will not go with you." As she spoke, she turned and ran into the room to hug the child. However, the maid guarding her grabbed her from behind and forced her to kneel on the ground. Following that, another maid carried out the sleeping baby and presented it to Zhu Muzhao. They were the Prince of Xiang's death warriors. Since Zhu Muzhao had the Prince of Xiang's official seal and came here, they would listen to his instructions. Zhu Muzhao only lifted a corner of the swaddling cloth and glanced at the child. He then asked the maid to pass it to Yu Shu. "You carry him." Yu Shu hesitated for a moment and stretched out both hands to receive the swaddling cloth. She then heard Ji Xingxuan suddenly shouting in a frenzy, "Don't touch my son. You're not allowed to touch him. Let go of me, let go of me." Yu Shu frowned and firmly held the child in the crook of her arm. She raised her head and looked at her coldly. "If you want to wake the child, shout louder." The shouting stopped abruptly. Ji Xingxuan trembled all over and asked in a trembling voice, "What do you want? Why do you want to snatch my child?" Yu Shu instantly felt that she had become the villain. Her lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. She lowered her head and looked at the sweet sleeping face of the child. She did not answer her question. Ji Xingxuan had always been secretly helping the Prince of Xiang. She did not believe that she did not know anything. This child was clearly not Lu Hao's, but she was able to make Lu Hao wear this green hat. It could be seen that she had sold some unspeakable secrets to Lu Hao in exchange for a place to live. But she also had some doubts. For example, how did the Prince of Xiang convince a beautiful young girl like Ji Xingxuan to climb into Emperor Zhao Qing's bed? And how did she manage to hide it from everyone without being seen through? "Take her away." Zhu Muzhao gave the order, and the black-robed guards at the door ran in. They gagged Ji Xingxuan and tied her hands behind her back. She did not have the strength to struggle and could only watch in despair as Yu Shu carried her child and disappeared in front of her. Afterwards, Zhu Muzhao and Yu Shu sat on the horse carriage and returned to the Celestial Commissioner. On the way, Yu Shu raised her doubts and Zhu Muzhao told her everything in detail. The Prince of Xiang was actually a hidden De master. He was intelligent and eager to learn. When he was not able to become the crown prince, he was depressed and put all his energy into studying the Yi. Later on, he discovered the secret of the Book of Mystery Maiden's 6 wrens and set his mind on seizing the throne. He also found the descendants of the previous generation of the Ming Breaker. 100 years ago, the female General Gongsun Jing's younger brother luckily escaped the calamity of his family being exterminated. He wandered to the south and changed his name. That was how the Yangji family came to be. Not long after Ji Xingxuan entered the capital, the Prince of Xiang set his eyes on her. Through a day shop under his name, he met her secretly and took her as his disciple. The goals of the Prince of Xiang and Xue Lingnan were very different. Xue Lingnan hated the Celestial Commissioner for killing his beloved son and wanted to destroy the power of the Celestial Commissioner. The Prince of Xiang wanted to take the Book of Mystery Maiden's 6 wrens for himself. So on one hand, he confused Xue Lingnan about the true use of the Great in Calamity and the Ming Breaker. On the other hand, he made Ji Xingxuan listen to him and tried to make her pregnant with Emperor Zhao Qing's flesh and blood. The incident happened on the 9th of the 2nd month of the previous year, the day of Lu Hao's birthday. The Prince of Xiang coaxed Emperor Zhao Qing into making a private visit, and the two of them came to Ning Wangfu. There were spies in Ning Wangfu that came from the House of Offerings. They worked together and no one knew that Ji Xingxuan was tainted with Emperor Zhao Qing's rain and dew. After the incident, Emperor Zhao Qing only thought it was a dream. Ji Xingxuan was pregnant. The Prince of Xiang originally wanted to send her to a safe place to hide. Who knew that he was one step too late and you ruined it? You discovered that she was related to the murder case in Taisher Shu Garden. Zhu Muzhao said. Ji Xingxuan was quick-witted and didn't reveal the mastermind behind it. Instead, she grabbed onto Lu Hao, this life-saving straw, and escaped with her life. To prevent his identity from being exposed, the Prince of Xiang broke off contact with her and pushed the boat with the current to have her stay in Ning Wangfu to hide. It wasn't until Lu Hao was convicted and Ning Wangfu was in chaos that the Prince of Xiang sent someone to take her mother and son away. Yu Shu frowned and said, Ji Xingxuan is not stupid. She should have long discovered that her so-called Shifu is using her. Why is she still so loyal? Could it be that she became stupid after giving birth? Zhu Muzhao smiled faintly. That is because you have not seen the methods that the Prince of Xiang uses to buy people's hearts. As long as he is willing, there will be people fighting to die for him at any time. I have told you about the unique skills of the aristocratic families of the 12 prefectures. Did you know that the Prince of Xiang had already learned the Cui family's spirit speech technique 10 years ago and can see through people's hearts? In terms of power, it is not inferior to my great insight technique. Yu Shu was dumbstruck. She had seen the Cui family's spirit speech technique at the Gentleman Hibiscus banquet. At that time, Cui Xen had used it and was able to guess the answer to a riddle written on a piece of paper. It could be said to be a mind-reading technique. It was no wonder that the Prince of Xiang was able to find out the secret of the Fairy Woman Lu Ren book. So the key was here. Now you should be able to clearly understand the power of the unique skills. The Prince of Xiang uses the spirit speech technique to control people's hearts. I can use the great insight technique to see through all lies and firmly control the Celestial Commissioner. Yunhua is also relying on his unfathomable skills to appear and disappear unpredictably and play with the imperial court in the palm of his hand. It can be seen that if one wants to be above others and be above the common people, one must learn diligently and it cannot be separated from the word easy. Chapter 797. H2 Ji Xingxuan was sent directly to the Imperial Guard's dungeon, and the child was carried back by Yu Shu. Zhu Muzhao told her that the only way to identify the Great Bone of Destiny was to use the yellow spring in the secret cave of the Imperial Mausoleum in the eastern suburbs. On the 9th day of the 5th month, the altar would be opened to worship the ancestors, and the entire skeleton would be soaked in the yellow spring. If it was a real bone, the bones would turn golden. If it was a fake bone, there would be no difference. Hearing this, Yu Shu looked down at the swaddle in her arms. The little guy had just woken up and was looking at her curiously with a pair of crystal-like eyes. His chubby cheeks were puffing up and down, and he was stupidly blowing bubbles. He was not afraid of strangers at all. Then when should I take the bone? She asked. Anytime. Zhu Muzhao's eyes were slightly cold as he looked at the child. A long delay may cause trouble. It's best to take the bone as soon as possible. Wait until the ancestral worship ceremony next year, and then you can do the identification. If it's useful, you won't have to worry about nurturing the great bone of destiny. Yu Shu was silent for a moment, and then she raised her head and said, Since it can only be verified next May, why don't I take the bone then? This child is innocent, so let him live for a few more months. How could Zhu Muzhao not see that she was soft-hearted? He shook his head and said, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it then. Yu Shu sneered, Why won't I be able to do it? I don't have the heart of a Buddha. Let's not talk about the fact that Ji Xingxuan and I are mortal enemies. If I don't kill this child, will I skin my own child and tear his bones apart in the future? Zhu Muzhao stared into her eyes and confirmed that she was not bluffing. Yu Shu did not avoid his gaze, and her face darkened slightly. It's fine if the Grand Secretary doesn't believe me. You can do whatever you want with this child. As she spoke, she walked over to the reclining chair at the side and casually put down the swaddling clothes. The little guy whimpered twice and stretched out his two little hands towards her. When he saw that she was ignoring him, he began to cry loudly. However, she didn't even look at him as she bowed to Zhu Muzhao and excused herself. Wait, Zhu Muzhao called out to Yu Shu, who was walking to the door. He held his forehead and said, It's not that I don't believe you, but I'm just being cautious. Forget it, you have an ill-fated relationship with this child. Since you are willing to plead for him, let him live for a few more days. He didn't want Yu Shu to think that she was just a puppet in his hands and provoke her rebellious heart. Moreover, what he needed was not a meek successor. The stronger she was, the more assured he was. Yu Shu stood still and touched the inconspicuous ring on her left index finger. She turned around and her face relaxed a little. She walked back and picked up the child again, ignoring his crying and hiccups, and said in a gentle tone, Celestial Commissioner, I don't think there is a place to keep children, so I took him with me. Zhu Muzhao did not stop her this time and waved his hand to let her go. Listening to the sound of the child's crying fading away, he closed his eyes tiredly. As the day of the coronation approached, he was very aware of his own weakness. This weakness was not because of physical aging, but because of mental exhaustion. He could foresee that his days were numbered. Since the creation of the Book of Mystic Fairy Six Rens, there were very few people who lived a long life. Usually, after a new emperor ascended the throne, they would pass away in less than a year. Some of them died suddenly, some of them had a relapse of an old disease, and some of them died unknowingly in their sleep. This was a riddle that could not be solved. Zhu Muzhao had always regarded it as a curse from Empress Ningxin, cursing those who violated her last words, gave birth to the Tai Bone of Fairy Maiden without authorization, and abused the Book of Fairy Maiden. In the morning hall on the top floor of Taishi Tower, there was only one memorial tablet that had no words engraved on it. That was actually Empress Ningxin's memorial tablet. They respected the woman who single-handedly established the Celestial Commissioner, and that blank memorial tablet represented their awe. Yu Shu returned home with the child. As soon as she entered the door, she had someone go to Zhao Hui's place to borrow a wet nurse. Di Xiaochuan was more than a year old and could eat some rice paste. In addition, Zhao Hui was more willing to feed him herself, so the wet nurse was most likely a decoration. It just happened to save Yu Shu the trouble. When the maidservants of the North Chamber saw Yu Shu come back with a white and chubby baby, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Perhaps the child was hungry, his small hands tightly grabbing onto Yu Shu's collar, and he continuously arched towards her chest, whining pitifully. Xenra and Lin looked at Yu Shu with a frown as she stared at the baby, afraid that if she became impatient, she would throw the child out. Miss, let this servant carry him. You should first go in and wipe your sweat and change your clothes. Yun Do really couldn't stand it anymore and reached out her hand. Yu Shu hesitated for a moment, and was about to hand the child over to Yun Do, who knew that the little fellow seemed to have recognized her, and with a forceful kick of his legs, he actually stood up from her embrace. His two lotus-like little arms tightly wrapped around her neck, and his mouth muttered, "Piu ma piu ma." not willing to come down. A wave of milk fragrance entered her nose. She blinked her eyes and laughed out loud. With this laugh, the frost on her face seemed to melt, and even the flame between her eyebrows softened a bit. This kind of innocent child who didn't know good from evil, how could she bear to strangle him? She had a sentence that deceived the big point. She indeed didn't have the heart of a bodhisattva, but she never did anything that went against her conscience. Forget it, I'll carry him. Yu Shu supported his little butt and waited. Thus, when Zhao Hui heard the news, she brought He Xiaochuan's wet nurse over. As soon as she entered the door, she saw a fat baby sitting on Yu Shu's lap. She held a small spoon in her hand and was feeding him water. "Io, whose family's little darling is this? Let me take a look." Zhao Hui moved closer and stretched out her finger to gently rub the child's little face. Seeing that he was starving, she immediately had the wet nurse come forward to take him. Probably because the wet nurse had a milky smell, the little fellow didn't cling to Yu Shu this time. He turned his head and threw himself into the wet nurse's embrace. I picked him up. Yu Shu put down the small spoon and wiped the saliva on her collar in disgust. She said, "Nonsense. On the way back, I saw a big basket on the street. I heard the child crying fiercely, so I picked him up and brought him home." How could Zhao Hui believe her nonsense? She glared at her and turned to look at the child in the wet nurse's arms. He was about 8 or 9 months old and had a handle. He was white, tender, and very cute. However, seeing that he was wrapped in a thin and soft quilt, and the small clothes he wore were meticulously stitched, she knew that he couldn't be an abandoned baby. But if he wasn't an abandoned baby, who would trust others to take care of their child at such a young age? Zhao Hui stared at Yu Shu suspiciously. "Tell me the truth, where did this child come from?" Yu Shu stood up and stamped her numb legs. She sighed and told her, "The child's father died and his mother ran away. No one wanted him, so I brought him back. God has mercy." Zhao Hui suddenly overflowed with motherly love. She no longer doubted her words. While helping the wet nurse pat the child's back, she asked Yu Shu, "What's his name?" Yu Shu tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Yanggua." "The child's father's surname is Yang?" Zhao Hui looked at her doubtfully. Zhao Hui laughed and scolded her, "Then why did you randomly give him a name? Is this a joke?" Yu Shu snorted softly. She got up and went into the room to change her clothes. She stubbornly said, "Anyway, I saved his little life. I can call him whatever I want. I don't want to call him Yanggua. Let's call him Yugua." The maidservants in the same room as Zhao Hui stared at each other. Xiao Yugua lay on the wet nurse's chest and burped. She didn't know that she would have to change her name from now on. In the evening, He Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu came back from the clinic. As soon as they entered the door, they heard that Yu Shu had adopted a baby who was not even 1 year old. Yu Xiaoxiu excitedly ran to the north to watch the fun, leaving Zhao Hui to sigh at He Fangji. She is an unmarried girl. How can she raise a child? If she wants to raise a child, then so be it. Why does she have to take her surname and raise him as a son? Is she not going to marry in the future? He Fangji was more open-minded than her. Let her be happy. If she can't marry, then she won't marry. Don't talk about it in her ears all day. It's not like you don't know how much she has suffered. There are some things that you don't like to hear. Now that she has such a high official position, ordinary men are not worthy of her. If you look further up, it will be the families of princes and marquises. But such a family, how can they tolerate her? Zhao Hui's heart ached for Yu Shu no less than his. After he said a few words, her heart softened. Compared to marrying or not, Yu Shu's life was more important. But she can't live alone for the rest of her life, right? In the future, Xiaoxiu will also have to marry and have children. When the two of us are old, she won't even have someone to accompany her. How can that be? Don't be anxious. Let's wait and see. Maybe it's not fate yet. Just like the two of us, didn't we only meet after half a lifetime of delay? He Fangji held Zhao Hui's hand and wrapped it around her shoulder. If fate comes, it won't be too late no matter how late it is. The husband and wife sat and worried, but Yu Xiaoxiu was smiling foolishly on the other side. There was no other reason. Yushu told him that she wanted to take Xiao Yu as her adopted son, so Yu Xiaoxiu was promoted to uncle in advance. He was different from their sworn brother, He Xiaochuan. They were a generation apart. Sister, can I really be his uncle? Yu Xiaoxiu knelt on the Luohan couch and stretched out his hands to protect Xiao Yu, who was crawling around. His eyes were bright. Yu Shu grabbed Xiao Yu with her long hands and let him sit on her lap. She pointed at Yu Xiaoxiu and said, "Call him uncle." It was unknown if Xiao Yu understood or not, but he grinned foolishly at Yu Xiaoxiu, revealing a few snow-white baby teeth. He said incoherently, "G, G, G." Yu Xiaoxiu immediately smiled. He reached out to hug Xiao Yu and lifted him up. "I'm an uncle, huh? G, G, G." Xiao Yu waved his small fists in cooperation. A few servant girls in the room covered their mouths and snickered. Yu Shu couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. Just like that, a lively night passed. When it was time to sleep, Yu Xiaoxiu reluctantly left. Not long after Yu Xiaoxiu left, Xiao Yu yawned and fell asleep on Yu Shu's lap. Only then did she call the wet nurse to carry him to sleep. There were still 2 empty rooms in the north wing. Before dinner, Yu Shu had people clean them up and use them as a nursery. She also asked He Xiaochuan's wet nurse, Mama Song, to come over and temporarily let her take care of the child for 2 days. When Yu Shu found a suitable wet nurse, she would let her go back. Chapter 798. H2 On the 8th day of the 9th month, the coronation ceremony was held as scheduled. Emperor Chongzhen, Lu Tan, announced the celebration. On the same day, the Golden Phoenix issued an edict conferring Lady Xiajiang as the Empress of the 6 Palaces. 3 days later, Emperor Chongzhen amended the 32 laws, abolished the left and right prime ministers, restored the 6 ministers, and demoted them from the 1st rank to the 3rd rank. Because the former right prime minister Xue Lingnan was convicted, the right prime minister Yin Tianho retired and was conferred the title of Marquis. The prime minister was originally empty, but now he was abolished. However, from then on, only the celestial commissioner was promoted to the 1st rank. In the face of this situation, an unscrupulous censor suggested that since the celestial commissioner was demoted, not only the 6 ministers, but also the celestial commissioner. As soon as these words were spoken, the imperial court immediately turned into a vegetable market. A few officials from the imperial astronomer and a group of civil officials quarreled fiercely, while a few generals with military power watched from the sidelines. Zhu Muzhao, who had just left his post, did not say a word. Emperor Chongzhen, who had just sat on the dragon throne and had not even warmed his buttocks, sneered repeatedly. Soon, everyone realized that the emperor was unhappy. After arguing for a while, there was no sound. Emperor Chongzhen reprimanded with a stern face, "If you have the energy to talk nonsense, you have forgotten about the important affairs of the country. Jiang Huaying of the northeast has his own army and did not go abroad to mourn. He did not start a war and temporarily put this matter on hold. Now, give me a plan. How are we going to punish the rebels?" The officials looked at each other. Prince Dongjing had hundreds of thousands of troops and horses. He had been entrenched in Liaodong for a long time. It would take more than a day to send troops to suppress him. Moreover, the Northeast Army was brave and good at fighting. No one had the confidence to win. If they volunteered and suffered a defeat, who could bear the responsibility? The group of people who were eloquent just now became mute. Emperor Chongzhen's face darkened. No emperor would want his officials to be a bunch of useless people. At this time, the left commander of the Yulin Royal Guards, Yin Yuanrong, stepped out and kneeled. He said loudly, "I am willing to lead the troops to the northeast to suppress the rebels." Yin Tianho had retired from the imperial court, but he had left behind the grandson he was most proud of. Although Yin Yuanrong didn't have great talent or great strategy, he was a natural general who only lacked a few opportunities to gain experience. Emperor Chongzhen nodded slightly, looking at Yin Yuanrong with admiration in his eyes. He raised his hand, indicating for him to stand up, but he did not approve his request. Following that, the aged Duke Jing, Xuanwu Great General Feng Shao, the newly appointed Minister of War, and others all stepped forward to request for battle. Emperor Chongzhen did not comment. His cold eyes swept across the hall. His gaze fell on a group of people on the right. He asked in a low voice, "What does the Celestial Commissioner think?" Zhu Muzhao stood there without moving. A few steps behind him, Yu Shu, who was dressed in white, stepped forward. She lifted her robe and knelt beside the old officials. She lowered her eyebrows and said, "This official thinks that we can wait at ease for the exhausted." Emperor Chongzhen sat on his side and looked at her with interest. "What do you mean by waiting at ease for the exhausted?" Yu Shu said, "Reporting to your majesty, in addition to the death sentence technique, this official has a small success in the 6 trigrams technique. I can predict natural and man-made disasters and predict the rise and fall of a country. Last night, this official predicted that the Tartars in the north are ready to make trouble and will soon invade Liaodong. The Northeast Army will definitely not remain indifferent. When the two sides fight to the point where both sides are injured, your majesty will send troops to recruit them. If Jiang Huaying is tactful, then allow him to return to the capital to enjoy glory and wealth. If he stubbornly resists, then lead the troops to the north and take his life while he is sick. This is to wait at ease for the exhausted." Emperor Chongzhen's eyes lit up. The generals had a thoughtful look on their faces. Before they could say anything, someone jumped out to oppose. It was the civil officials who had argued about the change of the Celestial Commissioner's official rank. "This official doesn't think it's appropriate. Let's not talk about how certain official use divination is. Even if there is really a war in the north, and the Northeast Army and the Tartars fight to the point where both sides are injured, Jiang Huaying is still a meritorious service. Not to mention that the imperial court did not help, they also took advantage of the situation to send troops to suppress him. Wouldn't that attract criticism from the people of the world? Exactly, if you want to go on an expedition, you should do it early. Sending troops openly is the right way. Your Majesty has just ascended the throne, so you must not underestimate the people's hearts." In the face of a group of civil officials who spoke without thinking, Yu Shu only sneered and unceremoniously refuted them. "Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying, is an official of our Graden. It is his duty to guard the border. No matter how great his merit is, it cannot cover up his crime of rebelling. Letting him use his merit to make up for his mistake is already benevolent. How can you say that you are taking advantage of him? Do you think the people of the world are as pedantic as you and can't distinguish right from wrong?" A few civil officials blushed at her sarcasm. They had just opened their mouths to refute when they heard Emperor Chongzhen unhappily interrupt them. "All right, all of you shut up. We will discuss the matter of suppressing the rebellion another day. I will give you 3 days to use your brains to think." With that, he retreated from the court. After the court was adjourned, a few old officials gathered together to discuss the meeting to be held at the government office. Someone invited Zhu Muzhao to go with them, and they saw the eunuch running over. "The great advisor, please wait a moment. Official Yu, please wait a moment. His Majesty has invited the two of you to the study of Peaceful Peace Palace to talk." These 2 sentences were not spoken loudly, but the officials who were standing nearby and had not left in time all heard it. They exchanged glances and pondered over Emperor Chongzhen's thoughts. They watched with envy and jealousy as Zhu Muzhao and Yu Shu left with the eunuch. Yu Shu stayed in Peaceful Peace Palace for the whole afternoon. Lunch was an imperial meal given by the emperor. After the meal, Zhu Muzhao took his leave first, leaving her alone to accompany the emperor. Emperor Chongzhen was very interested in her strategy of waiting at ease for the exhausted, but he was worried that her divination would be wrong. If the court decided to ignore the Prince of Dongjing and the Tatars in the north did not make a move, it would become the biggest joke in the world. Yu Shu did not dare to guarantee that the Northeast Army would fight with the Tatars first. However, she suggested to Emperor Chongzhen that it would be better to postpone the war for 2 months and observe for a while. If the Tatars did not attack, it would not be too late to send troops. If another person was the emperor, they might not listen to the words of a woman like Yu Shu. However, Emperor Chongzhen was different. When he was still insignificant, He used Yu Shu to open up the situation at the Double Sun meeting. He had a special appreciation for her. Let me think about it carefully. Emperor Chongjin was not in a hurry to make a decision. He changed the topic and asked the person beside Yu Shu, I have already ascended to the throne. Recently, there have been many memorials mentioning the Great Advisor's term. What do you think? For more than 200 years, there had not been a situation where the Great Advisor was re-elected, but this did not matter if Zhu Muzhao suddenly had this idea. Moreover, he had just abolished the position of 2 prime ministers. In the court, there was a phenomenon of the Great Advisor dominating the court. Would Zhu Muzhao be willing to let go of the power that was at its zenith? Compared to Zhu Muzhao, who was difficult to control, of course he would be more willing to use Yu Shu, who was easier to subdue. Hearing this, Yu Shu knew that Emperor Chongjin was suspicious of Zhu Muzhao. She did not hesitate and said, A new emperor brings a new court of ministers. This is the rule of our ancestors. The Great Advisor is well versed in this. A few days ago, he also mentioned the succession to me. What she meant was, Don't worry, Lao Zhu will not refuse to leave. Emperor Chongjin smiled slightly and looked much more relaxed. He seemed to be very satisfied with Yu Shu's quick understanding. He changed the topic and chatted with her about the selection of the harem. After the death of the late emperor, I dismissed the harem. In theory, there should be a batch of new people. In the past, the selection was done in September. I just ascended to the throne and thought it was too hasty. In addition, the empress is pregnant. I do not want her to work hard for the selection. Xu Fei is not good, so I want to skip this year's selection and postpone it until next spring. Before he ascended to the throne, he did not have many women. Xia Jiangmin, his first wife, was naturally the empress. Rui Zizhu was given the title of Xu Fei because of the Rui family's contribution to the throne. There was also Mei Jiu. The others were not worth mentioning. As a close friend of the empress, Yu Shu of course agreed to skip this year's selection. But she knew that the officials in court would not agree. The selection involved everyone's interests. If the emperor insisted on skipping the selection, there would be people taking the opportunity to attack the unstable empress, Xia Jiangmin. She thought for a moment and asked, Has His Majesty discussed this with the empress? This matter depended on what Xia Jiangmin thought. If she also agreed to skip the selection, then there was nothing else to say. The empress does not agree to skip the selection. Emperor Chongjin shook his head helplessly. She said that the selection can be handed over to Xu Fei and Kunling Bureau, but the Hogong cannot be empty. The hearts of the people in court are not stable. Yu Shu sighed. Xia Jiangmin is no longer that naive and ignorant little girl. The position of the empress and the child in her stomach forced her to grow up overnight. The empress is right. This subject thinks that there is no harm in following the wishes of the empress and asking Xu Fei to temporarily preside over the selection. Kunling Bureau will assist from the side. That way, there will not be any delays and the hearts of the people can be comforted. Emperor Chongjin hesitated again and again before nodding in agreement. He immediately called for a Taijian to draft an edict. One was sent to the Hogong, one to the Ministry of Rights, and the other was given directly to Yu Shu. As the sun set, Yu Shu came out of the palace. Sitting in the soft sedan, she was so tired that she did not want to move. To be trusted by the emperor was both a good thing and a bad thing. The next day, officials from the Ministry of Rights came to the Kunling Bureau to discuss the selection. Even though the Ministry of Rights had a minister and did not need to follow the Celestial Commissioner for everything, they could not immediately act alone. Habitually, they still went to the Celestial Commissioner. The person from the Ministry of Rights was none other than Yu Shu's old acquaintance. He was the ceremonial officer responsible for guiding the people who held the vessel at the ancestral worship ceremony, Wang Darren. Now it was time to call him Assistant Minister Wang. This was because the original left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights had been promoted to minister. Wang Darren had also been promoted and became rich. It was easier to work with people he was familiar with. Wang Darren did not change his position and did not compete with the Kunling Bureau. He peacefully drafted the rules for the Hogong selection on the same day and sent it to the palace. He first had Empress Xia Jiang look over it and then passed it to Rui Shufei. Then he sent out official letters to all prefectures and counties to search for women of suitable age to enter the capital. Yu Shu did not think it was a big deal. The emperor did not want her to do it herself, so she asked Sidu Qinglan to keep an eye on it. Who knew that in less than 2 days, someone from the palace sent a message. Rui Shufei summoned her to the palace for questioning, saying it was about the selection. When Yu Shu heard such a casual summon, she felt it was funny. Now even Empress Dowager Shui did not dare to order her around. Rui Zizhu, an unfavored concubine, actually dared to order her around with a feather. Chapter 799. H2. After Emperor Chongzhen ascended to the throne, the 2 Empress Dowagers moved out of their original palaces. Shiwu Palace was renamed Feng Zhao Palace and Xiajiang Empress moved in. Rui Shufei moved into Yongla Palace. It was probably because there were too many empty palaces in the inner palace that even Mei Jiu was given her own Huazhang Palace. As the chief official of the Kunling Bureau, Yu Shu knew the concubines of the inner palace very well. This month, the Book of Great Earth was being revised. No matter how few women there were in Emperor Chongzhen's inner palace, they had to follow the rules of their ancestors and were not allowed to ask for favor. So, unless Rui Shufei wanted to die, no one would be stupid enough to offend her. Sitting in the side hall of Yongla Palace, Yu Shu examined the exquisite decorations around her. It was interesting to say that the 2 Shufei that had lived here had not been favored but had the support of their paternal families. The emperor had given them face and would not be too cold. Grand Tutor Yin was one of the best at court. When Ning Wang was in power, he did not jump up and down. When the old emperor was seriously ill, he did not help his grandson take the throne. Instead, he worked diligently as the crown prince's grand tutor. Until the end, the new emperor remembered his kindness and did not put him in the same category as Ning Wang. He not only made him the Marquis of Rong-En, but also kept Yin Yuanrong. Even Yin Shufei was safely sent back to the Yin family. It could be said that he had done a good job. The Count of Loyalty and Bravery, Ruiong, was someone who knew how to curry favor. Just from the incident of Xia Jiangmin startling the horse when she was the crown prince's concubine, it could be seen that he had great ambitions. In the future, he might do foolish things again. It was likely that this Rui Shufei would not have a better ending than Yin Shufei. Yu Shu sat down and waited for a moment. Consort Rui Shu came late. She had lost her youthfulness and was even more beautiful than before. The weather had not yet turned cold, but she was wearing a lilac-embroidered dress with a string of white jade around her waist. It was hard to describe her nobility. Yu Shu slowly got up and nodded, "Greetings to honored Consort Shu." Consort Shu was a third-rank palace consort. She couldn't compare to the Empress and the Guifei, much less the 2 Empress Dowagers. She didn't need to be submissive in front of her, she just needed to act. How could Consort Rui Shu not see her arrogance? She walked past her and sat down on a wide chair. She raised her head to look at her as she softly said, "Official Yu has been promoted. It's only been 3 days since we last met. You really should be looked at in a new light." Yu Shu heard the sarcasm in her words. She curled her lips and sat down. Although she didn't reply, it was clear from her eyes that she didn't take her seriously. Consort Rui Shu was annoyed at being snubbed. Yu Shu had relied on betraying the Shui family to climb up. In her eyes, she was purely a vile person who had achieved success. She looked down on her from the bottom of her heart. However, she was now in charge of the Kunling Bureau. As a concubine in the palace, she could not easily offend her. "Today, I called you to the palace to talk about the selection. I have seen the rules submitted by the Kunling Bureau and the Ministry of Rights. Yesterday, I took it to consult the Empress Dowager and found that there were some inappropriate parts. I used a red brush to write them down. Take it back and change it." As she said this, she had the palace maid behind her take a booklet and give it to Yu Shu. Yu Shu flipped through it and saw that honored Consort Shu had expanded the number of girls from 2 good families from each county to 8. She had changed the age of the girls from 12 to 16 to 10 to 16. She had also reduced the pension for the palace maids from 20 taels to 10 taels. The changes were all in places that were not explicitly stated. It could be seen that honored Consort Shu was clever. Consort Shu didn't have such schemes, but she had a childless aunt who became the Empress Dowager's biological aunt. Yu Shu closed the booklet and looked coldly at Rui Zizhu, asking, "May I ask Consort Shu, is this your idea or the Empress Dowager's idea?" Don't think that there were only a few changes, but there were many implications. If they really did as the higher-ups said, it would be fine if nothing happened. But if something happened, the emperor would definitely blame the Kunling Bureau. Consort Rui Shu hesitated and said without much confidence, "Naturally it is my idea. His Majesty's harem is empty and it is the first year of his ascension to the throne. It is time for a general election." Yu Shu instantly sneered and stood up to wave the selection rules in her hands. She asked mercilessly, "Does Consort Shu know how many prefectures and counties are under the rule of Maida and dynasty? Do you know how old the daughters of the common people are? Do you know how much rice can be bought with 10 taels of silver?" Consort Rui Shu became mute from her questions. Yu Shu said coldly, "Our dynasty has 102 prefectures and 917 counties. If 8 girls are chosen from each place, that would be 8,152 people. In the past, many of the girls that were sent to the provinces died of illness along the way, so the number of people sent to the capital is far more than this. In the end, there will be at most 200 people left in the palace. Has Consort Shu thought about where the remaining 7,952 people will go? Let me tell you, they will either be expelled from the capital as refugees or sold to brothels for the entertainment of the rich. In the end, only half will be able to return home safely. You added 2 to 8 people and changed the number, but it is a few thousand lives." She didn't say a single harsh word, but made Consort Rui Shu's face turn red with shame, but she still insisted on being stubborn. "Then let's change it to 4 people. 4 people also won't do, at most 2. The emperor has already said that this year's selection will be simple. If Consort Shu is not convinced, you can find the emperor to judge. That number can be changed, right? 10-year-old girls should be sensible. If they are older, it will be hard to raise them in the palace. Presumably when Consort Shu is 10 years old, she can leave her father and mother without crying or making a fuss." Consort Rui Shu secretly gritted her teeth and said angrily, "That 20 taels of silver reduced to 10, it can save money on the national treasury. Although Ben Gong doesn't know how many stone of rice can be bought with 10 taels of silver, but I know that the women in the palace can enjoy it every month. Taking 10 more taels of silver isn't worth much." Yu Shu shook her head. "Who does Consort Shu think these 20 taels of silver are for? That is money for parents to buy their lives. After taking these 20 taels of silver, they might not be able to see their daughter for the rest of their lives. In Consort Shu's heart, a living person's life isn't even worth 20 taels of silver?" Consort Rui Shu's face was so red that it was about to drip blood. Facing Yu Shu's undisguised ridicule, she suddenly remembered the night of the gentleman hibiscus banquet when she was scolded by Yu Shu as a gossipy woman. She finally couldn't bear it and was about to slap the table and stand up when she heard a sharp voice outside the door. "Her Majesty the Empress has arrived." As the mistress of the 6 palaces, if the Empress wanted to enter a concubine's palace, it was unimpeded. There wasn't even a single person blocking the door. So Empress Xia Jiang, with her 6 or 7 months pregnant belly, was escorted straight in by people and came to the door of the side hall. Xia Jiangmin stood outside the door and looked in. She saw that the atmosphere inside wasn't good. She pretended not to know and said to Yu Shu with a smile, "Ben Gong originally came to the Imperial Garden to get some fresh air. On the way, I heard that you came to the palace, so I wandered here." Then her smile faded a little and she said to Consort Rui Shu, "If sister has nothing serious, I'll take her away." After that, she didn't care if she agreed or not and reached out to Yu Shu. Yu Shu swept away her previous cold face and came forward to support her. "Her Majesty's body is heavy. How can you run around? It's better to go back to Fengzhou Palace to rest." Xia Jiangmin touched her belly with a gentle expression and said, "It's okay. My son is very obedient." The two walked away hand in hand as if there was no one else around, leaving consort Rui Shu with a belly full of anger. She almost fainted. Coming out of Yongla Palace, Xia Jiangmin sat on the phoenix carriage. She originally wanted to sit with Yu Shu, but she refused. There are rules in the palace. Nyang Nyang is the mistress of the 6 palaces. How can you break the rules because of me and give yourself to others? Besides, this subject is young and healthy, it's just walking a few more steps. Xia Jiangmin could only have the people pulling the carriage slow down and let Yu Shu walk by her side. After an appointment, they returned to her Fengzhou palace. After dismissing the miscellaneous people, Xia Jiangmin asked Yu Shu in amusement, "What did Consort Shu talk to you about? I saw that you made her quite angry." Without outsiders, Yu Shu stopped pretending and spoke freely. What else could it be? Isn't it just that little matter of the selection? She wants to curry favor in front of His Majesty and wants to order me around like a fool. How could I do as she pleases? So she told her all the rotten ideas that Consort Rui Shu and Empress Dowager Rui had come up with, intentionally instilling some principles into her. After listening, Xia Jiangmin was silent. After a while, she sighed with emotion. Born with wealth, how would one know the suffering of the common people? If I hadn't gone through those difficult times with you, I'm afraid I would be like her, treating human life like grass. She's not as good as you. Yu Shu spoke the truth. Taking off her boots, she lay down on Xiang Fei's bed. She casually picked up a red fruit from the tea table and took a bite. She wrinkled her nose and turned to look at Xia Jiangmin's face, asserting, "This child of yours will definitely be a young imperial son." Xia Jiangmin instantly beamed with joy. His Majesty has always said it's a son. I wasn't sure before, but with your words, I'm certain. Yu Shu saw her happy appearance and didn't want to spoil the mood, but she couldn't not say it. So she asked her vaguely, "Do you have Shao Hu's palace servants in your palace?" "There should be." "What about it?" Yu Shu said lightly, "There are a few Shao Hus. Call them all here, let me see." Xia Jiangmin stopped laughing. She realized that the matter wasn't simple. Without asking more, she called in her trusted palace maid Ming and gave her a few instructions. After a while, she brought 3 people to the outer room and called them in one by one for Yu Shu to see. Yu Shu asked each of them a question. In the end, she locked onto a little palace maid named Xiaguang, gagged her mouth and threw her to the side. Then she ordered people to search her residence. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, ran back with an ashen face to report, "Your Highness, I found a small bag of saffron in Xiaguang's pillow." Saffron was an elixir that could promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. It wasn't poisonous, but pregnant women could suffer from bleeding and miscarriage if they took it. It was very violent. And this Xiaguang was the one in charge of serving food in Fengzhou Palace. She only needed to hide a little bit under her fingernail every time she served food. Over time, there was no fear that Xia Jiangmin wouldn't fall for it. Xia Jiangmin's face was full of anger. Yu Shu came forward to take the palm-sized sachet. Opening it to take a look, she confirmed that there was still a lot left inside. She said, "I think that she didn't have time to do anything to your food. But it's best to summon a Tai over." Xia Jiangmin glanced at her and quickly calmed down. She ordered in a heavy voice, "Summon the Tai, just say that Ben Gong caught a cold last night and isn't feeling well." Yu Shu nodded in agreement. Before the matter was clear, it was best not to alert the enemy. Ming went to summon the Tai and Xiaguang was quietly taken away. Xia Jiangmin's legs softened as she sat down on the bed. She said to Yu Shu with lingering fear, "This Xiaguang was someone I brought into the palace from Jing Wangfu. Who would have thought that she would be bribed? It's good that you're here. Otherwise, I would have unknowingly fallen into the evil person's trap. What if something happens to the child in my belly? How am I supposed to live?" Yu Shu said, "The tricks of the palace to harm people are always hard to guard against. In the future, you have to be more cautious of things that enter your mouth." Xia Jiangmin nodded. She suddenly remembered to ask her, "That's right, how did you know that that girl wanted to harm me? Your art of disguise is already so powerful?" Yu Shu smiled but didn't speak. In the end, she didn't expose her. Ever since she had opened her apertures, she had mastered everything in the art of disguise. Not only was the art of the 6 lines unobstructed, she even had a new breakthrough in the law of calamity, which had been stagnant for a long time. This time, when she used the law of calamity to predict Xia Jiangmin's safety, she predicted that someone wanted to harm her. Not only did she predict the zodiac of the culprit behind the scenes, she even predicted the little palace maid who was responsible for drugging her. Her great Dongming art advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a month, she had already reached the 3rd realm, integration. She could easily distinguish between truth and falsehood. Thus, after she asked the 3 palace maids who were born in the zodiac of the monkey, she knew who was lying and who was telling the truth. The one who was telling the truth might not be innocent, but the one who was telling the lie definitely was. As expected, she managed to find a little demon. Chapter 800. H2. What happened in Fengzhou Palace could not be hidden from Emperor Chongzhen. When Empress Xia Jiang summoned the imperial physician, he put down his government affairs and hurried over. After the imperial physician examined the empress, Xia Jiangmin took a dose of anti-miscarriage medicine and moved to the bedroom to sleep. Emperor Chongzhen asked the imperial physician and found out that the empress was only frightened and was fine. He let out a sigh of relief and did not wake her up. He called Yu Shu out to the side hall to talk. "Tell me everything, do not hide anything." Yu Shu then straightforwardly said that she divined that someone wanted to harm the dragon seed in the empress womb. Today, she entered the palace to warn. Coincidentally, she found the kitchen maid who did not have time to act. She found a bag of saffron that was used to harm the baby. Emperor Chongzhen was very angry. He grabbed the teacup on the table several times but did not throw it out. The child in Xia Jiangmin's womb was of great significance to him. This was his first child. Whether it was a boy or a girl, it was the first good news after he became emperor. He did not know how much he looked forward to this child. Moreover, he had inherited the mess of the previous emperor. There were too many things to worry about in the previous court. These days, there was only bad news. He needed the birth of this child to cheer people up. In the back palace, there is such a person with evil intentions. This person not only wants to harm the empress, but also me. Damn it, damn it. He cursed a few times and raised his head to ask Yu Shu, "You can divinate the person who poisoned the empress. Can you also divinate the mastermind?" Yu Shu said with a wooden face, "This subject does not dare to make a rash judgment. Your Majesty, please let people interrogate the palace maid first and find out where she hid the saffron in her hand into the palace." She did have an idea in her heart, but she could not accuse the culprit with empty words. Emperor Chongzhen could see that she had some misgivings and had some bad guesses. He waved his hand to dismiss the palace maids. He lowered his voice and asked her, "Tell me the truth. Who do you suspect is plotting to harm the empress?" Yu Shu had followed Zhu Muzhao for the past few days and had found a way to accompany a ruler. She hesitated for a moment before lowering her head and revealing the secret. This subject only calculated that the person who bribed the palace maid to drug the empress is a woman. Emperor Chongzhen's expression turned cold. In the blink of an eye, he thought of the women in the back palace. Since they were born in the year of the rabbit, the only one who had the ability to subdue the palace maids of Fengzhou Palace and secretly drug them was the late Empress Dowager Rui. Of course, he would not blindly believe Yu Shu's words, but if he had to guess, the Empress Dowager was the most suspicious. Even though Empress Shu had the motive, she did not have the means. If it wasn't for Yu Shu seeing through it this time, when the Empress fell for it, the investigation wouldn't be able to find anything. At this moment he suddenly calmed down. Looking at Yu Shu in front of him, he couldn't help but rejoice that he had such a capable person at his disposal. Otherwise, it would be impossible to guard against her. "Did you tell the Empress what I said just now?" "Your Majesty, I will not speak about things that have not been confirmed." Emperor Chongzhen nodded with satisfaction and said softly, "Very good. Don't say things that you shouldn't say. Zhen will thoroughly investigate this matter. As for you, Zhen will give you a task. You need to read the Empress's safety every day. You must ensure that she gives birth smoothly without any mistakes. I will obey. Yu Shu knew that the emperor didn't want to make the matter bigger, so she had to cooperate. She also knew in her heart that it was impossible to take down the Empress Dowager based on this matter. The back palace couldn't withstand such a scandal. Emperor Chongzhen, who had just ascended to the throne, couldn't bear the reputation of being unfilial. Rather than openly denouncing the Empress Dowager, it was better to deal with it coldly and turn passivity into initiative. Only by making the Empress Dowager feel guilty could she be afraid and behave for a while. Yu Shu entered the palace empty-handed. When she left the palace in the evening, she brought back a card of rewards. There were ancient books and slips given by Emperor Chongzhen, as well as the tribute satin and porcelain that Empress Xiaojiang gave her. The palace was full of good things. She gained a lot from this trip. Fortunately, it was dark and not eye-catching. Otherwise, many people would be jealous of her imperial kindness. When she returned home, the family had already eaten dinner. Yu Shu didn't have an appetite, so she didn't let the kitchen people make more food. She just cooked a bowl of chicken soup with dragon whiskers noodles. The chicken soup had been simmered for several hours and was very fragrant. She also added several medicinal herbs such as angelica and licorice to nourish qi and blood. Since she escaped from death in prison, Zhao Hui often asked the kitchen to prepare a pot of medicinal soup or tonic soup. Sometimes it was stewed with old hens, sometimes it was stewed with pigeons. She tried to make her face look more rosy, but she didn't know why her face was frosty white and couldn't change back. After eating, Yu Shu's stomach was comfortable. She asked Abe Queasy to carry a lantern and go to Yongchun Court for a night trip. Last month, Xenia gave her 2 pots of night epiphyllum. It was about to bloom and she didn't want to miss it. The epiphyllum would wither after blooming for a couple of hours. She often heard that it was very beautiful when it bloomed, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. The 2 pots of epiphyllum were placed in the waterside pavilion. She didn't dare to put them outside for fear that they would be ruined by the pair of unruly white cranes in the garden. The moon was on the top of the tree, and the room was ventilated. Abe Queasy rolled up the bamboo curtain, took out the teapot and teacups from the bamboo basket, and put a small golden-toed incense burner on it. Yu Shu sat on the rattan chair and looked up at the moon. When she looked down, she could see the 2 pots of beauty under the moonlight. She felt very relaxed. She didn't know when it started, but she started to like to quietly stay like this. She didn't need to think about anything, didn't need to do anything, didn't need to deceive others, and didn't need to be sentimental. She would feel very relaxed, as if all her worries had disappeared, and when she woke up, she would be able to regain her vitality. After watching for an hour, there was no movement from the 2 pots of epiphyllum. It seemed that they wouldn't bloom again tonight. Yu Shu yawned lazily and said to Abe Queasy, who was lying under the window and looking at the moon, "Let's go back. I'm sleepy." Abe Queasy packed up her things quickly and walked in front with the lantern. Suddenly, a figure ran over from the opposite corridor and stopped in front of them, panting and saying, Mrs. Exon has just arrived. She's waiting in the front yard. She said that she has an urgent matter to see you." Yu Shu frowned. She guessed that something had happened to Xan Lu. She walked past them and went out. The 2 maids quickly followed her and trotted in front of her to lead the way. She heard Yu Shu ask, "Did Mrs. Xan say what happened?" She didn't say anything. "Oh, by the way, the little maid who delivered the message said that Mrs. Xan asked if Miss Lu was in our house when she came in. But Miss Lu didn't come today." Yu Shu couldn't help but speed up and rush to the front yard. As soon as she entered the living room, she was pulled by Mrs. Xan, who was looking forward to seeing her. Mrs. Xan anxiously pulled her inside. She didn't care whether she was rude or not and asked her in a low voice with a trembling voice, "Lotus Room, has Miss Lu been to your house?" Yu Shu shook her head and said with a serious look, "Fei Fei is missing? What happened?" Hearing this question, Mrs. Xan actually burst into tears. She held Xan Lu's hand and shook it. Then she began to tell her story. It turned out that half a month ago, Xenia suddenly regretted the marriage between Xan Lu and Gu Qi. She didn't allow her to marry into the Gu family. Xan Lu didn't agree, so she quarreled with her grandfather. Xenia was so angry that she locked her up and didn't allow her to step out of the room. She also sent someone to the Gu family to break off the engagement. Xen Lu threw a tantrum for a few days and was finally persuaded by Mrs. Xen. Seeing that she had given up, she didn't lock her up again. This morning, Xen Lu said that she wanted to go out for a walk. Mrs. Xen was afraid that something bad would happen to her these days, so she didn't lock her up. She sent 2 maids to go out with her. Who knew that in the evening, only the 2 maids came back, but Xen Lu was nowhere to be seen. Anyone would think that Xen Lu had eloped with Gu Qi. Xenia was so angry that she fainted. The Xian family was now in a mess. Mrs. Xen did not believe that her daughter would do such a stupid thing. Thinking that Yu Shu was the closest to her daughter, she came to find her. After listening to the whole story, Yu Shu had a headache. She knew why Xenia broke off the engagement. The Gu family was originally under the command of Prince Xiang. When Prince Xiang's plan failed, the House of Concubines was closed down. The Taiheng Chamber of Commerce was also implicated. Pei Jing, the manager, was implicated and lost a lot of business, let alone the Gu family. Xenia had always known how to protect herself. How could she allow her granddaughter to marry into such a family and bring disaster upon herself? She first comforted Mrs. Xen. Fei is a little willful, but she won't be so immature. The most important thing for us now is to find her. Once we find her, everything can be discussed. Mrs. Xen said repeatedly, Yes, let's find her first. She wiped her tears and looked at her pitifully. In the Lotus House, one should not wash one's dirty linen in public. I did not treat you as an outsider. You have to help Fei. You can't let her ruin her so carelessly. Yu Shu nodded and asked her to sit down first. She turned her head and ordered people to prepare the horse and carriage. She called for Lu Hong and Su Qing. She did not even have time to change her thin shirt and trousers. She added a cloak and went to the Gu family with Mrs. Xen to ask for her. The Gu family's mansion was also in the north of the city. It was a little far away. The horse carriage was very fast and they arrived there without stopping. Yu Shu did not ask Mrs. Xen to show up. She jumped out of the carriage and asked Lu Hong to knock on the door and report her name. After a while, the whole Gu family was alarmed. The housekeeper invited her in and asked her to serve tea and water in the living room. After a short while, she saw the head of the Gu family, Gu Gai. This was the first time she'd met this Oracle Gu who was once renowned for a time. According to Shuiru, Gu Gai was rather arrogant when he was young, and when he passed the Oracle exam all those years ago, he went to the entrance of the Imperial Astronomer to wear mourning clothes and weep for a funeral. At present, he seemed to be just a plain-looking middle-aged man. Although he was a generation younger, Gu Gai had to salute when he saw her. Lord Yu, what brings you here so late at night? Yu Shu did not move from the chair and looked at him coldly. It's not official business. Gu Xuanzi, you don't need to be so polite. May I ask your son to come out and see me? I have a few questions to ask him. Gu Gai did not seem to be in a hurry and did not refuse. He turned around and asked someone to find Gu Qi. Yu Shu and Gu Qi had only met a few times. They only exchanged a few words because of Pei Jing. At that time, she felt that this guy was a bit shrewd. Now, she had a sharp eye for people and felt that he was too shrewd. Seeing that his father was standing at the side, Gu Qi did not dare to neglect. He stepped forward and bowed to Yu Shu. Greetings, Lord Yu. Yu Shu looked at him coldly and asked, Have you seen the 6th Miss of the Xen family today? Gu Qi raised his head and showed a blank expression. He shook his head and said, I have not seen her. Then there was bitterness in his voice. Lord Yu, I think you don't know how I can see her now that my marriage with the 6th Miss has been annulled. Yu Shu's ears moved slightly. Her eyes were like a deep pool. She asked him again, You said you have not seen her? Gu Qi tightened his jaw and shook his head again. Yu Shu's face darkened. She grabbed the teapot on the table and smashed it at his feet. Gu Qi trembled but did not dare to move. He heard her speak to his father in a soft voice. Gu Gai, I respect that you are a man of character in the past. I don't want to embarrass you. Bring her here now and I will pretend that nothing happened and forgive you and your father. If you want to play tricks in front of me, you can try. Don't blame me for not warning you. I'm not a good person. If you offend me, you will die. Gu Guy was silent for a while. He looked at the mess on the ground and then looked at Yushu's cold face. He could not help but sigh and said to Gu Qi, "Go and ask the sixth miss to come out." "Father, why are you still here?" Gu Qi pulled a long face and went reluctantly. Yushu waited for a moment, and then she saw him come in with Xen Lu. To her surprise, as soon as Xen Lu entered the door, he hurriedly rushed to her and hid behind her. He hugged her arm and looked at the father and son of the Gu family with a guarded face. He complained in her ear in a wronged voice, "They detained me in the lotus room and did not let me go. Fortunately, you came to save me. I didn't expect them to be so bad." The Gu father and son looked embarrassed. Yushu sneered. She had probably guessed what happened. Gu Qi first tricked Xen Lu to his house and wanted to spend the night with him. The next day he would send him back to the Xian family. Xen Lu's reputation would be tarnished and the Xian family could only suffer in silence. The marriage would go through even if it was not successful. Yushu pointed at the father and son and did not say anything more. She took Xen Lu and left. She kept her promise and did not pursue the matter further. When they reached the carriage outside, Mrs. Xen let out a long sigh of relief when she saw that her precious daughter was back. Then she cried and reached out to hit her on the shoulder. She scolded, "You stupid girl, why are you so troublesome? Are you trying to piss me off? I raised you so hard and you ran away just like that." What? Xen Lu was hit a few times by her. He was in so much pain that he took a deep breath. "I didn't want to run away. Mother, I was wrong, I misjudged him. Today, I secretly went to find him. I thought it was my fault to break off the engagement. I had to tell him personally. He coaxed me to elope with him, but I didn't agree. Seeing that he couldn't coax me, he locked me up. I was scared to death, I even thought I might as well just die. Mother, don't be angry. I was wrong." Sob, sob, sob. When Mrs. Xine heard this, she immediately stopped. She touched her little face and said nervously, "That brat didn't do anything to you, did he?" "No, he didn't dare to," Xen Lu sniffled and said, "If he dared to touch me, I would rather die than bring shame to our family." After saying that, the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. Yushu pinched the bridge of her nose and said angrily and amusedly, "It's good that you're fine. Stop crying. It's not good if people hear you." The two immediately stopped crying obediently. Mrs. Xen thanked her profusely. Yushu waved her hand to stop them. She turned her head and scolded Xen Lu with a straight face, "It's not bad to say that you're stupid. Next time you sneak away, I won't care about you." Xen Lu hurriedly said, "I won't dare. I won't dare to do it again." Then he looked at her with a face full of admiration and said, "Lotus Room, how did you know that I was locked up in his house?" Chapter 801. H2 Yushu sent Xen Lu and his daughter back to the Xen residence. Xenia had just regained consciousness and when she heard the servant's report, she forced herself up from the bed. The mansion was brightly lit and second mistress Xen brought Xen Lu to ask for forgiveness from Xenia. When they entered the courtyard, they saw second master Xen supporting Xenia out of the room. When she saw them, Xenia's ashen face flushed red. She shook off her second son and raised her hand towards Xen Lu. No one in the courtyard tried to stop her. Yushu was a distance behind when she heard a sound. Xen Lu covered his face and knelt down. 2 bubbles of tears rolled down his cheeks, but he did not dare to cry out loud. Xenia raised her hand and was about to slap him again when Yushu rushed forward and blocked her. She grabbed his wrist and supported half of his body while saying, Master Xen, quickly calm down. Why are you being so magnanimous? Didn't Fei Fei get bored a while ago and ran over to my place to relax? Didn't you tell your family? Look, didn't I rush to send her back to you?" These few words confirmed that Xen Lu went to her place today. Even if in the future people say that Xen Lu's behavior is improper, they still have to consider if they will offend her. Xenia was anxious and was awakened by her. He took a deep breath and glared at Xen Lu fiercely. He pulled Yushu back inside. It was a false alarm, a false alarm. Yushu could understand his false alarm. This old fox was used to being shrewd. When Xen Lu disappeared, he should have guessed that the Gu father and son were up to no good. With Prince Xiang's death, the Gu family was doomed. The Xen family was the last piece of driftwood they could grab when they were drowning. How could they let it go so easily? He was afraid that Xen Lu had already suffered a loss and this unlucky marriage had to go through. What are you all still standing here for? Go away, go away. Xenia angrily pointed at the children and grandchildren gathered in the courtyard and chased them away, except for the 3 members of the second branch. He called them into the room and asked Xen Lu in detail. When he found out that she had been tricked by Gu Qi to return to the Gu family and was locked up, he was instantly enraged. Xen Lu was so frightened that she immediately knelt down and hugged his thigh while crying, saying, "I was wrong," over and over again. Xenia could not bear to hit her again and could only tell her to shut up. In a flash, she had thought of hundreds of ways to deal with the Gu family. But she heard Yushu say, "Master Ya, listen to me. Do not provoke the Gu family again. I've seen Gu Gai today and he is a man who knows when to yield. He has nothing to lose. If we force him into a corner, it will cause a lot more trouble." Xenia knew that what she said was reasonable, but he could not swallow his anger. So he said, "We have to teach them a lesson, lest they think that the Xian family is a pushover." Yushu said this and did not try to persuade him anymore. She stood up and said, "It's the middle of the night, I should go back." Second Master Xen and Second Madam Xen quickly stood up to send her off and thanked her. "I am really sorry for making you run back and forth tonight. I will come back tomorrow to thank you." Yushu smiled and refused, "Please don't. If word gets out, it will mean that Fei Fei was having fun at my place. Why did you have to do this?" Xenia was still dizzy, so she did not stand on ceremony. She waved her hand and asked her son and daughter-in-law to send her out. As for Xen Lu, he looked at Yushu pitifully as she left. After a night of noise, old academician Xen, who lived in the Jinyuan, was alarmed. He sent someone to ask questions in the middle of the night. Xenia did not dare to hide it from the old man, so she asked the person to repeat what he said. Having an old man in the family was like having a treasure. Who knew that it was partly because of the old man that he was able to keep his position as the Celestial Commissioner safe and sound. The next day, before Yushu went out, she received an invitation. It was from the mysterious old academician Xen, who invited her to his house to appraise his treasures. She was more than happy to accept. Nothing happened that day. The next afternoon, Yushu went home from the Celestial Commissioner. She changed into casual clothes, brought some good tea, and went to the house. She did not go through the front door of the Xan family, but through the back door of the Beiyuan in the alley. A young boy was waiting for her. He led her all the way to the Jinyuan and directly into a 2-story library. She saw old academician Xen sitting under the window, cleaning antiques. "Here you are." Old academician Xen saw that she was not polite, so he pointed to the soft cushion opposite him and asked her to sit down. He put a jade on the ground and picked up a black copper scale. She did not know how old it was. He squinted his eyes and held it under the sun to take a closer look. Yushu was at ease. She sat cross-legged on the ground. She was not in a hurry to ask questions. Instead, she looked around with interest and identified the old things on the ground. Some of them were treasures she had seen in the list of strange and rare objects, and some were small things that could be seen everywhere in the market. Old academician Xen glanced at her and said casually, "What do you want to see me for?" Yushu was stunned. He was the one who invited her here. Didn't you coax that silly girl Lu to see me? Why can't you remember?" Hearing this, Yushu slapped her forehead as she recalled that there was indeed such a matter. A few months ago, she had mentioned to Xen Lu that she wanted to meet the old master. Later, after the ancestral worship ceremony, she was busy with other matters and had forgotten about it. Old academician's eyes are sharp. Nothing can be hidden from you. I do have something to ask. Sharp eyes? You don't have to suck up to me. This time, you've saved the Xian family from a crisis. I should be thanking you. If there's anything you want to say, just say it. I don't have any other skills, but I've lived for a long time, so I've seen and heard more things than others. Xen Qing smiled and said, I think you're just blind from old age. You don't have to flatter me, you little girl. Yu Shu smiled. She liked to talk to people directly. Old academician Xian's temper was much more to her liking than Xen Yu's. Old man, do you still remember that 2 years ago, I met you at Xen Ri Reguang De store? Old academician Xen stared at her and recalled, I do. Back then, you were still a silly little girl. You didn't have the courage you have now. You were with that kid from the Shui family. Seeing that he had such a good memory, Yu Shu also recalled the scene that day. Her eyes couldn't help but become gloomy and she began to think about Shui Rui. They used to be together, but now they were in different places. She could tell if he was safe or not, but she couldn't tell if his thoughts were the same as hers. Why did you stop? Old academician Xian called her back to reality. Yu Shu collected her thoughts and looked into his eyes. She asked in a slow voice, Do you remember? I mentioned a sword to you at that time. The sword was 1 foot and 8 inches long. It was full of copper rust. Under the night sky, it looked like it was glowing red. There was an ancient character engraved on the handle. Old academician Xian's eyes narrowed into slits. He put down the copper scale in his hand. He dipped his finger in his saliva and drew a character on the ground. He asked her, Is that so? Yu Shu nodded. Now she was sure that the old man knew the origin of that ancient sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remembered it so clearly. You told me that it wasn't a sword, but you wouldn't tell me what it was. Today, I want to ask you, can you tell me the origin of that sword? Old academician Xian raised his head and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He looked a little absent-minded. He seemed to be lost in his memories. He didn't say anything for a long time. Just when Yu Shu couldn't help but ask again, she suddenly heard him sigh. Of course it wasn't a sword. It was the 6 founding weapons of our dynasty. Yu Shu's body stiffened. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The 6 founding weapons? A sword and the 6 founding weapons. Isn't it, Chunjun sword? That's the Chunjun sword. Old academician Xen said to himself, 100 years ago, Emperor Shizong was on the throne. He had a son, Prince Yunjing. Although he was talented, he was a rebel. He married a female general. Later, the female general committed a serious crime. Prince Yunjing broke out of prison for her. He took her to escape from the pursuers and escaped into the imperial mausoleum in the eastern suburbs. It was said that he mistakenly entered the tomb of Empress Ningzhen and stole the Chunjun sword. With the acquired divine power, he broke out of the tomb with his wife. They fought their way out of the encirclement and disappeared without a trace. The Chunjun sword has been missing since then. Yu Shu had heard the story of the female general and the prince more than once. Old academician Xian's version was not the most true, but it was the one that shocked her the most. She adjusted her breathing a few times to hide her panic and tried to test him. In that case, how do you know what the Chunjun sword looks like? Old academician Xen snorted coldly and looked at her in disdain. Little girl, do you know where our Xian family's wonderful and rare objects list came from? 300 years ago, among the meritorious ministers who followed the holy emperor to conquer the country, there was an ancestor of the Xian family. He drew the shape of the 6 treasures of the founding dynasty on a piece of paper and recorded it in the wonderful treasures list. How could I not know what the Chunjun sword looks like? Then he asked her suspiciously, But you, where did you hear about the appearance of the Chunjun sword? Yu Shu's heart was beating like thunder. She put her hands into her sleeves and clenched them into fists. Facing his question, she casually made up a lie. I can tell you, but you have to swear to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I won't tell you. Old academician Xian's eyes twinkled. He excitedly straightened his back and immediately made an oath to urge her to tell him quickly. Yu Shu took a breath and told him in a low voice, You should know Jing Chen. He is the son of Yunhua Yi and Princess Luyue Royal. He was sent to Longhu Mountain to cultivate when he was young. Later, when he returned to the capital, he was conferred the title of Daozi by the late emperor. Old academician Xen squinted at her. I know him. He is the boy who almost married you but ran away on the day of the wedding. Yu Shu was speechless. She thought that this old man had lived in seclusion. How could he know about her gossip? She organized her words and said, Yes, it is him. I've known Jingxin for a long time. Before he came to the capital, I met him in Yang County. At that time, I saw him carrying a sword like that. But later on, when he was being hunted down, he lost the sword. I have always been curious about what treasure it was. I asked him, but he refused to tell me. After that, I met you in Dei's store, so I asked. Old academician Xan had a look of sudden realization. He nodded and said, I see. Yu Shu said nervously, You can't tell anyone. Otherwise, there will be trouble. It is not a small matter to lose the 6 treasures of the founding dynasty. Old academician Xen rolled his eyes and said, In your eyes, the old man is not trustworthy. Even if you tell others, it is not certain whether people will believe you. I will not say it. If I say it, my whole family will die. Is that okay? Yu Shu laughed dryly. She stood up and bowed to him. Thank you for your guidance. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Old academician Xen waved his sleeves. He did not want her to stay any longer. He turned around and picked up his treasure and wiped it. Yu Shu walked out of the library with steady steps. She left the Xen family with a calm expression. After sitting in the carriage, she wiped her sweaty palms on her knees. She was so excited that her teeth were chattering. Chapter 802. As soon as Yu Shu got home, she locked herself in the study and couldn't wait to take out the sword case that she had placed on the top of the bookshelf to collect dust. It was getting late. She lit up the 2 candlesticks and placed them on the tea table. She turned around and sat on the long couch. She took out the sword case and took out the ancient sword. She placed it on her knees and stroked the rusty blade inch by inch. She turned it over and over to confirm that it was the same sword she had gotten when she was in Yang. After Yu Shu's excitement had passed, she sank into her memories. This sword had originally been in the hands of a Taoist. This person had captured a group of young boys and girls, intending to extract their blood to sharpen the edge of the ancient sword. In the end, he had fallen into the hands of Jing Qin, who had seen injustice. After that, she stole the sword and kept it for herself. Until today, she didn't expect that the broken sword she picked up was the famous Chunjun sword, one of the 6 founding weapons. Thinking about it carefully, when she and Qing Zheng met for the first time in the Ji family's Jingshang Hall, his attitude towards her was worth pondering. At first, he asked her all kinds of questions, as if he was confirming whether she was the person he was looking for. She couldn't remember what she answered wrongly, so he lost interest in her and didn't mention taking her as his apprentice. After a few days, he asked her to be his apprentice. At first, she refused. Then she and Yu Xiaoxiu were caught by the evil Taoist. Yu Shu bent her fingers and knocked her head. She remembered another detail. When she secretly took the sword back to the Ji family and hid it, she happened to be seen by the elusive Qing Zheng. At that time, he saw the sword in her hand with his own eyes. These 2 things used to be completely unrelated, but now they seem to be closely related. Qing Zheng's master was Prince Yuan Zheng. 100 years ago, he stole the Chunjun sword from the imperial mausoleum. Later, he left a fake sword to the Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoist sect. The real sword was still in his hands. 20 years ago, he asked Yun Hua to go to the capital to find the Book of Mystery Fairy. For some reason, she did not hand over the Chunjun sword to him. As a result, Yun Hua succeeded in stealing the Book of Mystic Fairy, but his whereabouts were unknown. Coincidentally, the 100-year period was up. The great and calamity entered the world, and the Fate Breaker appeared. Qing Zheng set his sights on the Fate Breaker. He had probably calculated that the person who would destroy his life was in the Ji family in Yang City. That was why he was waiting there. She could finally confirm that when Qing Zheng decided to accept her as his disciple, he must have confirmed that she was a Fate Breaker. She did not obtain this sword by chance at all. It was arranged by Qing Zheng. The eldest disciple disappeared after stealing the book of Mystic Fairy's 6 wrens. The 7-star sons on him were unpredictable to Qing Zheng, so he accepted her as his second disciple, who was bound to have something to do with the book of Mystic Fairy's 6 wrens. Moreover, he secretly handed the Chunjun sword to her and accompanied her step by step to get closer to the truth. She had once given this sword to Jing Chen, but after many twists and turns, it still returned to her. If she had known from the beginning that this sword was the Chunjun sword and that she was the fate breaker, then she would not have followed Qing Zheng's script. But now, she was in deep trouble. She could not help it. She held the Chunjun sword in her hand. It was impossible for her to hand it over to anyone. She could not even trust Yunhua. If this continued, in the future, she would either snatch the book of Mystic Fairy's 6 wrens from Yunhua's hands, or Yunhua would snatch the Chunjun sword from her. And the purpose of the two of them was completely opposite. One wanted to destroy the book of Mystic Fairy's 6 wrens, and the other wanted to keep the book of Mystic Fairy's 6 wrens. Yu Shu closed her eyes and muttered to herself, "Master, is all of this within your calculations? Why did you arrange it like this?" She really wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground to find Qing Zheng and ask him in person, "If you wanted to destroy the book, why didn't you hand over the Chunjun sword to my senior brother, but gave it to me later?" Yu Shu hid the Chunjun sword tightly. Fortunately, only a few people had seen this sword, and no one would associate it with the 6 tools of the founding dynasty. Even De Dian did not know what the real Chunjun sword looked like. The only record was in the Xan family's Qiao Qiaozhen, and it was a secret. Just after she received such a surprise, a shocking thunder fell from the capital. An urgent report was sent to the palace. Jiang Huang proclaimed himself as the emperor of Ningdong City, wearing a yellow robe, separated the 5 counties in the northeast of an dynasty, and established the country as the Great Yan. In the 300 years since the founding of Den, it was the first time that a foreign minister proclaimed himself as the emperor. It could be said to be unprecedented. Emperor Chongzhen was shocked and angry. He swept away his previous idea of waiting at ease and immediately summoned all the ministers to the palace for a discussion. He appointed the general of Xianwu, Feng Shao, as the grand marshal to suppress the rebellion, and the left commander of the Yulin Royal Guards, Yin Yuanrong, as the vanguard general. He mobilized the troops and led 100,000 troops to the northeast to recover the lost land and fight against the rebel Jiang Huang. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, the former emperor did not like to be extravagant. The Dun treasury that Emperor Chongzhen inherited was full, and together with the food stored in various places every year, it could provide for 100,000 troops for a whole year. There were voices of opposition in the court when the emperor launched a large-scale campaign to suppress the rebellion. Some people stood up to dissuade him, but they were banished from the court by the furious Emperor Chongzhen. Yu Shu watched the fire from the other side, and did not rush into the muzzle. 3 days later, Feng Shao, Yin Yuanrong, and a group of soldiers left the capital. At this critical juncture, Zhu Muzhao resigned. Emperor Chongzhen was angry, but he symbolically persuaded him to stay and allowed him to resign. For a moment, the Celestial Commissioner was like a group of dragons without a leader. All the civil and military officials watched from the side, guessing who would have the last laugh, Junior Supervisor Ren or Chao Zuoling, but they did not expect an unexpected winner to emerge. When the imperial edict was delivered to the Celestial Commissioner, close to 100 officials from the 3 departments and 2 bureaus rushed to the bell tower to listen to the edict. It was a mess. Zhu Muzhao came with the chief eunuch Bingli, who was in charge of announcing the edict. Although he had changed into casual clothes, he still looked dignified, and the scene quickly quieted down. Everyone stood in their positions according to their rank, and knelt down to listen to the edict. Ren Qiming and Chao Ku were at the front, Yu Shu was a step behind them, and then Xenya, Cui Xiui, and the others. The chief eunuch Bingli opened the silk book in his hand, which was embroidered with cloud patterns. He raised his eyebrows and read in a sharp voice, "In the name of the emperor, the imperial edict states, the Celestial Commissioner has been passed down for more than 300 years, and has carried on the will of the Empress Ningzhen, the virtuous and the virtuous, to protect the country. Today, The former emperor will appoint Miaoling maid envoy Yushu as the 11th generation of the Celestial Commissioner. I hope that you will be a role model for the Yi family. As soon as the words were spoken, it was like the sound of a pin drop. Only one person stood up without any change in expression, walked past the crowd, and received the imperial edict with both hands. She raised it high above her head, covering the bewitching cinnabar between her eyebrows, and said in a clear voice, "Your subject Yushu accepts the edict, and thanks your majesty for his grace." As soon as she finished, she faced the direction of the palace, knelt down again, and kowtowed 3 times in a row. Then she straightened her back and looked back at Zhu Muzhao, who looked relieved, and turned around to face the people of the Celestial Commissioner. She did not care if they were convinced or not, and who was happy and who was sad. She looked at the crowd coldly, held up the imperial edict with one hand and exhaled. "From today onwards, all of you shall listen to my orders." The crowd was silent for a few breaths. Ren Qiming was the first to bow, followed by Xinye, Cui Xiui, and the people of the Kunling Bureau. Finally, Chao Zwilling had no choice but to follow the crowd and lower his head. Nearly 100 people bowed to the ground and responded with a buzzing sound. "Greetings to the Grand Secretary." Yushu narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling indescribably carefree. She looked up at the red sun that was slowly rising in the sky, and her chest was filled with pride. She soared up to the clouds and went straight to the sky. The news of Yushu taking over as the Grand Secretary seemed to have grown wings, and within a day, it spread throughout the imperial court. The nearby Taisher Shuyuan was the first to hear the news. Many people thought it was a joke and shook their heads in disbelief. However, one spread to 10, and 10 to 100, but no one stood up to dispel the rumor, so they had no choice but to believe it. That afternoon, the 18 academicians gathered at Rongsheng Tang at the same time. They were all here for this news. As soon as they entered the door, they heard them talking all at once. "I heard that this morning, the palace sent a decree to the Celestial Commissioner to let Yu Lianfang take over as the Grand Secretary. I thought it was a joke, but I sent someone to the Celestial Commissioner to inquire, and it turned out to be true." Silly, silly. She's a young woman, how can she take on such a heavy responsibility? Isn't this a joke? The Celestial Commissioner and his group actually accepted it? Did no one object? What did Junior Supervisor Ren say? At that time, Grand Secretary Zhu was also there. It looked like it was his idea. Who dared to object? Among the crowd, only 3 people did not interrupt. One was Yushu's master Fang Zijing, the other was Yushu's master astrology, Sima Kue, and the last one was Madame Lu, who had heard the news long ago. Seeing that they were getting more and more outrageous, almost openly complaining that the emperor was muddle-headed, Fang Zijing coughed heavily, which attracted the attention of the crowd. He sneered and said, "After listening to you all talk for a long time, no one can say why Yushu is not qualified for the position of Grand Secretary. Academician Han, you were the loudest just now. Tell me, where is she lacking?" Han Wenguang frowned and said with a face full of displeasure, "Elder Fang, I know that Yu Lianfang is your favorite student. You see, of course she is good in every aspect, but at that time, someone took advantage of his seniority and bullied the little girl without anyone to rely on. In the end, he was slapped in the face and has been holding a grudge ever since." "Don't you think so?" Fang Zijing interrupted him and rudely exposed his little thoughts. Han Wenguang was speechless. He pointed at him and could not say anything. "Elder Fang's words are wrong," someone chimed in. It was Academician Qi, who had once rejected Yushu's offer. "As teachers, how can we bicker with a little girl? Right now, we are only discussing the matter as it stands. We are only saying that she is not suitable for the position of Grand Secretary. Why do you have to deliberately misinterpret Academician Han?" Immediately, a group of people echoed. "Ha!" Madame Lu laughed and suddenly interrupted. "With all due respect, the little girl you are talking about is now the Grand Secretary of the Celestial Commissioner. I don't know when the Taisher Library will be able to control the Celestial Commissioner and criticize the Grand Secretary who is below 1 and above tens of thousands of people." Finished speaking, she pursed her lips and smiled again. She stood up and said, "I absolutely do not dare to criticize the Grand Secretary. Old gentleman, please do your best. This time, I want to have a good mouth, but later, don't slap your own face. Ayaya, I am a straightforward person. I won't say any more. I'm leaving." Madame Lu rolled up her long sleeves and slowly left her seat. To be continued. Chapter 803. Yushu moved into the Taishi building. This was the official residence of the previous Grand Supervisor. It was located in the north of the Celestial Commissioner's 9 palaces. It was located in the east. The independent courtyard was surrounded by a bamboo forest. The environment was quiet and beautiful. There was a pool of running water in the garden. The building was located in the middle of the lake. Only a 9-turn bridge could reach the other side. After Zhu Muzhao stepped down from his position, he moved all of his personal belongings out of the building. Yushu walked into the slightly empty hall and looked around the place with a different mood than before. Her gaze fell on the treasured chair in the middle of the carved railings and jade steps. For the past 15 years, Zhu Muzhao had sat in that position and issued orders, looking down on all the civil and military officials of the court. He was truly below one and above tens of thousands. She had just received the imperial edict yesterday, and the secretariat was rushing to make her court clothes and official robes. At this time, she was still wearing the third-rank Right Commander's silver gauze gown with the Big Dipper Palace embroidered on her shoulder. Originally, the patch for female officials had another design. This third-rank Right Commander was supposed to be an orchid in an empty valley. However, the secretariat was in a hurry and used the wrong design. She did not correct it because she already knew at that time that in the near future, she would sit in this position and wear the pattern that only stayed on Empress Ningxin's shoulder for the past 300 years, the flower of the other shore. The flower of the other shore was also known as the red spider lily. It came from Sanskrit and was not a spiritual plant that appeared in the Taoist classics. There was a saying, "The flower of the other shore blooms on the other shore. Only the flower and not the leaves can be seen." It meant that the red spider lily bloomed on the banks of the river of forgetfulness in the underworld. It implied reincarnation and rebirth. However, it was a symbol chosen by Empress Ningxin herself. It represented the woman who stood at the highest position in the court. Yushu walked around Taishi Tower and was very satisfied with her new territory. She tried the chair, but it was hard and uncomfortable to sit on. Just as she was thinking of bringing a soft cushion over tomorrow, the guard outside reported that someone from the registrar's office had arrived. Xanya came in with a writing official. When she saw Yushu sitting on the throne, her eyes twinkled. She greeted her with a smile and explained the purpose of her visit. "Grand Secretary, you will be staying here for a long time in the future. You must not feel uncomfortable living here. Take a look at what is lacking in this building and what needs to be added. Mention it so that this lowly official can remember it and redecorate it as soon as possible." The comptroller's office was in charge of property. Just the amount of tax collected from the Great Exchange Hall across the country was already an astronomical figure. It could be said that they were extremely rich. Xanya was indeed a shrewd person and knew how to adapt to the circumstances. Yushu had just taken up the position and it was still unclear how capable he was. A group of people were watching quietly from below, but he was the first to take the initiative to please her. Yushu smiled faintly and said, "This place is a little deserted. I don't like it, you clean it up." Finished speaking, she no longer cared about him and picked up the dossier that Zhong Jingxi had sent yesterday and flipped through it. She did not treat Xanya as an elder just because of her relationship with Xanlu. Sitting here, she only needed to remember that Xanya was the Celestial Commissioner. Xanya agreed readily. After asking for her permission, he wandered around the hall and went up to the second floor to have a look. From time to time, he stopped to let his attendants record, "The color of the curtain is too dark. Change it to 8 pieces of lake blue brocade and 8 pieces of purple silk. Change all the screens here as well and use glass shelves. Note it down. Add 6 more mahogany lanterns with cranes on a tortoise's back, 2 black beasthead incense burners, a pair of celestial glazed amphorae, It's going to be winter soon. 4 sets of bedding and pillows. Don't forget to write down the armrests of the chairs. He ran back and forth, almost changing the furnishings inside and outside of Taishi brothel from inside out. Only then did he leave with his entourage satisfied. Not long after he left, Junior Eunuch Ren brought a few officials from the Zongjingxi to pay a visit. Yu Shu was now the chief of the Zongjingxi, so Ren Qiming naturally became her assistant. He was a talent that Zhu Muzhao had personally trained. He was pragmatic, capable, and loyal. Originally, he was the most promising person to inherit Zhu Muzhao's mantle, but unfortunately, she appeared out of nowhere. Not to mention that there was still some hostility between Ren Qiming and Yu Shu. Earlier, he had lynched her and broken her little finger. In addition, his wife, Madame Ren Rui, had talked about her behind her back. Although they were not enemies, they still had a grudge. Yu Shu had long understood the power of the Zongjingxi. It could be said that the power of the Celestial Commissioner was concentrated in this department. The big ones included presiding over the royal sacrifice, writing the genealogy of the emperor, managing the register of the clan, and rewarding and punishing members of the royal family. The small ones included recording the children of the royal family, inheriting the title of nobility, drawing up titles, and so on. Take Ning Wang for example. When he was the regent, it was his most glorious time. Kong Qi had accused him of murdering the 10th princess. At that time, the former emperor was recuperating in Huazhen Garden and did not care about court affairs. The Supreme Court did not dare to accept this case, so the Zongjingxi dared to take it. If they said that Ning Wang was guilty, then he was guilty. If they said that Ning Wang was imprisoned, then he was imprisoned. There was no ambiguity at all. Ren Qiming brought people to report the recent affairs of the Zongjingxi to Yu Shu. He was very methodical and well-behaved. Yu Shu could see that he was not convinced that she was in this position. But because this was Zhu Muzhao's decision, he would obey. So after they finished discussing official matters, she asked him to stay and let the others leave. What other instructions does the Zongjingxi have? Ren Qiming did not respectfully address her as Taishu. In his eyes, she was not worthy of this title. Yu Shu raised an eyebrow and smiled. She turned her body to change into a comfortable sitting position. One hand propped up her chin, the other rested on the white jade table. Her slender and long fingers nimbly tapped on the table. She examined him for a moment and asked unhurriedly, "Junior Supervisor Ren, how long have you been in the Celestial Commissioner?" Ren Qiming lowered his head and said, "This lowly official became an official in the 3rd year of Zhaoqing." 12 years, Yu Shu sighed. Counting it, this seat is only a fraction of your time. She had become the Celestial Commissioner in July of the previous year. It had not even been a year and 3 months. Ren Qiming said with a wooden face, "Then you really have a meteoric rise and your official career is prosperous." This was not a compliment. Yu Shu chuckled and asked indifferently, "Then do you know why I am in this position?" Ren Qiming heard this and raised his head to look at her. His mind turned quickly and he said, "This lowly official does not dare to criticize." Yu Shu stopped smiling and looked at him coldly. "You do not dare to criticize, but it does not mean that there is no criticism. I think you are clear that because I am the person who broke Ming, Zhu Gongzi looked at me differently and let me take over as the Celestial Commissioner. It is precisely because I am the only one who can hope to find the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren and protect the foundation of Den. Since you are clear about this, you should also know that other than me, no one else can sit firmly in this position. I do not care what you think in your heart. I will only warn you once and give you this one chance. Either you win my trust, or I will find someone to replace you." The meaning behind her words was actually telling him, either submit to me or get lost. Ren Qiming's body froze and he clenched his teeth. At first he felt ashamed and resentful, but when he met her overbearing eyes, he quickly calmed down. He was already middle-aged and had long passed the age of letting his emotions affect his decisions. If it was 10 years ago and he heard someone speak to him like this, he would definitely turn around and leave. But now, he repeatedly chewed over her cold words and his back gradually became wet with sweat. No one knew better than him how much power Yu Shu, this young woman, had in her hands. Not mentioning her reputation and ability, the previous generation's great advisor Zhu Muzhao had transferred the command of the blackguards to her hands. She was also the only person in the world other than Zhu Muzhao who had learned the Supreme Bone Divine lesson. Emperor Chongzhen favored her greatly, and the current empress also had a close relationship with her. Just as she said, other than her, no one else could be qualified for the position of great advisor. From this, it could be seen that her threat to find someone to replace him was not just empty words. However, he knew too many secrets of the court, each one enough to be fatal. If he left like this, the Celestial Commissioner would not let him go, and the Emperor would not let him go. In the end, it would be better than having an intact corpse. Ren Qiming had been depressed and dissatisfied for several months. At this moment, he suddenly thought it through. He had no other choice. He could either live or seek death. So this lowly official was muddle-headed. He looked deeply at Yu Shu. His tightly clenched fists slowly loosened. Lifting the hem of his robe, he knelt on the ground and said in a respectful voice, "Grand Secretary, please forgive my crime of disrespect." Yu Shu raised the corner of her mouth in satisfaction. She nodded and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Get up, junior supervisor. In the future, this seat will need to rely on you for many things. Don't be muddle-headed again." She herself was a tough nut to crack. It was naturally easy for her to deal with this kind of person who was unmoved by force or persuasion. Everything about being courteous and approachable were all nonsense. Only by letting him see the reality would he obediently listen to her orders. Ren Qiming finally gave in front of her. Then he reported an interesting matter to her. "Last night, a few academicians from Taisher Library came to my fu to seek an audience. After meeting, they beat around the bush. Listening to their intentions, they were dissatisfied with you taking over the position of Celestial Commissioner. They deliberately stirred up trouble and urged me to fight for power with you." When Yu Shu asked him who they were, he mentioned them one by one. When she heard Han Wenguang's name, she couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Her eyes flashed and she thought, "When I first took office, it was inevitable that people's hearts were not stable. Just as I was about to punish the chicken to warn the monkey, there were people who were seeking their own deaths who came to the door." Ren Qiming was also tactful. This stab in the back was very straightforward. He not only cut off his relationship but also surrendered to her. Yu Shu then asked him, "How do you think this matter should be handled?" Ren Qiming said sternly, "In this lowly official's view, the academicians' days are too leisurely. That's why they are impetuous and have ideas that they shouldn't have. If they are not punished, I'm afraid that they will be even more rampant in the future." Junior supervisor is right, Yu Shu thought and sat up straight. She took a brush from the brush rack. Seeing this, Ren Qiming hesitated for a moment and then went forward to grind the ink for her. Yu Shu shook the brush and muttered, "I studied at Taisher Library for several months and found many bad practices. For example, some academicians were too arrogant and rejected the students who were studying hard. There were also some academicians who took advantage of their position to seek personal gain and did not focus on teaching. All these things are because the 18 academicians do things their own way. There is one less person to take charge of the overall situation, and the Celestial Commissioner is too indulgent. This has led to today. Why don't we choose a director from among them and send a supervisor from the Celestial Commissioner to supervise the Taisher Library to correct its conduct?" Chapter 804. Add more chapters. Look carefully, there's still one more chapter. Yes, I missed the plot. Jiang Huang had his own army and Yen Kingdom was added to the north of An Dynasty. The common people were not affected for the time being, but the atmosphere in the court was a little tense. Emperor Chongzhen kept a straight face all day long and all the officials were trembling. Everything else went on as planned. It was the calm before the storm. The most eye-catching thing at the moment was the selection of the harem. Before the local beauties were sent to the capital, the officials in the capital had already taken action. In less than half a month, There were more than 100 beauties registered on the list of Kunling Bureau's beauties. On the third day after Yu Shu took charge of the Taichu, she transferred Madame Lu from the Taichu library and restored her position. She was also appointed as the right commander of the Kunling Bureau. Sidu Qinglan, as her aide-de-camp, listened to Madame Lu's orders and monitored her every move for Yu Shu. So the list of the first batch of beauties sent to the palace for the selection was just released, and it was sent to Yu Shu's desk. Yu Shu just glanced at it and asked someone to make a copy and send it to Empress Xiajiang. She didn't interfere with these chores. One day, she called Wen Xiao and asked him if he would like to be a supervisor in Taisher Library. His official position was still the same as the 6th rank. At first glance, it seemed that he was no longer a celestial commissioner, but he had more real power than he did in Kunling Bureau. He was demoted on the surface but promoted on the surface. Yu Shu told him seriously, "Right now, there are many people in the 3 departments and 2 bureaus who don't like me. I will clean them up in the future. You are going to Taisher Library this time to supervise the dean and clean up the unhealthy practices. Secondly, help me find talents and train some useful people. You can wait for a year and a half, and then I will promote you to Taiching Bureau. I will keep the position of Shaoqing for you." Taiching Bureau was in charge of the examination and audit of officials. The chief officer was Chao Zuoling and the adjutant was Shaoqing. Shui Yun once took this position and made a lot of trouble for Yu Shu. She almost couldn't pass the examination. Yu Shu thinks that when Shaoan is calm and has the demeanor of Ren Qiming, the key is that he is loyal to her. With a little experience, he can be entrusted with important tasks. Wen Xiao readily agreed to her arrangement. He returned to Kunling Bureau to pack his things and went to Taisher Library the next day to take up his post. Just as Yu Shu was taking over the Celestial Commissioner in an orderly manner, bad news came from the blackguard. Zhu Muzhao suddenly fell ill overnight and his life was in danger. When she heard the news, she rushed to the Zhu family without stopping. The Zhu family was known as the head of the 12 families in the capital because they had produced a total of 4 great instructors. Zhu Muzhao had very few brothers and sisters to begin with. In his generation, he only had Zhu Qingjue to carry on the family line. Hearing that Zhu Muzhao was seriously ill, the first to arrive was the Marquis of Rong'en, Yin Tianho, who had also retired. As the prime minister of 2 dynasties, Yin Tianho's position was extremely high. In the end, he retired after achieving success. He could be called a role model for all officials in the world. Few people knew that he and Zhu Muzhao were more than 10 years apart. When they were officials in the court, they often disagreed with each other on politics. In fact, they were a pair of friends who appreciated each other despite the difference in age. Yin Tianho sat on the chair beside the bed and looked at his dying friend with red eyes. He said with tears, "Tun, what's wrong with you? Even Zhu can't see what's wrong with you. You can't even live if you say you can't. I'm still waiting for you to retire and go sightseeing with me. Don't lie to me. What's wrong with you that you have to wait for death?" Zhu Muzhao opened his eyes weakly and squeezed out a smile. He said faintly, "I just feel too tired and want to rest." "Don't cry. You're already so old. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Yin Tianho usually studied the art of Qi Huang. He felt his pulse and saw that it was very shallow. He also saw that his eyes were empty. He knew that Zhu Muzhao really couldn't live. He wiped his tears and held back his sadness. He said, "What do you want to tell me? Just say it." Zhu Muzhao said, "Old brother, don't bring more trouble to yourself. Listen to my advice. Take advantage of these 2 years to find a quiet place to live. Don't stay in the capital. If you can avoid this disaster, you can live to 100 years old. You'll have a house full of children and grandchildren." Yin Tianho nodded with tears in his eyes. He said, "I'll listen to you. I'll leave when you're done." While he was grieving, Zhu Qingjue came in with Yu Shu. When Yu Shu saw the bedridden and sickly Zhu Muzhao, she was shocked. Half a month ago, when Zhu Muzhao accompanied the imperial edict to the Directorate of Astrology to announce her succession, he was still in good health and didn't show any signs of illness. How could he be so sick in just half a month? She stopped walking and pulled Zhu Qingjue back to the door. She asked him in a low voice, What illness did Master Zhu have? Why is he in such a critical condition? Zhu Qingjue's eyes were full of pain. He shook his head in confusion. He said in a weak voice, "I can't diagnose." Yu Shu looked at his unkempt beard and black and blue eyes. She knew he couldn't do anything and did not ask further. At this time, Yin Tianho's voice came from inside the room. "Ah Zhu, your father is calling for you. Come in." Zhu Qingjue and Yu Shu quickly entered the room. Yin Tianho moved to the side. Zhu Muzhao struggled to raise his hand. Zhu Qingjue quickly knelt beside the bed and held his hand. He moved closer and said, "Father, please bear with it. The medicine is almost ready. Drink it and sleep. If there's anything you want to say, wait until you wake up." Zhu Muzhao gently shook his head. He raised his eyes and looked at Yu Shu. He tried to see her face clearly. He opened his mouth and said, "Lotus Room, come here. I have a request." Yu Shu obediently walked to the bedside. Yin Tianho saw this and knew that he was making arrangements for his funeral. He wiped the corner of his eyes and silently left. "Please say it. I'm listening." At this moment, her feelings were extremely complicated. Since the man before her was the enemy that killed Shui Rui's father, and she owed him a debt of gratitude, it was difficult to say if she wanted him to live well or if she didn't want him to die like this. She thought he was going to ask her to find the Book of Fairy Maiden and protect the Celestial Commissioner. She didn't expect that he would ask her to do something else in the end. "After I die, there will be no one to support the Zhu family. I only have one son, Qingjue. I'm afraid that he can't keep the family business. Can you help me take care of him?" The implication was that he wanted to matchmake her and Zhu Qingjue. Yu Shu thought she heard wrong. Zhu Qingjue also shouted in disbelief, "Father?" Zhu Muzhao ignored him and continued to look at Yu Shu. He was indeed making a request and not threatening her. After a short moment of surprise, Yu Shu shook her head and refused him. "I'm sorry, I can't promise you." Zhu Muzhao did not give up and said, "This son of mine can be considered a man of striking appearance. Although he lacks a bit of ambition, he is honest and upright and very kind. If you agree to marry him, the Zhu family business will be handed over to you as a betrothal gift." As the head of the 12 prefectures, Zhu Muzhao's family business had reached a level that Yu Shu couldn't imagine. But he knew that without him, Zhu Qingjue wouldn't be able to keep this kind of wealth. In the end, it would either fall into the hands of others or it would be a loss of both people and wealth. Who would have thought that Yu Shu still shook her head and promised him, "Don't worry, even if I don't have a good relationship with Zhu Shixiang, in the future I will definitely protect the Zhu family until the day I can no longer protect it." Although Zhu Muzhao was disappointed, he did not force her. After confirming that her promise was true, he was so tired that he closed his eyes. He felt that his consciousness was gradually blurring, and his voice became unclear. Zhu Qingjue held his hand tightly and moved closer to him. Only then did she hear what he was saying. "Father, the Celestial Commissioner didn't die in my hands. I protected it." Zhu Muzhao had been in power for more than 10 years. When he was dying, the person he couldn't let go of the most was his only son, Zhu Qingjue. What he couldn't forget was the oath he made to his late father. Zhu Qingjue knelt by the bed and sobbed. Yu Shu reached out her hand to check Zhu Muzhao's breath. Her face was sad. A powerful minister of a generation passed away peacefully just like that. The sharp sword hanging over Yu Shu's head finally disappeared. But the first thing she felt was not relief or happiness, but sadness. She couldn't tell why. "Zhu Shixiang, don't be sad." She patted Zhu Qingjue's shoulder and turned to go outside to announce the death. Marquis Rong and was old. He cried so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. In the end, he was supported by Yin Yuanrong. The Celestial Commissioner and other officials came one after another. Ren Qiming took the lead and knelt in the courtyard for a long time, crying nonstop. Yu Shu didn't criticize them. She quietly helped Zhu Qingjue take care of Zhu Muzhao's funeral. It was obvious that she wanted to take this opportunity to show that she was close to the Zhu family and dispel some people's greed. That night, Yu Shu hurriedly brought Zhu Muzhao's obituary to the palace to see the emperor. Emperor Chongzhen looked very sad. After listening to her recount of Zhu Muzhao's life, he immediately issued an imperial edict. He was conferred the title of Count Shunchang, which would be inherited for 3 generations. This was the last benefit Yu Shu could get for the Zhu family. The emperor was not a nostalgic person. After a while, it would be difficult for him to remember the benefits of Zhu Muzhao. Late at night, Yu Shu hurried back to the Zhu family with the fresh imperial edict. The deceased was conferred the title of Count Shunchang. Zhu Qingjue inherited the title of Count Shunchang at a young age, but he didn't feel the slightest joy. Only those relatives who needed to rely on the power of the Zhu family were happy. In this way, Yu Shu left early in the morning and returned late at night. She stayed in the Zhu family for 7 days. In accordance with Zhu Muzhao's last wish, the coffin was put into the coffin after 7 days. She and Marquis Rong En, one on the left and the other on the right, carried the coffin. They walked for 10 li, which later became a story. After the funeral, Yu Shu returned to the Celestial Commissioner. She clearly felt that the respect of the officials below her was not superficial, but more sincere. Thinking about it, she knew that it was because she had kept vigil for Zhu Muzhao and unexpectedly gained some loyalty. After another 3 days, Zhu Qingjue suddenly came to visit with an unexpected person. "This is Gu Hong," Zhu Qingjue introduced him to her. "I don't know where my father found this servant. After my father died, he kept pestering me, annoying me." "Gu Hong's martial arts are excellent, so I thought he would be useful to you. I sent him to you so you can take him in." Chapter 805. Yu Shu moved into the Taishi building. This was the official residence of the great supervisor of the Celestial Commissioner's 9 palaces. It occupied the Kan position, and the imperial household faced the east. The independent courtyard was surrounded by a bamboo forest, and the environment was quiet. There was a pool of running water in the garden, and the building was located in the middle of the lake. Only a 9-turn bridge could reach the other side. After Zhu Muzhao stepped down from his position, he moved all of his personal belongings out of the building. Yu Shu walked into the slightly empty hall and looked around the place with a different mood than before. Her gaze fell on the treasured chair in the middle of the carved railings and jade steps. For the past 15 years, Zhu Muzhao had sat in that position and issued orders, looking down on all the civil and military officials of the court. He was truly below 1 and above tens of thousands. She had just received the imperial edict yesterday, and the secretariat was rushing to make her court dress and official robes. At this time, she was still wearing the 3rd-rank Right Commander's silver gauze gown, with the Big Dipper Palace embroidered on her shoulder. Originally, there was another pattern on the patch for female officials. This 3rd-rank Right Commander should be the orchid in the empty valley, but the secretariat was in a hurry and used the wrong pattern. She did not correct it because she already knew at that time that in the near future, she would sit in this position and wear the pattern that only stayed on Empress Ningzhen's shoulder for the past 300 years, the flower of the other shore. The flower of the other shore, also known as the red spider lily, was taken from Sanskrit. It was not a spiritual plant that appeared in the Taoist classics. There was a saying, "The flower of the other shore blooms on the other shore." One can only see the flower, not the leaves. It meant that the red spider lily bloomed by the river of forgetfulness in the underworld, and it implied reincarnation and rebirth. However, it was a symbol chosen by Empress Ningzhen herself, and it represented the woman who stood at the highest position in the court. Xanya came in with a writing official. When she saw Yu Shu sitting on the throne, her eyes twinkled slightly. She smiled and came forward to greet her, and then explained the purpose of her visit. "In the future, you will be staying here for a long time. You must not feel uncomfortable. Please take a look at what is lacking in this building and what needs to be added. Mention it so that I can remember it and redecorate it as soon as possible." The comptroller's office was in charge of property. Just the amount of tax collected from the Great Exchange Hall across the country was already an astronomical figure. It could be said that they were extremely rich. Xanya was indeed a shrewd person and knew how to adapt to the circumstances. Yu Shu had just taken up the position and it was still unclear how capable he was. A group of people were watching quietly from below, but he was the first to take the initiative to please her. Yu Shu smiled faintly and said, "This place is a little deserted. I don't like it, you clean it up." Finished speaking, she no longer cared about him and picked up the dossier that Zhong Jingxi had sent yesterday and flipped through it. She did not treat Xanya as an elder just because of her relationship with Xanlu. Sitting here, she only needed to remember that Xanya was the Celestial Commissioner. Replace all the screens here as well. Use glass shelves. Note it down. Add 6 more mahogany lanterns with cranes on a turtle's back, 2 black beasthead incense burners, a pair of celestial glazed fish amphorae. It's going to be winter soon. For sets of bedding, soft pillows, and don't forget to write down the armrests of the chairs. He ran back and forth, almost changing the inside and outside of Taishi brothel from inside out. Only then did he leave with his people satisfied. Not long after he left, Junior Eunuch Ren brought a few officials from the comptroller's office to pay a visit. Now that Yu Shu was the chief of the comptroller's office, Ren Qiming naturally became her assistant. He was a talent trained by Zhu Muzhao. He was pragmatic, capable, and loyal. Originally, he was the most promising person to inherit Zhu Muzhao's mantle, but unfortunately, she came out of nowhere. Not to mention that there was still some animosity between Ren Qiming and Yu Shu. Previously, he had lynched her and twisted off one of her little fingers. In addition, his wife, Ren Ruishi, had gossiped about her behind her back. Although it couldn't be considered a grudge, it was still a grudge. Yu Shu had long understood the authority of the comptroller's office. It could be said that the power of the Celestial Commissioner was concentrated in this department. The big ones included presiding over the imperial sacrifice, writing the genealogy of the emperor, managing the register of the clan, and rewarding and punishing members of the imperial clan. The small ones included recording the children of the imperial clan, inheriting the title of nobility, drawing up titles, and so on. Taking Ning Wang as an example, when he was supervising the country, it was his most glorious time. Kong Qi had accused him of murdering the 10th princess. At that time, the previous emperor was recuperating in Huazhen Garden and didn't care about court affairs. The Supreme Court didn't dare to take this case, so the comptroller dared to take it all on his own. If they said that Ning Wang was guilty, then he was guilty. If they said that he was imprisoned, then he was imprisoned. There was no ambiguity at all. Ren Qiming brought people to report the recent affairs of the comptroller to Yu Shu. He was very methodical and well-behaved. Yu Shu could see that he wasn't satisfied with her sitting in this position. But because this was Zhu Muzhao's decision, he would obey. So after they finished discussing official matters, she left him behind and let the others leave. What other instructions does the comptroller have? Ren Qiming didn't respectfully call her Tai. In his eyes, she wasn't worthy of this title. Yu Shu raised an eyebrow and smiled. She turned her body to change into a comfortable sitting position. One hand propped up her chin, the other rested on the white jade table. Her slender and long fingers nimbly tapped on the table. She examined him for a moment and asked unhurriedly, "Junior Supervisor Ren, how many years have you been in the Celestial Commissioner?" Ren Qiming lowered his head and said, "This lowly official became an official in the 3rd year of Zhaoqing." 12 years, Yu Shu sighed. Counting it, this seat is only a fraction of your time. She had become the Celestial Commissioner in July of last year. It hadn't even been a year and 3 months since then. Ren Qiming said with a wooden face, "Then you really have a meteoric rise and your career is prosperous." This wasn't a compliment. Yu Shu chuckled and asked in a careless tone, "Then do you know how I got this position?" Ren Qiming heard this and raised his head to look at her. His thoughts turned quickly and he said, "This lowly official doesn't dare to criticize." Yu Shu stopped smiling and looked at him coldly. She said, "You don't dare to criticize, but it doesn't mean you don't have criticism. I think you are clear that it's because I'm the person who broke Ming that Zhu Gong saw me differently and let me take over as the Celestial Commissioner. It's because I'm the only one who has the hope to find the mystic maiden Lu Ren and protect the foundation of Din. Since you are clear about this, then you should know that other than me, no one else can sit firmly in this position." I don't care what you think in your heart. I'm only warning you once and giving you this one chance. Either you win my trust, or I'll find someone to replace you. The meaning behind her words was, either you obey me or get lost. Rin Qiming's body stiffened and he clenched his teeth. He first felt ashamed and angry, but he calmed down when faced with her overbearing attitude. He was already middle-aged and had long passed the age of letting his emotions affect his decisions. If it was 10 years ago, hearing someone speak to him like this, he would definitely turn around and leave. But now, he repeatedly thought over her cold words and his back was gradually drenched in sweat. No one knew better than him how much power this young woman, Yu Shu, had in her hands. Not mentioning her reputation and ability, the previous generation's great advisor Zhu Muzhao had handed over the command of the blackguard to her. She was also the only person other than Zhu Muzhao who had learned the supreme bone deity lesson. Emperor Chongzhen favored her greatly and the current empress also had a close relationship with her. Just as she said, other than her, no one else could be qualified for the position of great advisor. From this, it could be seen that her threat to find someone to replace him was not just empty words. However, he knew too many secrets of the imperial court and every one of them was enough to be fatal. If he left the celestial commissioner like this, she would not let him go and the emperor would not let him go. In the end, he would only be left with an intact corpse. Ren Qiming had been depressed and dissatisfied for a few months. At this moment, he suddenly thought it through. He had no other choice. He could either live or seek death. So this lowly official was confused. He looked deeply at Yu Shu, his tightly clenched fists slowly loosening. Lifting the hem of his robe, he knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Please forgive my sin of disrespect." The corners of Yu Shu's mouth curled up in satisfaction. She nodded and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Get up, junior supervisor. In the future, I will need to rely on you for many things. Don't be foolish again." She herself was a tough nut to crack. It was naturally easy for her to deal with this kind of person who was unmoved by force or persuasion. Everything about being courteous and approachable were all nonsense. Only by letting him see the reality would he obediently listen to her orders. Only then did Ren Qiming admit defeat in front of her. Then he reported an interesting matter to her. "Last night, a few scholars from the Grand Historian Yuan came to my residence to ask for an audience. After meeting, they beat around the bush. Listening to their intentions, they were dissatisfied with you taking over the position of Celestial Commissioner. They deliberately stirred up trouble and urged me to fight for power with you." Yu Shu asked him who they were and he mentioned them one by one. When she heard Han Wenguang's name, she couldn't help but sneer. Her eyes flashed and she thought, at the beginning of her tenure, it was inevitable that people would be unstable. Just as she was about to punish the chicken to warn the monkey, there were people who were seeking death who came to her door. Ren Qiming was also tactful. This stab in the back was very straightforward. Not only did he disassociate himself from them, he also surrendered to her. Yu Shu then asked him, "How do you think this matter should be handled?" Ren Qiming's tone was stern as he said, "In this lowly official's view, the scholars' days are too leisurely. That's why they are impetuous and have ideas that they shouldn't have. If they are not punished, I'm afraid that they will be even more savage in the future." Junior supervisor is right, Yu Shu thought and sat up straight. She took a brush from the brush rack. Seeing this, Ren Qiming hesitated for a moment and then went forward to grind the ink for her. Yu Shu shook the brush and mumbled, "I studied in the Grand Historian Yuan for several months and found many bad practices. For example, some scholars were too arrogant and rejected the students who were studying hard outside the door. There were also some scholars who used their positions to seek personal gain and did not focus on teaching. All these things are because the 18 scholars do things their own way. There is one less person to manage the overall situation and the Celestial Commissioner has indulged too much, leading to today's situation. Why don't we choose a chief from among them and send a supervisor from the Celestial Commissioner to supervise the Grand Historian Yuan to correct the conduct?" Chapter 806. The rebellious army led by Feng Shao set up camp outside Dingzhou. 100 li to the north was the Great Yan's Yuyang County. The advance army only had 30,000 men and horses. They did not dare to advance rashly, so they sent scouts to Yuyang to spy on the military situation. They did not know that their every move had been reported back to Ningdong. Jiang Huang divided the 5 counties in the northeast and occupied 62 counties, a tenth of the Dan territory. Before he became emperor, more than half of the county officials willingly submitted. The rest were occupied by force. The northeast army swept through, beheading hundreds of court officials in one night. More than 10,000 soldiers surrendered, and the people had no will to resist. Jiang Huang effortlessly obtained a piece of the country. After wearing the yellow robe, the Yan emperor set the capital at Ningdong, divided the 5 counties, and stationed the army in various strategic locations. He then appointed his trusted aides and established a court to discuss politics. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Huang's sworn brother, Lu Shining, had saved Empress Dowager Wei and the eldest princess from danger. He then presented the new policy 36 rules for the court. The Yan emperor placed great importance on him and made him a marquis of a different surname. Hearing that the court's army had arrived in Dingzhou, the Yan emperor immediately called a court meeting to discuss countermeasures. Imperial advisor Lu Yen was an expert from the mountains. Because of his divine foresight, he usually predicted good or bad fortune for the soldiers. Everything came true, so everyone trusted him. He observed the stars at night and calculated a divination. It was hidden wolf in the west, killing star in the south, do not use the hidden dragon. The Yan emperor asked what it meant. Lu Shining answered, hidden wolf in the west should be the Mongols' restlessness. Not long ago, Timur, a descendant of northern Yuan, united the Tartars and Wala tribes. His momentum is at its peak. If he invades the court, he will definitely pass through Yan territory or fight. And killing star in the south should be a hidden dragon in the army. There is a fierce general who is in charge of fighting and killing. This is not good for our army. In the temporarily expanded imperial court, the voices of the newly appointed civil and military officials rose one after another. The Yan emperor frowned. Wolves in front and tigers behind. Won't the Yan be attacked from both sides? Is there a way to resolve this? After they finished speaking, the officials all offered their suggestions. Some said to strike first and seize Dingzhou before the 3 armies of the Yan dynasty could meet. Others said to form an alliance with the Mongols and fight the court together. The more the Yan emperor listened, the more his head ached. In the end, it was Lu Shining who spoke. I have a way to wait at ease for the exhausted, but it is a risky move. I wonder if your majesty dares to try? The Yan emperor sat straight and said, Second brother, please speak. Lu Shining's smile hit a dagger. He only said 8 words, feign attack to lure the enemy, divert the trouble to the south. Some did not understand and some only understood half of it. Only the Yan emperor had a military background and was good at strategizing. He understood the meaning of the song and immediately slapped the table in praise. What a good, waiting for the exhausted at ease, worth a try. When he finished speaking, he ignored the confused officials and called for a few generals, as well as Lu Shining and Lu Yen, to the back of the hall for a secret meeting. 3 days later, the Prince of Chongping, Lu Shining, personally led 8,000 elite soldiers and set off for Mongolia in the night. After Timur became the ruler, he had the ambition to expand his territory. However, he was troubled by the invasion of the south. It was difficult for the cavalry to advance through the mountains and rivers. If they took a detour from the border cities, the journey would be long. They could only go east through Yan territory and resupply along the way. In the beginning, Timur was wary of Jiang Huang and did not dare to act rashly. Recently, when he heard that Jiang Huang had become the emperor, he was tempted. He deployed 20,000 cavalry and set up camp on the Murin River in the west of Yan territory. On one hand, he could prevent the Yan army from invading, and on the other hand, he wanted to fish in troubled waters. In the blink of an eye, it was November and the north was freezing. Finally, when the river surface froze, The Mongolian camp advanced east but was ambushed by the Yen army. The two sides fought for half a day and the Yen army was outnumbered and their commander was captured alive. The leader of the Tatars under Timur, Hardenbatter, captured the enemy commander and saw that he was a weak scholar. After interrogation, he found out that he was the sworn brother of the Yen emperor and quickly rode back to report. When Timur received this pleasant surprise, he did not hesitate and quickly gathered his troops to meet up with Hardenbatter at the Murin River. After personally seeing Lu Shining, Timur saw through the enemy's scheme. It turned out that the Yen army advanced rashly because the Yin dynasty's army had already reached Dingzhou. The Yen emperor sent his troops to provoke the Mongolian cavalry and lure them to attack. At the same time, he showed weakness to the army and surrendered Yuyang to them. When the Mongolian cavalry and the army met, there would definitely be a battle and the Yen army would reap the benefits. Timur was warlike by nature and felt that this was a good opportunity to attack the Central Plains. Thus, he decided to beat them at their own game and ordered Hardenbatter to lead 5,000 vanguards and take Lu Shining as a hostage to borrow the Yen territory. Jiang Huang really valued this sworn brother of his and agreed to borrow the Mongolian army's route to Yuyang County. He also provided the 3 cities with provisions and only asked that Hardenbatter would not kill Lu Shining. The two armies came to an agreement and the Mongolian army set off and arrived at the upper valley first. After resting for a night, the 30,000 soldiers set up an ambush north of Yuyang City. In the beginning of the 12th month of the lunar calendar, Feng Shao sent 10,000 soldiers to attack Yuyang without knowing anything. But before they could even break through the city gate, they were outflanked by the Mongolian army from both sides and caught unprepared. If not for the vanguard general Yin Yuanrong, who fought his way out and brought back 3,000 wounded soldiers, this battle could be considered as a crushing defeat. When Feng Shao found out that the Yen dynasty had formed an alliance with the Mongolians, he was shocked and immediately reorganized his troops. Just when the Mongolians were feeling proud of themselves, the sound of war drums suddenly came from behind. When they looked around, they saw the Yen dynasty's flag fluttering in the sky and 10 heavy cannons appearing on the high ground. Boom! The sound was earth-shattering. Black fog filled the air and wails could be heard everywhere. No one could see what had just happened. The Mongolian army was in a mess. They had never seen such a scene before. Hardenbatter retreated in a panic and unknowingly headed towards the direction of the army's camp. Therefore, everything went according to someone's plan. The 3 armies were engaged in a chaotic battle, but it was the Mongolian army that was attacked from both sides. The Yen army and the rebel army attacked from both sides, and the Yen army retreated back to Yuyang City. They lost less than 100 soldiers, but they had already exhausted the 30,000 soldiers of the Mongolian army. Then, they killed the rebel army with a borrowed knife. As for the captured Lu Shining, he had escaped from the enemy's camp and brought back a captive, Hardenbatter, who had half of his leg blown off. Lu Shining retreated to Yuyang City and became famous after this battle. No matter it was the Mongolians or the generals of Yin dynasty, after this battle, everyone knew the name of Great Yan's Prince of Chongping. With this, the prophecy of imperial advisor Lu Yen was dispelled. In a short period of time, Timur would not make a comeback, and the Yen army could focus on fighting the Great Yin dynasty. Chapter 807. Yuyang City was under martial law. Tens of thousands of Yen soldiers were stationed in the city. Lu Shining, the Prince of Chongping, held the commander's seal. As the commander-in-chief, he was respectfully invited into the governor's manor by the local garrison. The Mongolian army was defeated and fled to the upper valley. The soldiers of the Yin dynasty did not pursue them for fear of falling into the trap of the Yen army again. Shuai did not send troops to pursue them either. The reinforcements from the upper valley had already arrived. It would not be difficult for them to take care of the remaining Mongolian soldiers. That night, in the most spacious room in the prefectural governor's estate, Shuai sat on a low couch with his upper body bare. The brazier beside his feet was burning brightly. Jin Ku stood behind him, and he was swiftly treating the densely packed wounds on Shuai's back as he complained. "I say, you really don't want your life anymore. At that time it was chaos and chaos. You didn't even have time to run for your life, yet you still dared to turn around and capture that Tatar leader. Luckily that arrow missed. Otherwise in this life you can forget about seeing that little sister of yours again. Shuai chuckled. His deep eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. Why would I not want to die? I just know that Big Brother is secretly protecting me and will not let anything happen to me. In the past year, he had long recognized Jin Ku as a chivalrous brother. Jin Ku was pleased to hear that he trusted him so much. But he did not let him off the hook. He said, "Next time you put yourself in danger, I will not accompany you." This time, in order to win Timur's trust, Shuai did not hesitate to pretend to be a captive. He also played the trick of injuring himself to gain the trust of the Mongolian army. Only then did he trick the Mongolian army into entering the Yen territory. After wrapping the bandage around his wound, Shuai put on his clothes, picked up the wine jar on the table and took a big gulp from it. The burning knife was strong enough, it was so hot that it burned his chest, yet it just happened to alleviate the pain of his wound. Even though the Tatars' torture methods were far inferior to those tortures that he knew, they were ruthless enough. However, when he thought that he was one step closer to Anling City, he felt that it was all worth it. "Don't drink so much." Jin Ku grabbed the jar and shook his head disapprovingly. He did not remember when Shuai developed this habit. As long as there was no business, he would get drunk as long as there was wine. "I will go somewhere else." "You should rest. You haven't slept for many days. Aren't you tired?" As soon as Jin Ku finished speaking, he carried the wine jar and left, and he didn't forget to instruct the guards outside to not allow Shuai to drink any wine. The prefectural governor's manor was built in an imposing manner. The east chamber was connected to a large garden. Once out of the courtyard, there was an exquisitely carved wooden corridor. Jin Ku had only walked a few steps when he saw a few people walking towards him. It was guard Zhao of Yang. Behind him was a steward, followed by two graceful girls. They wore soft fur coats and embroidered hats. They had red lips and rosy cheeks. Of guards. Guard Zhao recognized Jin Ku and greeted him with a face full of smiles. Although his position was 2 ranks higher than Jin Ku's, he was not as close to the emperor as Jin Ku. Moreover, Jin Ku was Chongping Wang's brother of a different surname. He naturally had to be polite. Jin Ku looked at the 2 girls behind him and stopped to ask, "Where is official Zhao going with these people?" "Oh, I heard that your highness is injured. How can there be no one to serve you?" Guard Zhao said with a face of concern, "The maids in my fu are all stupid. Only the daughters of these 2 concubines are gentle and sweet. I will send them to take care of your highness' daily life as a token of my sincerity." Jin Ku thought to himself, this old fellow can find such an excuse to send his own daughter to warm the bed of his brother. Does he really think that I can't see that he is trying to climb up the social ladder? If Chongping Wang was a lecherous person, the girls of Dadu would have already trampled through the doors ill of the Wang Fu, not to mention that the Princess Royal still hasn't given up. I advise official Zhao to save it. Jin Ku rudely splashed cold water on his face. My brother is famous for not being close to women. If you want to curry favor with him, you might as well give him a few jars of good wine. Guard Zhao laughed dryly but didn't back down. He moved to the side and said, "Coach Jin, you may go if you have something to do." Jin Ku saw that he didn't know how to appreciate kindness and didn't bother to stop him. He turned and left, letting him hit the wall himself. When his figure disappeared around the corner, Guard Zhao finally stopped smiling and turned to instruct his 2 daughters, "When you see Chongping Wang later, learn to be smart. When we meet the Chongping Prince later, learn to be smart. It'll be your luck if he takes a liking to any of you." The elder daughter blushed while the younger daughter pouted and said, "Father, you said that Chongping Wang is one of the most handsome men in Dadu. Even the princess likes him. You aren't lying to me, are you? If I see an ugly monster with a bull's head and a tiger's face later, I won't agree." The people of Yuyang were open-minded and the girls were sensible at a young age. They weren't ashamed to marry men and women. Guard Zhao laughed. "I'm just afraid that you won't leave when you see him." The father and daughters had their wishful thinking. Who would have thought that when they arrived at the East Wing, they wouldn't even be able to see Shuai's face? The army led by Feng Xiao got off to a bad start. They lost their first battle, and it was at the hands of the Tatars. Before Feng Xiao could worry about how to send the battle report to the capital, they inexplicably fought another battle. It was a pincer attack with the Yan army against the Mongolian army. In the end, they won, but Feng Xiao was filled with anger. This was probably because he found out from the captured Mongolian generals that he was working for the Yan army for free, and all of this was planned by the Yan army's commander, the Prince of Chongping, Lu Shining. Feng Xiao had nowhere to vent his anger. He knew that Lu Shining had retreated to Yuyang City, but he didn't dare to send troops to attack in a short period of time. He was afraid that it was a trap. He had been leading troops for 20 years, but he had never seen someone as cunning as Feng Xiao. Therefore, Yin Yuanrong, who had lost the first battle, asked for permission to go out to battle, but was rejected by Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao turned around and wrote a battle report and a memorial to the throne. He sent it to the capital at top speed. 3 days later, the news of victory from Dingzhou reached the capital. It said that the Yan rebels had colluded with the Mongolians and fought with the army of Yuyang County. As a result, the Mongolian army was defeated and retreated. The Yan army also retreated to Yuyang City and didn't dare to go out to battle. Emperor Chongzhen announced this victory in court. All the officials were excited. They all thought that the recovery of Yan was in sight. Only a few people noticed that something was wrong, but they didn't point it out in public. After the court was dismissed, Emperor Chongzhen asked Yu Shu to stay and went to the Hall of Tranquil Peace. Yu Shu followed him silently with a strange look in her eyes. When they arrived at the study room one after the other, Emperor Chongzhen's expression could no longer remain calm. He fiercely threw the report that Feng Xiao had sent back to the capital on the imperial desk, then picked up a memorial and threw it in front of Yu Shu. "Read it first." Yu Shu calmly picked up the memorial and flipped it open to read the content. When she saw the part about Prince of Chongping, Lu Shining, luring the Mongolian army into the valley, she was slightly stunned. Emperor Chongzhen said angrily, "Since when did Jiang Huaying have such a person by his side? We have never heard of such a person before. It is precisely this unknown Prince of Chongping who has managed to toy with our 100,000 troops." But Yu Shu clearly knew the real identity of this Prince of Chongping. "I should have listened to your idea and waited for the Mongolians to fight with the Yan traitors first," Emperor Chongzhen said regretfully. "Now I've been used by them, eliminating a problem." He didn't study the art of war for nothing. Now that things have come to this, how could he not know that the Mongolians are afraid of the alliance of the imperial court and the Yan army? They won't make a comeback in a short period of time. Yu Shu's suggestion of waiting for the Mongolians to tire themselves out is invalid. This was also why he called Yu Shu to the study alone. It was difficult to talk about it in front of others. Emperor Chongzhen reflected on himself. Yu Shu wasn't stupid enough to regret it with him. She didn't blame the emperor but advised, "Your Majesty, please don't be impatient. Let me think of a countermeasure." Emperor Chongzhen calmed down and sat down to drink tea. At the same time, he gave her a seat. Yu Shu sat down and thought for a moment before saying, "All is fair in war. General Feng isn't to be blamed for the battle at Yung. Your Majesty shouldn't be in a hurry to reprimand him. Instead, you should reward him and stabilize the army's morale. Moreover, the defeat of the Mongolians isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least this way, the Yan army can't ally with the Tatars to fight against the imperial court. Yuyang City is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Feng Zhao's army is stationed in Dingzhou. Right now, it's just a waste of food. Yesterday, I predicted that in 10 days, there will be a heavy snowfall in the north. I'm afraid there will be a snow disaster. It won't be good for our army. Why don't we withdraw half of our 100,000 soldiers to avoid losses? We can wait until the weather warms up next year." Emperor Chongzhen thought for a moment. Although he felt that everything she said was reasonable, he didn't want to show weakness to the Yan. For a moment he was in a dilemma. Seeing this, Yu Shu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The emperor was skilled in both the pen and the sword. It was a pity that he was born with an indecisive personality. He was cold-blooded, but he couldn't bend. Thus, she continued to advise. The Yen army is good at fighting in a world of ice and snow. Our army is afraid of the cold. Once the snow doesn't melt, we will be in a passive position. The Yen army can't take the initiative to attack. Since they couldn't attack the city and couldn't fight, what was the point of staying there? Fine. I'll do as you say. Your Majesty is wise. After leaving the palace, Yushu sat in the carriage in a daze. Her mind was filled with the words, Prince of Chongping, Lu Shining. This was the first time she heard news of Shui Rui since they parted. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't excited at all. Counting the days, it had been almost a year since they parted. Even if she didn't think about him day and night, she still thought about him and remembered the promise he made that day. But at that time, she was still a chess piece that could be manipulated by others. Her life and death were not in her hands. Now, she was standing at the top of the Celestial Commissioner, looking down on everyone. She wondered if he also heard news of her. What would he think? Yushu shook her head and smiled. She felt that she was thinking too far ahead. The carriage stopped in front of the Celestial Commissioner's door. Yushu got into a sedan and was carried to Taishi Tower. She spent more time in the Celestial Commissioner's office than at home. It wasn't because the Minister of Justice was too busy, but because there were people asking to see her every day. She had to make decisions about everything big or small. When she arrived at Taishi Tower, a black-robed guard reported to her before she stepped onto the bridge. The female prisoner in the dungeon still wants to see you. She killed herself by biting her tongue this morning. He was talking about Ji Xingxuan. Yushu frowned and asked him, Is she dead? I saved her in time. Chapter 808. The Celestial Commissioner had set up a dungeon where all the criminals were locked up who could not see the light of day. In order to escape, Prince Xiang used Ji Xingxuan and her son in exchange for Zhu Muzhao's release. 3 months ago, when Ji Xingxuan was locked up in the dungeon, Yushu had not visited her even once. Now that Zhu Muzhao had passed away, there was no one to restrain Yushu. She felt that it was time to end things between her and Ji Xingxuan. It was the coldest day of the year and the dungeon was dark and damp. The cold air rose from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Yushu was draped in a spotless snow-white sable coat and her hands were tucked into her sleeves. She carried a small hand warmer in her bosom and the deerskin boots on her feet were thick with cotton soles. There was no sound when she stepped on the ground. The black-robed guard held a torch in his hand and stood in front of her, protecting her in the middle. They came to the door of Ji Xingxuan's cell. The dungeon was filled with stone walls and iron doors. The prisoners locked up here did not see each other and did not see the light of day. The jailer who delivered their meals every day was a mute. After a long period of time, it was easy for a person to get sick. In the end, they would either go crazy or commit suicide. The cell door opened and the torch dispelled the darkness in the room, illuminating the situation inside. Ji Xingxuan was curled up in a pile of hay in the corner. She was wrapped in a dirty and tattered quilt and was trembling. Her hair was disheveled and her face could not be seen clearly. One could only see that her cheeks were sunken and she was pitifully thin. She covered her eyes and slowly raised her head. When she saw Yushu standing outside the door, her eyes widened and she crawled towards the door agitatedly. However, when she was within 5 feet of Yushu, she was kicked back by the black-robed guard. Stay here obediently. The black-robed guard scolded. Ji Xingxuan collapsed on the ground. The quilt on her body fell open, revealing her skinny body. She struggled to sit up and wrapped the quilt around her in a flurry. She looked up at Yushu, her teeth chattering. Where's my child? He's doing very well. He eats well and wears well. He's never been wronged. Yushu told the truth. Seeing that Ji Xingxuan had fallen to such a state, she no longer had the mood to add insult to injury. I don't believe you. Are you that kind? Ji Xingxuan's voice was filled with suspicion. She knew very well that they already knew that her child was the flesh and blood of the late emperor, but she didn't know why they took away her child. What she was most afraid of was that the current emperor also knew of this child's existence and would not spare this little life. Yu Shu asked her, "Don't you want him to live well? Why do you want something to happen to him?" Ji Xingxuan's expression instantly turned savage. "If you harm him, even if I become a ghost, I won't forgive you." Yu Shu shook her head, her face full of disdain. "You should have known that by giving birth to him, you were giving him a path to death. But you still chose to selfishly take this child. Now you're worrying about his life and death. Isn't it too late? I really don't understand. With your intelligence, why would you lower yourself to such a state? Is it because of that Shifu of yours whose face you haven't even seen? Ji Xingxuan, you are not fit to be a mother." A look of regret floated onto Ji Xingxuan's face. The viciousness from before had disappeared. She lowered her head and gave a series of bitter laughs. "Ha! It was you who ruined my family and left me with nowhere to go. You're asking me why I lower myself to that state? If it was you, you wouldn't be any better off than me. I know Shifu is using me. But if I didn't listen to his arrangements, I would have become Ning Wang's slave. How would I be any better than now? Now that I think about it, I really made a wrong move. When I first met you in Jing City, I shouldn't have been greedy for your Lu Yao technique and provoked you, a fiend." She was remorseful, but it was too late. Yu Shu looked at her remorseful expression, but her heart didn't waver. She said, "You know that you only have yourself to blame. You can't blame anyone else." Ji Xingxuan mumbled, "Yes, if I want to blame someone, I can only blame myself for not being as skilled as others, not as lucky as you, not as skilled as you. I tried my best but failed to follow my grandfather's wish to enter the Celestial Commissioner Bureau. But you, in a short 2 years, have already become the chief of the Kunling Bureau." She was trapped in the dungeon and didn't know how long it had been outside. She didn't know that Zhu Muzhao had died and that Yu Shu was now the head of the Celestial Commissioner Bureau. Yu Shu didn't say it to hurt her but asked her, "You sought death to see me just to say such nonsense?" Ji Xingxuan hung her head, her messy hair covering her expression. Her tone was sorrowful. "I know that the great Tiandao will not let me go. I know too many secrets that I shouldn't know. Only by dying will you be at peace. I'm not asking you to spare my life, but I'm begging you to spare my child. He's still so young and doesn't know anything. Find a remote place and send him away. As long as he can live in this world, I have nothing else to ask for." As she spoke, she supported her weak body and slowly knelt in front of Yu Shu. Her posture was extremely humble. "I beg you." Yu Shu didn't move and asked her, "What's the use of begging me?" Ji Xingxuan said, "As long as you are willing to plead for me in front of the great Tiandao, I believe he will listen to you. After all, you are that person." Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and thought that she had guessed her identity as the person who broke her life. Yu Shu suddenly felt pity for Ji Xingxuan. She had this intelligence but used it in the wrong place. "Why should I plead for you?" Ji Xingxuan replied, "I can tell you a secret that you definitely don't know in exchange." Yu Shu was interested. She waved her hand at the black-robed guards and asked them to leave. She took a step forward and half-squatted in front of Ji Xingxuan. She stretched out her hand and lifted Ji Xingxuan's chin with her fingertips. She made Ji Xingxuan look into her eyes. Ji Xingxuan's body stiffened. She didn't dodge. She softly revealed the secret that she had buried in the deepest part of her heart. It was also the last talisman that her Shifu had left for her to protect her life. She would rather die than reveal it unless she had no other choice. At this moment, for her child, she was willing to take this risk. The Crown Prince, Lu Tan, is not the flesh and blood of the late emperor. He is the child of noble consort Shui and another man. Yu Shu had always felt that there were few things that could make her change her expression since she had reached her current position. However, this statement shocked her. Lu Tan had already become the emperor. Now, someone was telling her that he was not the son of the late emperor. Say that again? She exerted force in her hand and squeezed Ji Xingxuan's chin. Her ears perked up and her pair of sharp eyes firmly locked onto her. The Crown Prince, Lu Tan, is not the flesh and blood of the late emperor. He is the child of noble consort Shui and another man. Yu Shu slowly took a breath and asked her again, "With whom?" She had a bold guess in her heart, but it was hard to believe. "I don't know." Ji Xingxuan was afraid that she wouldn't believe her and quickly explained, "It was my Shifu who told me. He said that one day, when I am in a situation where I can't live or die, I should tell this secret to save my life. I don't ask you to spare my life, I only ask you to spare my child. I swear that what I said is the truth. If there is even half a word of falsehood, let me fall into the 18 levels of hell after I die, never to be reincarnated." She raised her finger and swore to the heavens. Yu Shu expressionlessly looked at her and said, "You can swear that what you said is the truth, but how can you guarantee that what your Shifu said is also the truth?" Ji Xingxuan fiercely bit her lips and said, "If you don't believe me, you can verify it. My Shifu said that the crown prince, Lu Tan, has a snake-shaped birthmark on the inside of his thigh. His birth father also had the same birthmark on the same place, but the late emperor did not. If you can find out which man noble consort Shui had an affair with before she married, then you can verify what my Shifu told me is true or false." Yu Shu closed her eyes and calmed the raging waves in her heart. Her great insight art had a small success, so she could naturally distinguish whether Ji Xingxuan was telling the truth or not. As for whether her Shifu was telling the truth or lying, that was something worth considering. The Shifu that Ji Xingxuan wholeheartedly followed was the Prince of Xiang himself. And according to what she knew, the Prince of Xiang and Empress Dowager Shui had an affair. This meant that the Prince of Xiang who had personally told Ji Xingxuan this secret could be the man who caused Empress Dowager Shui to secretly bear the child. It could be imagined that if this secret were to be spread, it would definitely lead to chaos. She let go of Ji Xingxuan and rubbed her fingers together. She stood up and said, "Regardless of whether this matter is true or false, I guarantee that the child will live well." Actually, even if Ji Xingxuan did not beg her, she would not kill a child. She would let Xiao Yu live in this world with a different identity. He would never know who his birth parents were, and she would not destroy his life for the sake of revenge. Hearing this, Ji Xingxuan's dark eyes had a glimmer of light. She did not hear the power behind Yu Shu's confident tone and thought that she would plead in front of the great insight to protect her child. "Thank you very much." As a mother, her words of thanks came from the bottom of her heart. Yu Shu looked down at Ji Xingxuan bowing and scraping in front of her for the sake of the child and felt a little relieved. She looked at her one last time and turned to leave. The grudges of the past were written off. Seeing the heavy prison door close in front of her, Ji Xingxuan let out a big sigh of relief and softly fell to the ground. Few people knew that she was born with a kind of talent. She could distinguish between good and bad intentions from others, so she could avoid many disasters. She could feel that Yu Shu did not have any bad intentions towards her. She had really promised to help her keep the child. "Baby, mother has let you down. I can only do this much for you. I hope that you can grow up peacefully and be an ordinary person. Mother can die in peace." Ji Xingxuan muttered to herself. Only a mother who had given birth to a child could understand this selflessness. She was willing to sacrifice her own life in order to protect the little life that flowed in her veins. In the darkness, she suddenly heard voices coming from outside the door. "Would the great secretary please tell us how to deal with this female criminal? There is no need to care about her. Let her live for as long as she can." "Yes." Chapter 809. Friendly Tip, by Ran is the foreign minister. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year again, and it was time to give gifts. Outside the Yu residence, there were 2 long lines of people giving gifts that could stretch from one end of Baochong Street to the other. Sometimes, they had to wait for a day before they could set foot on the steps of the Yu residence, but no one dared to complain. They had to smile obsequiously and wholeheartedly carry the gifts inside. It was said that the Prime Minister's doorstep was a 7th-ranked official. Zhou Hu finally understood the meaning of this sentence today. Last year, at this time, he was the one who brought people to carry gifts to other people's residences to look at their faces. This year, it was a group of people fighting to look at his face. Now, many people had to politely call him Chief Steward Zhou when they saw him, who said that a servant couldn't have a day of freedom. It depended on what kind of master they followed. As the sun set, the main gate of the Yu residence was closed. No matter how many people were outside, they were all turned away after 5 in the afternoon. This was a rule set by Yu Shu, and no one in the entire residence dared to disobey it on the surface. Zhou, who had a stack of scattered banknotes in his sleeves. There were about 300 to 500 taels, which was almost equivalent to 10 years of his monthly allowance. They were all secretly given to him by the people who gave gifts. For the first 2 days, he was so scared that he didn't dare to reach out to take it. Then, somehow, his master found out. Miss Exenfer from the north came to pass on a message and said, "Master said to take what is given to you. Later, when you go to the accounts room and report it, you can keep the other half." Zhou, whose steps were light. Ever since he came out of his mother's womb, he had never had so much money on hand. After 10 days, he could find a place in Enling City to settle down in a spacious house. On his way to the accountant's office, he was thinking that later on he would give a share to his brothers who were guarding the courtyard. Even if he didn't say much, he would at least give each of them a few taels of silver. He would at least have enough to eat and drink. It should be known that the guards in the residence, in addition to food and clothing, 2 sets of clothes per season, and an extra 3 taels a month. Not to mention, they would get rewards from their masters from time to time. If they spent it frugally, after 3 to 5 years, they would be able to save enough for a wife and wouldn't need to be single. When Zhou, who arrived at the accounting room, he saw Bai Ran sitting in the room, fiddling with the abacus and checking the accounts. He came forward and warmly said, "Little brother Bai, why are you alone today? Where is 6th uncle?" Originally, only Uncle Qian Lu was in charge of the accounts in the accounting room. A few months ago, Yu Shu transferred Bai Ran over, saying that she wanted him to learn accounting. But how could Zhou who not understand? Although Bai Ran looked fair and clean like a little girl, he was literate and sensible. Their family's adults were tempering this kid. They felt that it was a waste for him to be a study companion and had the intention to promote him. Because of this, Zhou, who did not rely on his position as the front yard's chief steward to be arrogant in front of Bai Ran. He was still as amiable as before. Bai Ran put down the account book, stood up and said to Zhou, who, 6th uncle has a stomachache. He will go back and rest first. Brother Zhou, are you here to pay the accounts? I will write it down for you. As he said this, he turned around and took out a red leather account book from the cupboard. He sat back down at the table. Zhou, who took out the banknotes and silver ingots that he had received in private today. Bai Ran checked them twice before she lifted the brush and dipped it in the ink. She wrote it down neatly and then had Zhou who write his name at the back and put his fingerprint on it. The servants in the Fu, at the very least, had to learn how to write their own name. Every month, when they received their monthly allowance, they had to sign it before they could receive it. Zhou, who received almost 200 taels of silver. He was grinning from ear to ear. He immediately took out a small ingot and put it on the table. He generously said, "Take it and buy something delicious." Bai Ran quickly refused, "I can't accept it. The day before yesterday, you gave me 2 silver ingots. I have nowhere to spend them. How can I accept your money?" He knew that Zhou who received this money openly. Other people wouldn't be jealous. Moreover, Zhou who wasn't stingy at all. Every time he received money, he would give it to the people in the front courtyard. Take it, take it. Everyone who sees it has a share. If you don't take it, then you don't put your brother in your eyes. Zhou who put on a serious face and forcefully gave it to him. Without waiting for him to push it back, he let go and ran away. Bai Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the round silver ingot in his hand. His pair of bright eyes gradually became confused. He thought to himself, when did it start? His life seemed to be different. Oh yes, it should be from the day he met Yu Shu in the provided people's home. His life changed into another shape. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, his grandfather was defeated. After the Bai family's property was confiscated, he was sent to the elders' courtyard. Because he was beautiful and literate, he was not in a hurry to be sold. Instead, he was carefully trained so that he could be sent to a high-ranking family to be a spy. Who would have thought that the elder's courtyard was actually a place where spies were placed? He was carefully nurtured for 2 years before he was sent to Prime Minister Xuefu. In the beginning, he was just a small servant in the eldest young master's courtyard who was drying books. He had only seen his master a few times. By chance, he showed his face in front of the eldest young master and was recognized by him. He was made a follower, and from then on, he had the opportunity to get close to his master and secretly pass some unimportant news to the senior courtyard. Later, Emperor Zhao Qing became seriously ill. Ning Wang Hao became the regent of the state. But he didn't have a few days of pride before someone exposed a scandal and he staggered into prison. What everyone didn't expect was that before the old emperor died, he passed the throne to Xiang Wang, who was born from the same mother as him. This caused a lot of opposition. Among them, the celestial commissioner was the most vocal. But in the end, it was still Xiang Wang who sat on the throne and became the Emperor Zhao Yang. After Zhao Yang Emperor ascended the throne, he started to suppress the celestial commissioner. He demoted the Great Commissioner to 3rd rank and all the other officials were demoted. Then he investigated the aristocratic families of the 12 prefectures of the capital and imprisoned all the descendants of the previous emperor. Then, Prince Dongjing rebelled and fought against the imperial court. The imperial court sent troops to suppress him but failed. Someone in the capital reported that the eldest son of the Xue family had colluded with Prince Dongjing. There were letters as proof. Prime Minister Xue fell ill in anger and the Xue family never recovered. Not long after, Zhao Yang Emperor charged the Xue family with colluding with the enemy and exiled 17 males of the Xue family, including the collateral branches. The females were sent to the army to serve as JIIs. As a servant, Bai Ran was lucky to escape and returned to the residential compound. At that time, he didn't know that during the Xue family's exile, Prime Minister Xue died of illness and Xue Rui disappeared mysteriously. 7 years later, the world was in turmoil. Prince Dongjing allied with the Mongols and advanced triumphantly. He attacked Anling City and ousted Zhao Yang Emperor from the throne. He supported the son of the late Empress Imperial Concubine Xue, the 19th Prince Lu Ling, as the young emperor. At the same time, the eldest son of the Xue family, who should have died on the way to exile, became the imperial preceptor of the imperial court and held all the power. After imperial preceptor Xue became the most powerful minister, he first cleared the Xue family's name and cleared their name. Then he asked Zhao Yang Emperor to be executed by 1,000 cuts and usurped the throne with 81 crimes. His methods were so cruel that even the residential compound couldn't escape. More than 200 spies were beheaded and the rest of the sinful slaves had their tongues cut off and were exiled to the bitter land. Bai Ran, who had once worked as an informer in the Xue family, had personally experienced the Avicii hell and stepped on the road to death with fear. The last image left in his mind was Grand Preceptor Xue sitting on the 8-bearer palanquin and watching the execution with cold eyes, and his pair of pitch-black eyes. Hiss! Bai Ran fell into his memories and couldn't help but shiver. The ingot in his hand was wet with sweat. He took it and knocked on his forehead, using the pain to wake himself up. He said silently over and over again, "God, if you let me live again, I will cherish my life." From the moment he came back to life and returned to the Bai family, he kept reminding himself like this. Therefore, although he entered the residential compound, he would rather be beaten and starved than learn to be a spy. Because he didn't want to go to the side of that evil man in his life. Although there were many differences between this life and his previous life, such as Prince Xiang's failure, the 9th Prince Lu Tan inheriting the throne, and the Xue family didn't end so tragically, but all these differences made him most confused because of his current master. In his previous life, he had never heard of Yushu. Brother Ran? Brother Ran? A small hand waved in front of him. Bai Ran suddenly came back to his senses. He saw Abe Queasy came in, opened a pair of big round eyes, looked at him with a worried face. "Why are you in a daze? It's dark." Bai Ran slowly smiled, and his face regained its spirit. "I seem to have made a mistake just now. I'm afraid that 6th uncle will scold me when he comes tomorrow." Abe Kizo nervously said, "Will 6th uncle scold you?" Do you want me to plead with Master? Bai Ran shook his head and couldn't help but touch her head. He took the basket from her hand and said, "No, sixth uncle scolds me for my own good. What delicious food did you send me today?" Chapter 8:10. Xiaoxiu. On the day of the grand opening of Wang Jilu, Yushu did not show up at all. There was no dragon or lion dance, nor was there any musical troupe. Only 2 strings of firecrackers were placed in front of the door, and a long table was set up at the main entrance. Anyone who passed by could receive a large seal stick for free, and they could enter Wang Jilu to find a Master Yi to do a divination within a month, free of charge. On that day, no one knew that the owner of this great exchange hall was the current celestial commissioner, and most of the aristocratic families of the 12 prefectures had not heard of the news. The customers who entered the door were either people with a large seal stick to take advantage of the situation, or passers-by who wanted to join in the fun. Wang Jilu was not as grand as the great exchange hall on Qianyuan Street, but inside, it was a completely different world. Inside the door, there were 2 waiters, dressed in black robes with red belts, looking refreshed. When they saw the customers enter, they smiled and reminded them, "If you are looking for a fortune teller, please go to the Being Hall on the west side. If you have any difficult illnesses, please go to the Begging Hall on the east side. Also, our great exchange hall will announce tomorrow's weather every morning, so please pay attention to the heavenly secret list in the main hall." After entering the door, the customers would find that this place was very different from other great exchange halls. First, they went to the Begging Hall, where the fortune teller would carefully ask for your name and date of birth, record it in a book, and give you a number, saying that if you come back within a month, as long as you reported your number, you would be able to receive a good fortune talisman for free. If the Master Yi in the Being Hall was not accurate, then go to the Begging Hall on the east side of the main hall. There was a row of long counters in the hall, and behind the counters sat young female attendants wearing green skirts and silver-red bikinis, with their hair combed into 2 buns. Each of them had a stack of yellow books and a plate of number sticks in their hands, specializing in dealing with difficult illnesses. What were difficult illnesses? For example, losing a cat or dog, looking for a person or thing, discord between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, discord between husband and wife, evil spirits, or bad luck, no matter how big or small, but as long as it could be solved with the Master Yi, they could all leave a reward here. You only need to pay 10 copper coins of paper and ink, and you can take away a stick. Leave your question and your reward, and set a time limit. If no one replied when the time was up, not only would they return the reward, but they would also get back the 10 copper coins. If there was a bounty, there would naturally be people who would accept it. Regardless of whether it was a Master Yi who had passed the Grand Yen examination or not, as long as one entered the building of forgotten opportunities, one only needed to pay 10 copper coins and register in the register. Then, one could casually flip through the bounty list here. If he wanted to take the notice, he would need to pay 1/10 of the reward as a security deposit, and he would be able to receive a corresponding number plate. He would meet the person who posted the bounty in the guest room on the 2nd floor, and both parties would settle it themselves. Later, he would only need to take the bounty person's number plate to receive the corresponding reward from the Forgetting Opportunity building. At the same time, he left a record and accumulated a sum of money. Such clear rules could be read in detail on the signboard at the entrance of the Seeking Hall. What was worth mentioning was that the 3 bounties with the highest reward would be posted on the Heavenly Mystery list in the middle of the hall for everyone to see. Therefore, the customers who came and went in the Forgotten Opportunity Tower every day were not only ordinary people who needed to have their fortune told, but there were also idle traders. 10 copper coins was not much at all, so why not exchange it for a chance to earn some extra money? On the first day of the opening, the Masters E in the Hall of Forgotten Opportunities were extremely busy. They were all customers who came to ask for their fortune for free, and the Hall of Begging Opportunities was deserted. Throughout the day, there were only a few dozen customers who paid and left their names. However, under the Heavenly Mystery list in the middle of the hall, there was a group of people surrounding it. Most of them were here to see the weather tomorrow, but they were shocked to see 2 bounties that were posted on red paper and gold words on the list: son-in-law, looking for a gentleman to marry into the family. He must have good facial features and a good character, have no hidden diseases, be skilled in both the pen and the sword, and be compatible with each other. Bounty, head of the Yi Shui family. Reward, 50,000 taels of gold. Missing person notice. My teacher, Taoist priest Qing Zheng, has traveled the world and is currently searching for his whereabouts. Bounty, celestial commissioner's advice. Reward, 10,000 taels of gold. All the customers who entered the Forgetting Opportunity building saw this bounty list and were amazed. They spread the news by word of mouth, not only because of the generous reward, but also because of the person who posted the bounty. There were also people who doubted the authenticity of these 2 bounty lists, and when they asked the manager and staff of the Forgetting Opportunity building, they could only smile mysteriously and reply, "Sir, you probably don't know who my master is." There was no further reply, but it made people anxious and curious to death. Therefore, after 3 days, the name of the Forgetting Opportunity building spread throughout the streets and alleys. Not to mention the south of the city, even the north of the city did not know about it. This evening, a red wooden sedan stopped at the back door of the Forgetting Opportunity building. Lu Hong and Su Qing, one tying the horse and the other knocking on the door. Ever since Yu Shu became the Celestial Commissioner, the 2 of them were promoted to 5th-grade Imperial bodyguards and were allowed to travel in front of the Emperor. They finally made it out, and the group of brothers who were still idling around in the Jin Wu guards were envious. Yu Shu took over Gu Hong from Zhu Qingjue and let this mysterious master help her train Lu Hong and Su Qing. Now, the 2 of them were considered the best among the many black-robed guards. The backyard of the Forgetting Opportunity building did not change at all, and was still the same as when the restaurant was first opened. Other than the shopkeeper Lin Fu and a group of staff, there was also Xen Li Shan, the great E-master who was in charge here. The idea of Yoqiu Hall and Bing Hall was thought of by Yu Shu, but it was the rules that Xen Li Shan deliberated over. As for the eye-catching Tianji list, the weather forecast was the work of Yu Shu, and the red list bounty was first proposed by Xen Li Shan. Yu Shu had a bright mind, and decided on a son-in-law recruitment notice and a missing person notice, which got Xen Li Shan's approval. The 2 of them were birds of a feather. No, they appreciated each other, and worked together to open the Forgetting Opportunity building. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Although it had not started to make profits, it was famous. If it continued to develop like this, it was only waiting for the melon to ripen and the stalk to fall. Sitting in the tea room, Xen Li Shan flipped through the name list in his hand and grinned at Yu Shu. Today, there were 70 to 80 returning customers who got the protective talisman from the Bing Hall alone. The cheapest one was asking for money, and they collected more than 200 taels. Half of the 1,000 big seal scripts we gave out on the first day have been collected. In other words, we've got 500 returning customers. 200 taels of silver didn't sound like much at first, but this was a newly opened Forgetting Opportunity building, and it had no reputation to speak of. Every day, there were hundreds of customers asking for their fortune, and once it had a good reputation in the future, this number would multiply several times. This didn't include the sale of some trinkets to attract good luck and avoid bad luck, and the expensive feng shui ornaments. What's the progress at Yoqiu Hall? Yu Shu asked. Xen Li Shan was even happier when she mentioned this. When you first came up with this idea, I was still nervous, afraid that it would mess things up in the end. I didn't expect that in just half a month, there would be more than 100 offers, and the advance payment alone would be close to 1,000 taels of silver. There are also people competing for the last place on the Tianji list, increasing the price one by one. As for the registered customers at Forgetting Opportunity building, there are already more than 100 people, and it's still increasing. A smile finally appeared on Yu Shu's face. Her fingers tapped the lid of the teacup briskly, and she said, "Let's wait for another month or 2, and depending on the situation, we can add an extraordinary people list to the Tianji list. The top 5 will be ranked according to the amount of money the customers have accumulated on a daily basis, and they can come to Forgetting Opportunity Building to collect a salary every month. Not only did she want to build a trading platform at Forgetting Opportunity Building, but she also wanted to take this opportunity to win over a large number of idle customers so that they could be used by Forgetting Opportunity Building and become a force in her hands. Hearing this, Xen Lishan secretly clicked his tongue. Although Yu Shu's attitude towards him was the same as before after she became the big tipping point, he still felt that she was becoming more and more dignified by the day, and she involuntarily exuded a strong aura, which made people unconsciously feel inferior in front of her. Speaking of which, fifth uncle, have you considered the matter I mentioned to you last time? Yu Shu changed the topic and looked at him. Xen Lishan touched his nose and said embarrassedly, I'm used to being free. If you ask me to become an official at the Celestial Commissioner, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay there. Besides, I don't get along well with the left judge. It's fine if we don't meet, but when we meet, your eyes are red and your face is anxious. Aren't you afraid that I'll make a mess of the Celestial Commissioner? The resentment between Xien Lishan and Xien Ya couldn't be resolved. Yu Shu didn't want to intervene, but she felt it was a pity that she couldn't accept such a capable great change master like Xen Lishan into the Celestial Commissioner. She didn't need to use the great insight technique to see that it wasn't that Xien Lishan didn't want to become an official, but because of Xien Ya, he didn't want to give in. Think about it again. I'll reserve the position of the right magistrate of the Astronomical Bureau for you. When you've thought it through, just let me know. Xen Lishan nodded lightly and understood her good intentions. After the two finished discussing business, Yu Shu rested at Wangji Tower that night. She didn't sleep upstairs, but downstairs in the room that Shui Rui had once lived in. The incense burner in the room was filled with the orchid scent that he loved. It was as fresh and elegant as he was, making her feel comfortable. That night she had a dream. She dreamed that she was sailing with him on Jade Lion Lake, admiring the wind and the moon, spending the night together. When she woke up the next day, Yu Shu was in a good mood. The trace of a smile hung on the corner of her mouth all the way to the Celestial Commissioner. Just as she arrived at Taishi Tower, she heard the good news from the palace. Empress Xia Jiang had given birth to a little imperial son this morning, and both mother and child were safe. Yu Shu quickly changed her clothes and entered the palace to meet. When she hurried to Feng Zhao Palace, there was already a group of women sitting in the side hall. Empress Dowager Rui and Empress Dowager Shui had come, as well as Rui Shu Fei and Mei Jiu. 3 women were a play, and there was one more here. How could Yu Shu not know the undercurrents? But these women of high status in the palace had all suffered at her hands before, so for now, no one dared to provoke her. Emperor Chongzhen was probably keeping the Empress company in the bedroom. After a while, he led the wet nurse who was carefully carrying the eldest imperial son over for the 2 Empress Dowagers to see. This nose and eyes, they're all good-looking. One look and you can tell he's a child of good fortune. Empress Dowager Rui rushed to carry the child first and gave a string of compliments. Empress Dowager Shui didn't keep her cold face and revealed a smile as she said, "Isn't that so? I think this child looks more like the emperor." She turned her head to say to Emperor Chongzhen, "This child looks exactly the same as you when you were born." Everyone could see the emperor's joy. No one present was disappointed. Even Rui Shu Fei didn't say any sour words. Lotus Room. Emperor Chongzhen waved a hand at Yu Shu, asking her to come forward to look at the child. He told her, "Celestial Commissioner, come up with a few auspicious words. Zhen has to choose carefully and give the eldest imperial son a good name." Yu Shu looked at the infant in the swaddling clothes. It was red and wrinkled like a monkey. It wasn't even as white and chubby and cute as Xiao Yu at home. But because it was Xia Jiangmin's child, her eyes couldn't help but soften, the fire between her brows warming. Chapter 8:11. In the first year of Chongzhen, on the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, Empress Xia Jiang gave birth to her eldest son. Emperor Chongzhen was very happy and rewarded Fengzhou Palace 3 times a day. When the good news came out, the court was filled with joy, sweeping away the previous gloominess. The Celestial Commissioner appointed Yu Lianfang to personally read the 8 characters of the great prince's name. Later, Emperor Chongzhen gave him the name Lu Ying. In the Taishi Tavern, the eunuch bowed and left after passing the message. When Yu Shu heard that the emperor only chose the word Ying from the dozens of characters she carefully selected, she couldn't help but sigh. Sitting on the throne, she muttered to herself, "It seems that this child is indeed fated with me." The word Ying was full and had more than enough. On New Year's Eve, a heavy snowfall suddenly came and continued for 3 days. Just as Yu Shu had said when she persuaded Emperor Chongzhen to withdraw his troops, this heavy snowfall covered the entire north. There was no way to fight anymore. 50,000 troops were enough to stay behind. The further north they went, the colder it became. Half of the troops led by Feng Xiao were transferred from Liangjiang and were not used to the icy weather. If they didn't retreat in time before the weather changed, it was easy to imagine how many soldiers would freeze to death. The heavy snow blocked the roads, so the palace banquet for the first lunar year had to be cancelled. Most of the civil and military officials stayed at home, waiting for the snow to stop. Half a month ago, because the emperor listened to Yu Shu's letter and ordered the withdrawal of the troops, the officials who were dissatisfied with her and attacked her were all very guilty now. From New Year's Eve to the 6th day of the first lunar month, the snow fell for 7 days before it stopped intermittently and reluctantly. Fortunately, the people had enough New Year's goods and could live behind closed doors. They didn't have to go out to visit relatives, so this New Year's Eve had a special taste. The next day, the weather was clear. The streets and alleys of the capital could be seen everywhere sweeping the snow. There were also children wearing thick cotton-padded jackets and trousers running around, having snowball fights and making snowmen. It had been many years since they had seen such heavy snow. The children were playing crazily, and even the adults were eager to play. Several of Yu Shu's maidservants from the North Palace woke up early to help her freshen up. When she went to the study room to practice her calligraphy, only Abe Queasy was left to serve her. Then, one by one, they sneaked out to the courtyard to play in the snow. Yu Shu copied a piece of calligraphy and raised her head to see Biki looking out the window. She smiled and said, "You should go too. There's no need to stand here." Her handwriting wasn't pretty, but she had put in a lot of effort to practice it over the past 6 months. From barely presentable to presentable, she had made rapid progress. Although it couldn't be said to be very good, she had her own style. Akiko Abe shyly said, "Master, why don't you take a break and go outside?" This slave heard that young master and Bairan made a big snowman yesterday. Today, Chief Steward Zhou will bring people to carve an ice lantern. Yu Shu looked at the pure white snow outside the window, unmoved. She gently shook her head and said, "You go ahead, I think it's cold." Actually, she wasn't afraid of the cold. She just didn't have the mood to play around. There was a war in the north, and there were hidden worries in the court. Now, she needed to worry about everything. How could she have the leisure to play around? Akiko Abe skipped away. Yu Shu calmed down and wrote for another half an hour. She put down her brush and stretched her waist. She called out to the people outside, but no one answered. She thought that they had all gone out to watch the fun. It was rare for them to be happy. Yu Shu wasn't angry. She put the teapot on the stove to heat it up. Not long after, Yun Do, who went to the east courtyard early in the morning, came back with a tray. When she entered the door, she saw that no one was serving her. Yu Shu was actually boiling tea for herself. Yun Do quickly put down the tray and went forward to take over. She muttered, "This group of girls must have gone to play in the snow. When they come back, this slave will deal with them." Yun Do had become more and more steady these days. Originally, she wasn't as good as and wasn't as clever as Lin, but now she managed the group of maidservants in the north courtyard. She firmly occupied the position of the number 1 maidservant in front of Yu Shu. "Let them play. It's been many years since I've seen such a big snow." Yu Shu pointed at the tray she had just put down and asked, "What is that?" Yun Do poured tea for her. She turned around and took the tray and put it in front of her. "Miss forgot. Today is the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Girls have to wear flowers. The 2 foreign have prepared it for you." As she spoke, she took out the flowers that Zhao Hui and Aunt Cui had sent for her to see. One was a corolla made from flowers that bloomed all 4 seasons in Yongchunyuan. The other was a flower hairpin made from real gold, silver, and jade leaves. At this time, Yushu's hair was loosely tied into a bun at the back of her head. Yun Do tried to compare the 2 flowers on her head and said with a smile, "Mrs. Skin is snow white. Either one looks good on you. The 2 foreign have put in a lot of effort. Shall this slave help you comb your hair and change?" Yushu's expression was somewhat absent-minded. She took the exquisite and small corolla from her hand and said with lowered eyes, "Wait a moment. Go to the front and see how the ice lantern carvings are going." Yun Do agreed and left, leaving her to stare at the 2 flowers in a daze. She slowly got up and walked to the bookshelf on the west wall. She opened a drawer in the corner and took out a white jade box. Opening the jade box, she saw a cluster of dried yellow flowers lying quietly at the bottom of the box. It was so withered that it was unrecognizable. Her fingers gently touched the petals, but what appeared in her mind was their original cute appearance. This was the flower that Shuirui had personally put on the flower for her on the National Day 2 years ago. At that time, the falling flower was still in love with the heartless water. He had quietly placed her in his heart, but his every move had long revealed his feelings. This flower was called the fragrant knot, also known as the winter dream flower. There were flowers before there were leaves, just like him to her. The fragrant knot also had medicinal properties and could improve eyesight. He must have been secretly reminding her at that time to open her eyes and look at him. Ah, Yushu laughed softly, and a pool of tenderness appeared on her face. Holding the fragrant knot in the jade box, her heart was filled with longing for a moment, and the corners of her eyes became sour. In the end, a woman was still a woman. Even if she was sitting in glory and wealth, at the height of her power, she still longed for that person in the bottom of her heart. A burst of laughter came from outside. Yushu suppressed her thoughts, closed the jade box, and put it back into the drawer. She turned around and sat back on the couch. When the maids entered the door, they saw her still calm as usual. Master, look, this is the little rabbit that this servant made. Doesn't it look like one?" Akiko held a snow dumpling and presented it to her. The room was warm, and the rabbit's ears quickly melted. Without the tail, it didn't look like a rabbit, but more like a little mouse that only knew how to eat and sleep all day. Yushu couldn't bear to hurt her, so she nodded and said, "It's pretty good." The Thef and Lin winked at each other. Yun Do smiled and glared at them. She turned back to Yushu and said, "Chief Steward Zhou has been carving ice lanterns in the garden since yesterday. There are all kinds of them, and there will be something to see tonight. If you are willing to give them face and take a look, then their efforts won't be in vain." Yongchunyuan was like spring all year round, and it was rare that it snowed. It was a different kind of beautiful scenery. Zhou, who was originally from a bitter and cold place, so he was very good at carving ice. Yushu agreed. Looking at the happy faces of the maids, she also smiled and said, "Take my invitation. Send people to the Xen family to invite 6th young lady, and the Fong family to invite Miss Situ. Let's have a good time tonight and set up 2 tables to eat." Chapter 8:12. In the 4th year of Emperor Chongzhen, there were many wars in the north. The imperial court kept conscripting soldiers, and the military expenses were endless. The corvée and taxes were doubled, and the common people had no way to make a living. The Great Han dynasty had been peaceful for 300 years, and even the imperial examinations and the Great Yen examination were forced to stop. 2 years ago, the Yen army conquered Dingzhou and entered Hebei. The imperial court suffered another defeat and retreated to Taiyuan. The 2 sides were divided by the Funyo River. In the blink of an eye, it was the new year again. The common people in Enling City did not celebrate the new year as they did in the past. Everyone was in a state of panic. They did not know when the Yen army would come to the capital. Many well-informed people secretly packed their belongings and prepared to go to the south to seek refuge with their relatives after the new year. If the common people were so frightened, then the imperial court officials who knew the Yen army better. Before the new year, there were many family members of officials who left the capital to seek refuge. They did not dare to leave openly, so they used the excuse of visiting relatives and friends. Some even resigned and fled in the night. When Emperor Chongzhen heard this, he was furious. On the same day, he ordered the arrest of those good-for-nothings who resigned and fled and put them in prison. He also ordered the Yulin royal guards to investigate the situation. Any family member of an official who left the capital without a reason was severely punished. Because of this, a lot of people were implicated and imprisoned. There was no celebration during the new year. Everyone lived with their tails between their legs, afraid that the emperor's anger would burn on them. Yu Shu was one of the few ministers who were not affected by the war. Over the past few years, the emperor had put a lot of trust in her. Although the army sent by the imperial court to suppress the rebels had suffered losses on the battlefield, with her advice and strategies, they had won a few battles and slowed down the advance of 100,000 Great Yen soldiers. Otherwise, the Great Yen army would have conquered Taiyuan by now. Emperor Chongzhen was a proud and arrogant man. He was full of ambition, but he was born at the wrong time. If it were a peaceful era, he might be able to grow into a wise emperor. But it was a time of chaos. The imperial court under his rule had long decayed. How could it resist the emperor of Great Yen, who had a group of followers who risked their lives for him? On the 15th of the first month, there was a lantern festival in the city. In the evening, the streets were bustling with noise and excitement. There was a sea of people everywhere, and it was completely different from the desolation of the past few days. It was as if the common people in the capital had waited until today to go out. Yu Shu originally wanted to stay at home and enjoy a leisurely life, but she couldn't stand Xiaoxiu's coaxing and pestering. In the end, she still went out and took a look at Ma Street. In 3 years' time, the Forgotten Opportunity Tower's reputation rose sharply. It was not an exaggeration to say that in the capital city, there was nobody who did not know of it. Yuqiu Hall and Bing-ing Hall's business strategy was very successful, and people gradually got used to this place that offered bounties to solve problems. It was normal for them to make a lot of money every day, and the sky-high bounties on the Heavenly Secrets list and the rankings of the people became the hottest topic of discussion after a meal. Any random person on the street would be able to talk about it clearly and logically. When the other aristocratic families' great trade shops discovered that their business had been snatched by the Forgotten Machine Building, it was already too late for them to turn around and try to rope in more customers. Even if there were people who imitated the Forgotten Machine Building and set up bounties and lists in the great trade shops, they were far from being able to compete with the Forgotten Machine Building's monopoly and good management. In the end, they all ended up with nothing and became mere decorations. The Forgotten Machine Building didn't close its doors for the new year. From early in the morning to the hour of the 5 o'clock, there was an endless stream of people coming and going in front of the main entrance. Most of the shops on Ma Street were open. There was no curfew during the Lantern Festival, so there were many night wanderers. The nearby restaurants and tea houses all benefited from the Forgotten Machine Building, so they didn't have to worry about not having customers. There were many people on the street. The horse carriage stopped at the intersection, and Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu got off and walked. Colorful lanterns hung on both sides of the street, winding without end, rendering the dark night as bright as day. The pedestrians coming and going were all glowing, either stopping in front of the stalls to pick out lanterns or walking in groups. There were even some young women with makeup on their faces, holding round fans in their hands as they walked through the crowd. Yu Shu walked leisurely, while Yu Xiu walked briskly in front of her. From time to time, he would turn his head and chat with her, attracting many sidelong glances. 3 years had passed, and now Yu Xiu had grown into an outstanding youth. He had suddenly grown a lot taller, with delicate features and a pair of bright and spirited eyes. At a glance, one could tell that he was the son of a wealthy family. There was no trace of the inferiority complex that he had when he was a child. While Xen Lishan did not go out, he was very well informed. It doesn't matter to me. My whole family is staying in Jing and hasn't gone anywhere, Wang Yao said. Yu Shu shook her head and said with a smile, but left Judge Xen secretly sent his 2 sons and daughters out of the capital. When the emperor investigated, he was so frightened that he said he was sick and did not dare to go out. Right now, Anling looked calm on the surface, but inside it was a mess. Xen Lishan looked worriedly at her and said, "The Yen army is about to break through Taiyuan and attack the capital. Why are you not anxious at all?" "What is there to be anxious about?" Yu Shu said calmly, "Even if they take the capital, can they kill all the officials in court? The Yen emperor wants the country, not to slaughter the world." Xen Lishan was silent. These years, he could not see through her. Even if he sensed her attitude, he could not guess what she was thinking. As a powerful official, she also played politics and formed cliques. But he could not feel how infatuated she was with power and had no loyalty to the emperor. It seemed that what she had done these years was just to fulfill her duty and play the role of the celestial commissioner, and not out of her own will. "Strange. Now that you say this, I have nothing to fear." He touched his chin and said, "Originally, I planned to take the wealth of Wangji Tower and escape in the night." Laughter flashed in Yu Shu's eyes. "Then I have to send 2 more people to watch you. If you run, where can I find a second god of wealth?" Xen Lishan laughed, and the solemn atmosphere disappeared in an instant. That night, the siblings returned to the mansion. They had just entered the door of the north wing when a round little cannonball rushed towards them. It hugged Yu Shu's thigh and raised its head to reveal a big white and chubby face. It pouted its little mouth and sniffed the tip of its nose, which was red from the cold. It blinked its eyes in an aggrieved manner. Mother and uncle went out to play and did not bring little Guogua. The 2 maidservants caught up with her, panting and calling her little ancestor. When they saw Yu Shu, they timidly stopped and said with a pale face, "Little Gongzi woke up and was clamoring to look for you. When we were not paying attention, he snuck out." A few years ago, Yu Shu adopted this godson. Although she did not deliberately spoil him, he was more mischievous than normal children. He was only 5 years old and could climb trees and dig out bird nests. He often brought He Xiaochuan and Yu Shu to play tricks on the servant girls in the Fu. He was the #1 little devil in the family. Yet, he knew how to act obedient and sweet talk. He could coax Zhao Hui and old Tai Tai He. They often covered for him. Even Yu Shu had a headache for him. Yu Xiaogua had caught a cold from playing yesterday and was sick. He was more clingy than usual. Last night, he slept in Yu Shu's room. His fever only went down this morning. "You are disobedient again. I won't take you out." Yu Shu reprimanded him, but her hands quickly took off her cloak and wrapped it around her son. She picked him up from the ground and walked inside. Yu Xiaogua obediently hugged her neck, his eyes moving around. He turned his head and saw the tiger lantern in his Jiujiu's hands. He sweetly called out, "Jiujiu?" Yu Xiu reached over to pinch his cheeks. He smiled and handed the lantern to him. He said dotingly, "When you get better, Jiujiu will take you out to play. I'll buy you whatever you want." Yu Xiaogua's face was full of hope, but he did not forget to raise his head to look at his mother's expression. "We'll talk about it after you get better," Yu Shu said with a straight face. Yu Xiaogua lowered his head and didn't dare to bargain with her. Even at such a young age, he had learned to read people's expressions. He knew who was in charge of the family and who had the most influence. Yu Shu carried him back to the room and watched him drink the medicine. She listened to him mumble nonsense. After a while, the child couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep. She patted his head and covered him with the blanket. Looking at his innocent sleeping face, she did not regret it. She was the first to preside over the ancestral worship ceremony in the 2nd year of Chongzhen. She did not take this child to the secret chamber of the tomb to verify if he had the heavens mandate grand bone, but left him behind. Ji Xingxuan could not endure it and died of illness in the dungeon 2 years ago. In this world, besides the Prince of Xiang, only she knew his background. Outsiders only knew that he was the child of an old friend that she had adopted. There were even some unflattering rumors that Yu Xiaogua was born out of wedlock, but no one suspected that she had raised the flesh and blood of her enemy. It was funny to say that it was because of this living child that she had lived like a princess for the past few years. She did not let her desire for power take over her heart, did not let her eyes be blinded by greed, and did not change into another person. His existence constantly reminded her not to forget her original intentions. No matter how high she sat, no matter how much power she had, what she wanted was to protect the safety of her family. She only wanted to have a clear conscience. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.